Chapter 2906. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His already weak face suddenly became as pale as paper and his body swayed, as if he could fall at any moment. The young man was stunned for a moment and quickly withdrew his divine technique. He had no malice towards Yang Kai, but there were some things he needed to investigate. However, it was somewhat inconvenient for him to investigate this matter with his status, so he had come here to intercept him. Originally, he thought that with his own methods, he would be able to capture Yang Kai easily, but he did not expect that his counterattack would be so effective. This made him feel quite embarrassed. Since his first move had failed, he could not attack again. His figure fluttered as he retreated 1,000 meters, as if he had never moved. 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai glared angrily as he madly urged the power of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, driving his soul to guard his knowledge sea. He would not reveal any of the secrets in his knowledge sea unless the other party defeated him. The other party definitely had the strength to do so, and Yang Kai would not easily surrender. This scene was like a rabbit facing a falcon swooping down from the sky. Even if the rabbit bared its fangs, it would not have much effect. The falcon would still catch the rabbit in the air, fly to a high altitude, and then throw the rabbit to its death. The young man looked at Yang Kai for a while before suddenly sighing softly and then looking up at the sky, as if he was talking to the air. "The weather is good." After saying this, he took a step forward and suddenly disappeared from Yang Kai's field of vision. Just as he came without a trace, he also left without anyone noticing. Yang Kai maintained a vigilant posture for a long time, his divine sense constantly moving back and forth within a radius of 1,000 meters before he was sure that the young man had really left. It was not until this moment that he breathed a sigh of relief and let down the vigilance in his heart. An unimaginable feeling of exhaustion swept over him like a tide, causing him to involuntarily stagger in midair and almost fall down. Barely stabilizing himself, he reached out to wipe the blood off his face and frowned. That person had suddenly come to intercept him and even used the divine technique to investigate his secrets. In the end, it was all bark and no bite. Yang Kai was very puzzled and surprised. Did he come all the way here just to say, "Nice weather"? This was obviously impossible. After thinking for a while, the depression on Yang Kai's face gradually melted away, and he slowly smiled. The more he smiled, the more carefree he felt. The last layer of worry and burden in his heart was completely put down. He had a rough idea of what that person meant. He had taken the 1,000 Illusions dream domain from the 5th floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. As the master of Star Soul Palace, the existence that controlled the 5-colored treasure pagoda, the great emperors must have discovered something, but they were unable to fully understand it. That was why he needed to investigate. However, Yang Kai was not a disciple of Star Soul Palace and had only entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda because of a previous agreement, so neither the great emperors nor the elders could ask Yang Kai to take the initiative to explain his experience in the 5-colored treasure pagoda. If Yang Kai was just an ordinary disciple of the Emperor realm, Star Soul Palace would have used many secret techniques to make him unknowingly reveal the existence of the 1,000 Illusions dream domain, but now Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple. Star Soul Palace was the overlord of the Southern Territory and the guardian of the Southern Territory, so they naturally could not bully the weak. Therefore, the great emperors personally took action, and the location was not inside Star Soul Palace, but outside, indicating that all of this had nothing to do with Star Soul Palace. He did not report his origins because of this consideration, and Yang Kai guessed it but did not point it out. To a certain extent, the two of them maintained a tacit understanding, which allowed them to turn big matters into small ones and small ones into nothing. The matter was over, and the great emperors personally took action but still failed to find any useful information. In other words, the great emperors did not force Yang Kai, so after this matter, Star Soul Palace would no longer pursue Yang Kai's experience in the 5-colored treasure pagoda and the benefits he obtained. In other words, no matter what Yang Kai took away from the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Star Soul Palace and Mingyu would pinch their noses and admit it. It was precisely because he understood this point that Yang Kai's mood suddenly became very comfortable. Previously, he had been a little worried. If he took it without asking for permission, it would be considered theft. Even if he brought Dream World Thousand Illusions back to Towering Palace, he could only use it in secret. He could not reveal it openly. But after the experience just now, the Thousand Illusions dream domain could be exposed to the world, and even if Star Soul Palace found out later, they would not be able to say anything. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai felt that he should thank the great emperors. Moreover, the great emperors seemed to be quite good people. With his methods and ability, it was not impossible for him to forcibly break through Yang Kai's knowledge C's defenses just now, but he had only touched it briefly before withdrawing, displaying the demeanor of a master. This gave Yang Kai a good impression of him. The words, "the weather is good," were probably the great emperor's words of helplessness and embarrassment. After smiling for a while, Yang Kai could no longer smile. He touched his nose and found that it was bleeding profusely, as if it could not be stopped. The consumption of his soul during this period was simply too great, far exceeding his body's capacity. If it were not for the protection of the rainbow soul-warming lotus, he would have long since become an idiot. A journey that should have taken several days took Yang Kai more than 10 days to arrive. The old site of Thousand Leaves sect was still a scene of desolation, with broken walls everywhere. Yang Kai arrived at the mountain valley with ease, activated the space principles, and entered Thousand Leaves sect's Emperor Heaven Valley. The Emperor Heaven Valley was a small independent world. In this world, other than Yang Kai, no one else could enter and exit it freely. But at this moment, there was a figure near the entrance of Emperor Heaven Valley. This person had the cultivation of the Emperor Realm and was currently drawing in an open space. Sometimes, he would frown, sometimes his eyes would widen, and sometimes a smile would appear on his face. He seemed to be immersed in his own world and was unable to extricate himself, not even noticing Yang Kai's arrival. It was only when Yang Kai lightly coughed that he seemed to wake up from a dream. First, he frowned in displeasure, a clear look of anger appearing on his face. Obviously, he was annoyed that he had been tricked, but when he saw Yang Kai, his displeasure immediately disappeared and he greeted him with a smile, "Palace Master." Yang Kai nodded lightly and casually glanced at the things he was drawing on the ground, discovering that they were somewhat related to the space-traversing array. To be able to immerse himself in the world of spirit arrays and appear here, there was no one else in the entire High Heaven Palace other than the Chief Array Master, Nanda Jun. When Yang Kai sent Bian Yuqing back to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, he had asked her to pass a message to Nanda Jun to come here. Now, it seemed that this Array Master had been here for some time, but Yang Kai had not been able to find him, so he decided to come here and study his own matters. "Have you brought the things?" Yang Kai asked. Nanda Jun was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and took out a jade slip, handing it to Yang Kai. "Palace Master, I have sealed all the information about the spirit array inside, you can take your time to look at it on the way. However, Palace Master, I have to remind you that this spirit array is a bit evil and vicious, the person who arranged it is definitely not a good person, so you must be careful." "I'll remember." Yang Kai nodded. Nanda Jun took out another object and spread it on his palm. It looked like a smooth spindle shape, surrounded by a brilliant light, looking extremely extraordinary, and handed it to Yang Kai. "What is this?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Nanda Jun smiled. "Didn't Palace Master ask you to refine a flight-type artifact for you? Here it is." "So fast?" Yang Kai took the flight-type artifact in surprise, feeling it for a moment before showing a shocked expression, an Emperor-grade artifact. It hadn't been long since he brought Hoyu back to High Heaven Palace, and although he had assigned her the task of refining a flight-type artifact, in Yang Kai's opinion, refining a flight-type artifact would take at least a few years, but how long had it been? It seemed less than half a year, maybe 3 or 4 months. Nanda Jun smiled. "Although Little Ho's character isn't very good, she does have some skill in artifact refining, and our High Heaven Palace doesn't lack materials right now. If we throw a lot of materials at her, how could she not be able to refine anything? Little Ho said that this thing still has room for improvement, so when Palace Master has time, he can help you upgrade it. She's not thinking of running away, is she? Yang Kai smiled slightly, slowly immersing his mind into the flight-type artifact in his hand, showing a look of fondness. Nanda June snorted and gloated, the three monster kings take turns guarding her. If she dares to run away, they will break her legs. The monster kings aren't very nice to talk to. The monster king's respect was only for Yang Kai, or it could be said that it was because of Tian Xing and the Holy Spirit source. They didn't care about others. What Emperor-grade array master, Emperor-grade alchemist, or Emperor-grade weapon refiner? In the eyes of the monster kings, there was no such thing as monster kings. Whoever had the most power would dominate everything. With the three monster kings taking turns guarding Hoyu, she would never be able to escape from High Heaven Palace in her lifetime. Yang Kai's mind flashed with Hoyu's painful expression, and he couldn't help but laugh. However, Hoyu lived up to her name as Master Ho. Yang Kai hadn't even started to refine this artifact, but he could already feel that this thing was extraordinary. If he could completely refine it, it should be able to display a good function. However, to Yang Kai, the other functions of this artifact didn't matter. The most important thing was that it could fly. As long as it was fast enough, nothing else mattered. Did Hoyu give it a name? Yang Kai asked. Nanda June thought for a moment, then replied, Flowing Cloud Shuttle. She said that if Palace Master didn't like it, he could just give it a name. Let's call it Flowing Cloud Shuttle. Yang Kai smiled slightly. As he spoke, Yang Kai suddenly took out an item and handed it to Nanda June, saying, Take this back. What is this? Nanda June curiously took it and found that the item that Yang Kai handed over looked like a rouge box, but it was obviously not an ordinary rouge box. This was because the box had an ancient aura flowing on it. It was obviously a very good artifact. Chapter 2907. Heavenly Note Treasure Box. Yang Kai reached out and tapped on the box. Immediately, the Heavenly Note Treasure Box emitted a tinkling sound, like a clear spring in the mountains or a ghost in an empty valley. Anyone who heard it could not help but feel refreshed. The tinkling sound continued as the box rose layer by layer, gradually turning into the shape of a pagoda. There were a total of 9 levels, and each level was rotating. Some were up, some were right, some were fast, and some were slow. Different sounds were transmitted, and these sounds gathered together to compose a beautiful melody. Not only that, as the Heavenly Note Treasure Box rotated, a layer of light blue mist began to spread and gradually spread in all directions, filling a large space. The light blue mist was like a star field without any impurities. It made people feel like they were in a star field, and everything around them was beautiful. This is good stuff. South Gate Dajuan's eyes lit up. Although he felt that the Heavenly Note Treasure Box was not very useful to him, for a cultivator below the level of the Emperor realm, this magical melody could definitely assist in cultivation, making it easier for people to enter a state of selflessness. Cultivating in this state would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. You should be able to use it. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. South Gate Dajuan's eyes lit up. In his mind, he had already begun to plan to use the Heavenly Note Treasure Box as the core of the formation, supplemented by a few other secret treasures, to set up a Heavenly Note Palace. This was not difficult for him. Once it was set up successfully, the entire Heavenly Note Palace would be filled with the sound of the Heavenly Note Treasure Box, which would be of great benefit to the disciples who were cultivating in seclusion. Yang Kai was right. This Heavenly Note Treasure Box could only play a greater role in front of an Emperor Array Master like South Gate Dajuan. After being amplified by the formation, the Heavenly Note Treasure Box would definitely be another foundation for the High Heaven Palace. It would be a blessing for disciples below the level of the Emperor realm. Leave it to me. South Gate Dajuan carefully put away the heavenly note treasure box, looked at Yang Kai with concern, and asked, "Palace Master, are you all right?" He had noticed earlier that Yang Kai's condition was not good. His face was abnormally pale. He had experienced how powerful Yang Kai was. Even the sect masters of the top sects in the Northern Territory, Mi Qi and Li Jiao, couldn't do anything in front of him. The three great monster king were even more obedient to him. For such a powerhouse to be so pale, the only explanation was that he was severely injured. The South Gate army couldn't think of anyone in this world who could injure Yang Kai like this. Naturally, they couldn't think of Yang Kai's rich experience in the dream world. Yang Kai shook his head. The Southern Gate army asked again, "Do you need me to accompany you?" "Although I don't know what you're going to do, Palace Lord. But I think it has something to do with that array formation. If I go with you, it will be of some help in breaking the array formation." "No need," Yang Kai waved his hand, "I'm fine, and it's not convenient for me to take you there." He was responding to Xia Sheng's request. He was accompanying Huayulu to explore an ancient cave dwelling. Huayulu had said that she could only find one helper. If he suddenly brought another helper, it might cause some conflict. Yang Kai refused, and the Southern Gate army didn't insist. They reported to him the development of the High Heaven Palace during this period of time, and then returned to the Northern Territory through the spatial array. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat down cross-legged. He first took out some spirit pills to repair the soul, and then began to refine the flowing cloud shuttle. He found that he had underestimated the effect of the experience in the dream world on his soul. He originally thought that with the protection of the rainbow soul-warming lotus, no matter how severe the damage to his soul was, it should be more or less healed in half a month. But in fact, more than 10 days had passed, and his soul hadn't improved much. He guessed that this was because his soul was overdrawn. It wasn't just because of the injury in the dream world, but also because of the time distortion. 2 years in 5 days was a huge burden on the soul. It was equivalent to Yang Kai using up 2 years of soul power in 5 days, and he wanted to replenish it. It definitely wasn't something that could be done in 10 days or half a month. Emperor-grade artifacts weren't easy to refine, and Yang Kai's current soul power was somewhat difficult to sustain. However, he still spent a few days to leave a simple imprint of his own on the flowing cloud shuttle. Just like that. It was enough to drive the flowing cloud shuttle, but he couldn't use most of its power. This was enough. For Yang Kai, the flowing cloud shuttle's greatest use was as a means of transportation. He set off again, and after thinking carefully for a while, he determined his destination. After going through the dream world, his memories of the past were a bit blurry. The southern swamp was a dangerous place in the Southern Territory. Although it wasn't as dangerous as the frozen earth in the Northern Territory, there were still many masters who died there every year. What attracted these cultivators to the southern swamp was the rich and abundant precious treasures and the various cave mansions hidden in unknown corners. Rumor had it that a long time ago, the southern marsh was the place where the martial artists of the southern region prospered. Countless sects and forces established their own sects here and developed and grew. However, a calamity of the heavens and the earth caused this bustling area to become a marsh, and the martial artists of the southern region gradually abandoned this treasured land. During that disaster, countless sects were destroyed, and many cave mansions were hidden. Often, there were cultivators who risked their lives to discover the ruins of ancient sects and the inheritances of masters here, and from then on, they soared to the sky. In the southern swamp, there were also many special spiritual flowers and herbs. These were treasures that couldn't be found anywhere else in the star boundary, and any one of them could be sold for a sky-high price. In front of all kinds of benefits, some dangers could no longer stop the cultivators' pace of exploration. Hundreds of years ago, the southern swamp had become very lively, but as more and more benefits were discovered, this place once again quieted down. However, there were still some people who didn't fear death who came here every few days. Yang Kai had heard of the southern swamp before, but this was the first time he had entered it. He was bold because of his skill, so he wasn't afraid of anything. Even if his divine soul hadn't recovered, he wasn't a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. By the time Yang Kai arrived at the southern swamp, it was already half a month later. He found that this place was just as the rumors said. There were swamps everywhere, and there were extremely dangerous auras hidden under the swamps, like cheetahs waiting for their prey to walk into a trap, ready to pounce on them at any time to deliver a fatal blow. The southern swamp had many poisonous barriers. Looking down from above, these poisonous barriers were colorful, and under the reflection of the sun, they converged to form a colorful spectacle. Under the colorful appearance, however, there was a murderous aura at every step. The existence of these poisonous barriers alone was enough to stop any cultivator below the Dao Source realm. Only cultivators of the Dao Source realm and the Emperor realm could resist the erosion of these poisonous barriers and safely explore the southern swamp. However, there were strong and weak poisonous barriers. Even the Emperor realm couldn't easily resist the powerful poisonous barriers. Once eroded by the poison, even the masters of the Emperor realm could die. Yang Kai took out his communication artifact, found Hua Yulu's mark on it, and sent a message. Half a day later, there was a response from the communication artifact. After immersing himself in investigating, Yang Kai turned around and flew away. 2 hours later, Yang Kai sensed the existence of several auras in the distance. One of them was Hua Yulu's, so he immediately flew in that direction. The few people there obviously also noticed Yang Kai's existence. Before he approached, they all released their divine senses to investigate. In the next moment, everyone showed a look of surprise. Because they sensed the existence of the Flowing Cloud Shuttle. The Flowing Cloud Shuttle was a flight-type Emperor artifact, and its value was immeasurable. Such an Emperor artifact was extremely rare even in the Emperor realm. If it weren't for Hou refining it for Yang Kai, he wouldn't have his own flight-type Emperor artifact now. After a short while, the Flowing Cloud Shuttle flew in front of everyone. After a flash of light, Yang Kai's figure appeared. Hua Yulu looked at him with a joyful expression, then was stunned. Because she saw an extremely unfamiliar face, one that wasn't Yang Kai's face at all. But soon, she realized that Yang Kai was wearing some kind of disguising artifact to change his appearance. An appearance-changing artifact was something Yang Kai had obtained in the solitary void-sealed world, but it wasn't of much use. It basically couldn't hide the traces of an appearance-changing artifact in front of an Emperor Realm Master. Anyone could tell that he was wearing an appearance-changing artifact, but it could cover up his weak appearance. Without this artifact, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to hide his pale face. Hua Yulu didn't think too much about why Yang Kai did this, but since Yang Kai intended to hide his identity, she naturally had to cooperate. "Brother Yang," Hua Yulu greeted. "Palace Master Hua." Yang Kai gently nodded to her, sorry for being late. Besides Hua Yulu, there were already 4 people gathered here. Obviously, all of them were present. Back then, Hua Yulu said that she discovered the ancient secluded mansion with 2 other people. Although they broke some of the barriers inside and each of them gained some benefits, they were blocked by the last barrier and couldn't enter. Then, the 3 of them discussed going back to find helpers. Each of them could only find 1 helper below the second-order Emperor realm, and they would come back half a year later to explore. Hua Yulu looked for Xiaosheng, but unfortunately, Xiaosheng was stationed at the Spirit Lake Palace and couldn't leave, so she could only ask Yang Kai for help. Since Xiaosheng asked, Yang Kai couldn't refuse, not to mention he was also very interested in the ancient secluded mansion. Because Hua Yulu obtained a small flower drum inside. That small flower drum was the same as the mountains and rivers bell, an ancient exotic artifact, but it wasn't very powerful. According to Hua Yulu, one of the other 2 people's cultivation increased greatly inside. Originally, that person's cultivation was the lowest among the 3, but when he left, his aura was the strongest. As for the other person, he learned a secret technique, but no one knew how powerful it was. The path of cultivation wasn't like building a chariot behind closed doors. All kinds of experiences and opportunities were also necessary. Often, these experiences and opportunities were easier to improve one's strength than bitter cultivation. Unfortunately, this exploration of the ancient secluded mansion was a bit unlucky. Yang Kai had just experienced the 1,000 illusionary dream world and needed to rest, but since he had already made an agreement with someone, he could only bite the bullet and continue. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind. This time, safety was the priority. As long as he could bring Huayulu back in one piece, he wouldn't let down Xia Sheng's trust. Chapter 2908. In the wilderness, after Yang Kai greeted them, for strange gazes immediately converged on him, scrutinizing him. There were 3 men and 1 woman in the group, 2 First-Order Emperor Realm Masters and 2 Second-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Each of them was in pairs, and there was a clear separation between them. Before Yang Kai arrived, only Huayulu was alone. Although the appearance-changing artifact allowed Yang Kai to hide the paleness of his face, it couldn't hide the weakness of his aura. Furthermore, many of the people present were from the Emperor realm, so it only took a little investigation for them to know the depth of his cultivation. A First-Order Emperor Realm Master. This made the 4 people inexplicably breathe a sigh of relief. One of the short men coldly snorted and said with a displeased expression, "Palace Master Hua, is this your friend? He sure is arrogant. We've been waiting for a long time." He didn't hide his true thoughts at all. Obviously, he was a little annoyed by the long wait, so he bluntly criticized her. Moreover, it was true that Yang Kai didn't arrive at the agreed time. He was delayed for a few days on the road. If it was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, he wouldn't say much, but since it was just a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, he wasn't afraid. Facing the man's criticism, Huayulu smiled apologetically and said, "Brother Wu, please calm down. My brother Yang had something to do a few days ago, so he was delayed on the road. This mistress will apologize to you." Although she didn't know why Yang Kai was delayed for a few days and couldn't arrive at the agreed time, she knew that Yang Kai wasn't someone who deliberately missed an appointment. Otherwise, Xia Sheng wouldn't have asked him for help. As the one who invited him, Huayulu naturally had to speak up for Yang Kai. The man coldly snorted, "Your 100-flower palace only has women, so where did this brother Yang come from? I've never heard of a man in your 100-flower palace. Moreover, this brother Yang doesn't have the guts to show his true face? Or does this brother Yang have other motives?" He seemed to dislike Yang Kai very much, and after discovering that Yang Kai was wearing an appearance-changing artifact, he immediately opposed him. Logically speaking, this was a temporary treasure-hunting team. There was no need to delve into each other's backgrounds. Each of them had their own ulterior motives. When it came to treasure hunting, they would cooperate if they could. If they couldn't work together, then they would go their separate ways. If they really found some treasure, then they might have to fight. Everyone was well aware of this. Huayulu didn't ask who the helpers of the other 2 were. No matter where they were born, they still maintained this tacit understanding. At this moment, this short man was obviously targeting him. His last sentence was even more suspicious. In the vastness of the star boundary, there were hundreds of millions of cultivator, each with different natures and temperaments. It wasn't strange to wear an appearance-changing artifact in the star boundary, but when it came to this man surnamed Wu, he deliberately magnified the matter, as if he wanted Yang Kai to take off the artifact and reveal his true face. Huayulu frowned, obviously a little displeased. She was the palace master of 100-flower palace, so lowering herself to apologize was already a sign of sincerity. The other party's incessant chatter naturally annoyed her, but the current situation was worse. She and Yang Kai were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. The other 4 were all First-Order Emperor Realm Masters and Second-Order Emperor Realm Masters. If a conflict really happened, it wouldn't end well. She had the honor of witnessing Yang Kai's abilities. At the Azure Sun Temple's coronation ceremony, Yang Kai had fought against a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Being able to block the attack of a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master showed that Yang Kai couldn't be judged by common sense. However, Huayulu noticed that Yang Kai's aura was a little weak at the moment and secretly guessed that he might have suffered some kind of injury, which was why he was covering his face. She didn't want to start a conflict with the other party. Just as she was thinking about what to say, Yang Kai spoke. "How should I address you, friend?" The man surnamed Wu snorted, "Wu Kuang Yi." "So, it's Brother Wu." Yang Kai nodded gently and smiled. "There's no deep meaning behind this disguise, it's just that, my appearance is a little strange. If I reveal my true appearance, I'm afraid that I'll scare that girl." While speaking, Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at the other woman besides Huayulu. This woman wasn't with Wu Kuang Yi, but was standing with another old man. She was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master and was obviously a helper that the old man had invited. The woman wasn't beautiful, but her temperament was extremely refined. Her figure was graceful, and she wore a light yellow palace dress, which accentuated her beautiful figure. Since Yang Kai appeared, this woman had been silently observing Yang Kai like everyone else, but when the conversation suddenly turned to her, she was taken aback for a moment and smiled. "My courage isn't that small." Her smile had a very strange charm that seemed to be able to affect the mood of others, but there was no trace of any kind of bewitching technique. It was a natural and innate ability, so Yang Kai couldn't help but take another look at her while secretly becoming vigilant. "How should I address you, little brother?" the woman asked. "Yang Kai." Yang Kai replied. He was ranked 9th in the old Yang family, so this name was not just made up, there was some basis to it. Seeing that this woman was chatting with Yang Kai, Wu Kuang Yi's brow furrowed even more. Just as he was about to say something, the old man who was standing with the woman took a step forward and said with a smile, all right, it's only a few days. At our cultivation level, a few days is nothing more than a blink of an eye. Brother Wu doesn't need to worry too much about it, just treat it as meditating and resting." His smile was very amiable, as if he was an amiable grandpa next door, making people involuntarily have a good impression of him. Since the old man had said so, Wu Kuang Yi couldn't continue to harp on it. Moreover, it wasn't a big deal to begin with, so if he continued to harp on it, he would appear to be narrow-minded and lose his demeanor. What's more, Huayulu had already apologized, so Wu Kuang Yi took the opportunity to step down. However, his face was still sullen, as if he was telling others that he was very unhappy. After waiting for a while, Wu Kuang Yi said, "Since everyone is here, let's set off. As for the specifics of our cooperation, we'll discuss it in detail on the way." Huayulu and Yang Kai naturally didn't have any objections and nodded in agreement. To be honest, Huayulu was relieved at this moment. She wasn't familiar with Yang Kai and hadn't seen Yang Kai for the past few days, so she thought that Yang Kai was going to miss the appointment. Now that she finally saw Yang Kai, she naturally felt relieved. "Wait a moment." The amiable old man raised his hand. Everyone looked at him together, not knowing what he meant. The old man said, "There's one more person coming." "One more?" Wu Kuang Yi's face sank, and the anger he had suppressed surged as he quickly said, "Yang Tai, what do you mean? Half a year ago, we agreed that each of us could only find one helper, and that helper had to be below the Second-Order Emperor realm. You've already found one, are you saying there's a second one?" This time, even Huayulu's face sank. Compared to Yang Kai being a few days late, if this old man, Ong Tai, really did what Wu Kuang Yi said, it would be treacherous and unforgivable. Yang Kai glanced at the woman standing next to Yang Tai and found that her expression didn't change and was still smiling. Obviously, she was already aware of this and wasn't surprised. Yang Tai hurriedly said, "Brother Wu, please calm down. This old man didn't break the agreement between us. I only found one helper, Madam Chen. The one coming is not my helper. He had an innocent look on his face, as if Wu Kuang-yi had wronged him. Wu Kuang-yi angrily said, Brother Yang, please explain clearly. If you can't satisfy us, even if I agree, I'm afraid Palace Master Hua and Brother Yang Kai won't agree. The existence of the ancient cave mansion was discovered by him, Ong Tai, and Hua Yulu, so it was shared by the three of them. Wu Kuang-yi and Hua Yulu both kept the agreement and only brought one helper, but Yang Tai still wanted to wait for another person, which made Wu Kuang-yi burn with anger. Yang Tai smiled bitterly, Brother Wu will understand when you see that person. When the time comes, Brother Wu and Palace Master Hua can decide whether to bring him along. This old man won't have any opinion. Wu Kuang-yi sneered, it sounds like Brother Yang thinks that person must go. Or is that person of some use to us? I'd like to know who that person is. Yang Tai didn't say anything this time and just smiled, looking extremely unfathomable. At this point, even if Wu Kuang-yi was angry, he couldn't really have a conflict with Yang Tai, so he could only suppress his temper and wait. Yang Tai spoke so confidently, and to be honest, he was also very curious about who they were waiting for. Yang Kai and Hua Yulu looked at each other and both felt that this treasure hunt was going to be full of troubles. They had just met up, yet there were already so many conflicts. 6 people in 3 small groups obviously couldn't sincerely cooperate, so it would be a good thing if they didn't fight when the time came. However, this was also normal. Yang Kai was already mentally prepared for this, but Hua Yulu showed a worried expression. While waiting for the others, Yang Kai and Hua Yulu secretly communicated with each other and asked for the names of the other party. Yang Kai already knew about Wu Kuang-yi and Yang Tai. Both of them were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Half a year ago, the two of them had explored the ancient cave mansion with Hua Yulu. Wu Kuang-yi's cultivation had greatly increased in that cave mansion. Although they were all First-Order Emperors, Wu Kuang-yi's aura was the weakest among the 3 of them, but now, it seemed that his aura was comparable to a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. Obviously, he had reached the peak of the First-Order Emperor realm and was the strongest of the 3. The helper Wu Kuang-yi found was a man of few words. Yang Kai hadn't heard him say a word since he arrived. He seemed to have a naturally cold face, as if he wanted to die immediately. According to Wu Kuang-yi's introduction, this person was called Fang Zhua. The woman standing with Yang Tai was called Shenbing Ru. Hua Yulu didn't know the origins of Fang Zhua and Shenbing Ru, but she knew the details of Wu Kuang-yi and Yang Tai very well. While secretly communicating, Hua Yulu told Yang Kai all this information. Chapter 2909. After waiting for half an hour, the 6 people present suddenly felt a strange and powerful aura flying in their direction. Wu Kuang-yi, Hua Yulu, and the others frowned secretly, but Yang Tai was overjoyed and looked in that direction. After a while, a white-haired old man arrived in front of them. He stood in the air and nodded slightly at them. Brother Gong. Yang Tai immediately cupped his fist and greeted him warmly. Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Yang, the old man responded with a smile. Apparently, he was familiar with Yang Tai. It's fine, it's fine. We've only just met. Yang Tai chuckled. This was indeed the case. They had been waiting here for Yang Kai for several days, and only when Yang Kai arrived did they truly reunite. He turned around and said to Wu Kuang-yi and the others, this is the one I've been waiting for. Brother Wu, do you know who he is? Wu Kuang-yi frowned and looked at him. He recalled Yang Tai's words and guessed, Your Excellency's surname is Gong. Are you related to the Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley? As soon as these words were spoken, Hua Yulu's eyes lit up as she sized up the old man surnamed Gong with great interest. If this old man was really from the Gong family, he would be a great help to them. Yang Tai smiled and said, Brother Wu is really knowledgeable. Brother Gong is indeed from the Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley. Wu Kuangyi said coldly, the Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley is famous. Although I am ignorant, I have heard about it. He was still angry with Yang Tai's behavior and felt that Yang Tai had betrayed their agreement. He looked up at the old man and asked, "How should I address you?" The old man smiled and said, "Gong Yu." Gong Yu. Wu Kuangyi thought for a while. Suddenly, he was shocked and cupped his fist and said, "So you are the former master of the Gong family. Please forgive my rudeness." Obviously, he had heard of Gong Yu's name and knew his origin. He didn't dare to be careless and gave him the respect he deserved. Gong Yu smiled and waved his hand, "I am just an old man who has nothing to do. You don't have to be so polite." Yang Tai said, "A few days ago, I went to the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley to ask for advice on the restriction formation. Coincidentally, Brother Gong came out of seclusion and saw this restriction formation. Brother Gong liked it very much, so he wanted to come and take a look. Brother Gong's request was really hard for this little old man to refuse. That's why this happened today. This little old man will first apologize to everyone. Brother Wu, please don't be angry." Wu Kuangyi said with a cold face, "There is no such thing, Brother Yang, you worry too much." Gong Yu said, "It was Ol. Gong who came uninvited. Everyone, if you want to blame someone, blame me." Brother Yang was also forced into a corner. "Of course, I'm only interested in the ancient restriction formation and want to see it with my own eyes. It would be best if I could participate in breaking it. However, if you feel that there is something wrong, then this Gong may as well return home." Although the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley was not a top force, it was also very good. Its fame was related to the way of array, because this family specialized in the study of array. There were many array masters in the family, and many sects in the Southern Territory had to ask the Gong family for help when they were setting up array. Huayulu also wanted to go to the Gong family to ask about the ancient cave mansion's restriction formation, but it was just a thought and she didn't really go. Now it seemed that Yang Tai had the same idea as her. Moreover, Yang Tai seemed to be somewhat familiar with this Gong Yu, so he could talk to him. The people of the Gong family were obsessed with array, especially the strange array that had been lost in the ancient times. It was reasonable that Gong Yu would be interested in such a restriction formation and come uninvited. After they understood this point, everyone immediately knew why Yang Tai had said those words before. If Gong Yu was here, it would be very helpful for their treasure hunting trip. After all, he was the former family head of the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley. His attainments in the way of array had reached the peak, and few people in the world could be compared with him. If they could get his help, it would be easy to break the ancient formation. Wu Kuangyi pondered for a long time and glanced at Huayulu from the corner of his eyes. He was secretly communicating with her through voice transmission. He didn't hide it. Therefore, everyone could see clearly and guess what they were talking about. After a while, Wu Kuangyi said, "Family head Gong, dare I ask, did you come here just for the ancient formation? I think you also know what we are going to do. If we get something good in the ancient cave mansion." Gong Yu said immediately, "The array is the great way for me. It is the only and eternal way." This answer was enough. There were 3,000 great ways in the world, and Gong Yu pursued the way of array. No matter how precious the other things were, they were not as precious as the ancient formation. Yang Tai chuckled and said, "Brother Gong just wants to take a look at the array formation and participate in cracking it. He doesn't have any other requests. Of course, if everyone feels that it's inappropriate, Brother Gong just said that he can go back home and won't force everyone. Well, the premise is that someone among us can break the array. Otherwise, we will have to go back empty-handed." He, Wu Kuangyi, and Huayulu had been preparing for half a year not only to find a reliable helper, but also to make a lot of preparations for the array. Huayulu wanted to go to the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley to ask for advice, but a few months ago, Yang Kai took over the array, so Huayulu didn't go to the Heavenly River Valley. On Wu Kuangyi's side, the cold-faced man who was invited obviously had some knowledge of the array, because at this moment, Wu Kuangyi was looking at him and seemed to be asking for his opinion. The man called Fang Zhuo was silent for a long time, and then nodded gently. Wu Kuangyi understood, and said, "Since no one has any objection, then please come with us, old Master Gong. We'll have to rely on you this time." Well, I will do my best." Gong Yu smiled and stroked his beard. At this moment, Yang Kai took a step forward and said, "Are you really the Gong family's patriarch? Can you prove your identity?" Hearing this, everyone's face turned cold, and Wu Kuangyi seemed to be awakened. The reason why he trusted the identity of Gong Yu was that he had heard of Gong Yu and knew that he was the former master of the Gong family. Secondly, Yang Tai's words gave him a preconceived idea, so he didn't doubt it. Now that Yang Kai mentioned it, he suddenly became alert. He had never seen Gong Yu, so he didn't know what Gong Yu looked like. The man in front of him might be Gong Yu, or maybe not. If he was really the former master of the Gong family, he could trust him, but if he was an impostor, then he had to be careful. Thinking of this, Wu Kuangyi leisurely glanced at Yang Tai. Yang Tai was still smiling. He turned to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother Yang Kai, you really like to joke. Is there anyone who can impersonate Brother Gong? You ask the wrong question. If you don't understand something, you should ask clearly. What's wrong?" Yang Kai also turned to look at him with a smile on his face. Yang Tai frowned and said, "I guarantee in my name that Brother Gong is Brother Gong, the former master of the Gong family in the Tianhe Valley." Yang Kai smiled but didn't say anything. Yang Tai seemed to know that his guarantee didn't have any weight. Before this, he hadn't even met Yang Kai, so how could he guarantee anything? Wu Kuangyi seemed to be a little suspicious, so he said with a bitter face, "Oh, what should we do? Should we go to the Tianhe Valley to verify it?" Obviously, this was impossible. The Tianhe Valley was very far from here, and it would take at least 2 months to go there and back. Who had the time to delay? His suggestion was tantamount to not saying anything. The more Yang Tai said, the more suspicious Wu Kuangyi became. He kept looking at Yang Tai and Gong Yu, as if he was trying to find some clues. But to his disappointment, Yang Tai didn't look suspicious. Although Gong Yu was being questioned, he was still calm and graceful, showing the demeanor of a big shot. Wu Kuangyi couldn't help but wonder if Yang Kai was a little too careful. Gong Yu said, "Although I have the Gong family's keepsake on me, I don't think it will be useful even if I take it out. Since this little brother has doubts, then this Gong will have to prove himself. But how can I prove it? Little brother, do you have a suitable method?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since it's about arrays, then prove it with arrays. Who here has studied arrays?" When he said this, everyone vaguely understood what he meant. Wu Kuangyi hurriedly looked at Fang Zhuo. Although Fang Zhuo was taciturn, his mind was extremely sharp and he immediately understood what Yang Kai was thinking. Taking a step forward, he took out a few array flags without a word and threw them into the void one by one, disappearing into thin air. His movements were natural and smooth. Sure enough, he had studied arrays, and his attainments were extraordinary. Gong Yu's smile didn't fade. He seemed to have guessed Fang Zhuo's plan and let him do as he pleased. Under Fang Zhuo's actions, a large part of the void suddenly became distorted. When he threw the last array flag into the corresponding position, Gong Yu's position suddenly changed and he disappeared. Everyone used their divine senses to investigate, only to find that there was an array blocking them. They couldn't see anything with the naked eye. Oh. So Brother Fang Zhuo is also proficient in arrays? Yang Tai looked surprised. Fang Zhuo was a man of few words. "I know a little." Then he put his hands behind his back and squinted at his array. This was obviously a trapping array. Although it didn't have any killing power, it could trap someone in a certain position and make them unable to move. If Gong Yu was really the former patriarch of the Gong family, then it shouldn't be too difficult to crack the array. But if he was an imposter, then he definitely didn't have the corresponding knowledge of arrays. This test was simple and clear. Although it couldn't completely confirm Gong Yu's identity, it could at least eliminate everyone's doubts about him. For a moment, everyone focused on the array, wanting to know the final result. Chapter 29:10. The result shocked everyone, and Fang Zhuo's indifferent expression suddenly changed. Because less than 10 breaths after he finished setting up the array, the void distorted again and then returned to its original state. Gong Yu's figure appeared, holding a bunch of array flags in his hand, which had clearly been put into the void by Fang Zhuo. It only took him 10 breaths to break Fang Zhuo's array, which showed just how profound his attainments in the Tao of arrays were. Gong Pei stood in the void with a smile, giving people an unfathomable feeling. He opened his mouth and said, "There is no big problem with this friend's method of setting up the minor universe reversal formation. It's just that the formation flag is a little rough and can't exert its full power. If it can be refined, its power can be improved a lot." As he spoke, he tossed the array flags to Fang Zhuo. Fang Zhuo caught them, lowered his head and pondered seriously for a while, then solemnly cupped his fists to thank Gong Yu for his advice. Yang Tai laughed heartily and said, "Brother Gong's attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays are truly superb, truly an eye-opener. It is our great fortune to be able to obtain Brother Gong's assistance this time." He then turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother Yangjiu, do you have any other questions? If you do, ask them all." Yang Kai shook his head, "No." Yang Tai said, "In that case, no one should have any objections to Brother Gong accompanying us, right?" After what happened just now, naturally no one had any objections. Originally, they were very happy to have someone like Gong Yu to help them, but Yang Kai's question made them worry, so they tried to verify Gong Yu's identity. Now that Gong Yu's reputation as a great array master and with the golden name of the Tianhe Valley's Gong family behind him, no one doubted him anymore. Wu Kuangyi even glared fiercely at Yang Kai, probably thinking that he was making a fuss over nothing and had implicated him in making a wrong judgment. Kai Yang's tardiness had already left him with a bad impression of him, and now his impression of him was even worse. If it weren't for the fact that they had made an agreement beforehand, he would have been in a very bad mood. He was afraid that he would have to drive Yang Kai away. Since no one had any objections, this matter was naturally settled. As for Yang Tai, who had invited such a powerful helper like Gong Yu, he seemed to have leaped up as well. He became the leader of this small group and enthusiastically called for everyone to start on their way. The southern swamp was vast, and the agreed meeting point was very far from the ancient cave mansion. It would take about 3 to 4 days to arrive. The 7 from the Emperor realm flew together. His aura spread far and wide, but no ferocious creatures dared to show themselves. Gong Yu and Yang Tai were at the front, chatting enthusiastically. They seemed to be very close friends, and from time to time, they would laugh heartily. The woman called Shenbing Ru, Wu Kuangyi, and Fang Zhuo were in the middle, while Yang Kai and Hua Yulu were at the back. They were intentionally or unintentionally excluded, which made Hua Yulu a little worried. In the team, except for the leaders Yang Tai and Gong Yu who were talking loudly, the others were silent. Yang Kai was multitasking. While following the group, he was also digesting his experience in the Thousand Illusions dream world. The various experiences in the Thousand Illusions dream world were extremely valuable, and they were the cornerstone of his growth, especially the knowledge inheritance from Qing and what he saw in the wizard temple. Huayulu wanted to talk to Yang Kai several times, but when she saw his unapproachable look, she did not want to disturb him. After all, she was not familiar with Yang Kai. They had only met a few times, and they were not close friends. Among the 7, she was the only one who was very nervous about this treasure hunt. The others were all in pairs, but Yang Kai completely ignored her. If they really ended up in a conflict while searching for treasures, she didn't know to what extent Yang Kai would be able to help her. She even regretted coming here again. If she had known, she would have given up this opportunity instead of taking this risk. Time passed as she was worried about her gains and losses. The 7 from the Emperor realm shuttled through the poisonous miasma of the southern swamp. After 4 days, the leader Yang Tai suddenly stopped. Wu Kuangyi's face lit up, and an expectant expression appeared on his face. Have we arrived? Gong Yu asked curiously. He looked around, but did not see anything special. Yang Kai also stopped thinking and looked around. Like Gong Yu, he did not see anything special. However, he was a little concerned about the large poisonous miasma in front of them. The southern swamp was full of poisonous miasma. The 7 of them had been shuttling through the poisonous miasma for the past few days. However, their cultivation was good, and they had a strong resistance to the poisonous miasma, so it was not a big problem. However, the poisonous miasma in front of them was obviously different. Yang Kai felt a trace of danger from it, as if they would die if they rushed in. Just as he was about to release his divine sense to investigate, Huayulu hurriedly came to his side and whispered, "Be careful, the poisonous miasma is very poisonous." Yang Kai was suddenly surrounded by a fragrant wind, and the tip of his nose itched. He gently nodded. Huayulu suddenly noticed and took 2 steps back with a red face. Yang Tai said in a timely manner, "We've arrived. The ancient cave mansion is hidden in this poisonous miasma, but this poisonous miasma is so strong that even the Emperor realm cannot resist it. So, everyone, don't be reckless." In order to prove that he was not lying, he suddenly raised his hand and sent out an attack towards the poisonous miasma in front of them. When the light flashed, a 300-meter-long gap appeared in the poisonous miasma. In the middle of the gap, there was a blackened skeleton lying on the swamp grass. It seemed to have been dead for a long time. Speaking of which, when we found the cave mansion last time, there were 4 of us, and one of us was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. But look, he's lying there now. Yang Tai pointed at the skeleton and said with a smile. Shen Bingru's pretty face changed when she heard this. Fang Zhua, who had been calm all this time, also twitched his face. Just by looking at the state of the skeleton, everyone thought that this person had been dead for a long time, but after listening to Yang Tai's words, they found out that this person had only died half a year ago. However, because the poison in the poisonous miasma was too strong, it caused some unexpected changes to the skeleton. As for the cause of death, there was no need for Yang Tai to say anything. Even a second-order Emperor Realm Master could not resist the corrosion of the poisonous miasma, which showed how dangerous it was. The world was big and full of strange things. In front of the ferocious power of heaven and earth, no matter how strong an individual was, sometimes, they would appear insignificant. After Yang Tai's voice fell, the poisonous miasma that was split by his attack fiercely closed in the middle and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. It was as if there was a mysterious force that kept the poisonous miasma in place, preventing everyone from moving forward. Gong Yu frowned slightly and exclaimed, "What a strong poison! Brother Yang, how did you enter the cave mansion last time with this poisonous miasma blocking the way?" Yang Tai smiled and said, "It was a coincidence. Everything has its counter. Although this poisonous miasma is strong, there is something here that can restrain it. Just like where a poisonous snake appears, there must be an antidote. And, when the time comes, everyone will know for themselves." He kept everyone in suspense and did not explain too much. Gong Yu just smiled and did not take it seriously. "Our time is just right. Everyone will be able to enter tonight, so let's take advantage of this opportunity to rest. We don't know what dangers there are in the ancient cave mansion, but it will be easier to deal with them after resting." Naturally, no one had any objections to his words, so everyone found a place to meditate and rest. Huayulu naturally stayed with Yang Kai and took out 2 spirit pills to consume. Although she was a first-order Emperor Realm Master and could travel for a few days at full speed, staying in this poisonous miasma for so long had consumed a lot of her Emperor Qi. Naturally, she needed to take this opportunity to recover. Everyone else did the same. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and said, "Old Patriarch Gong, you are experienced and knowledgeable. This junior has something to ask of you." Gong Yu was looking around and turned to look at Yang Kai when he heard this and said with a smile, "I wouldn't dare to say I am experienced and knowledgeable, but I have lived a long time. What does little brother want to ask? If this Gong knows, he will definitely tell you." Yang Kai said, "It's like this. I have a friend who obtained a flowing time great emperor fruit. He doesn't know how to take it to maximize its efficacy." Flowing time great emperor fruit? Yang Tai's eyes lit up and he stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Is it the flowing time great emperor fruit that can prolong one's life? That's right. Yang Kai nodded. Yang Tai's eyes lit up even more. He was a first-order emperor realm master and had a long lifespan, but he still couldn't resist the corrosion of the flowing time great emperor. In other words, he was old, but he hadn't lived long enough. In the past 100 years, he hadn't been engrossed in cultivation and had only wanted to find a way to live longer. His 100 years of hard work did have some effect and had increased his lifespan by a lot, but he had tried ordinary methods and pills, and none of them worked for him. The reason why he took the risk to come to the southern swamp was to find some precious treasures that could prolong his lifespan. That was how he, Huayulu and the others accidentally discovered the existence of the ancient cave mansion. At this moment, when he heard Yang Kai mention the flowing time great emperor fruit, he was naturally very excited. He had naturally heard of the flowing time great emperor fruit. It was very useful to him, so it was inevitable that he would care about it. The flowing time great emperor fruit is a very good thing. Gong Yu stroked his beard and smiled, "But little brother, I'm afraid you've asked the wrong person. This Gong focuses on the Tao of spirit arrays and isn't proficient in pills, so this Gong has no better suggestions than to ask someone to refine the flowing time great emperor fruit." Yang Kai agreed, "It seems that this is the only way, but if you want to refine the flowing time great emperor fruit, you need an Emperor Realm alchemist, but if you want to ask an Emperor Realm alchemist to refine a pill," everyone knew how difficult it was to ask an Emperor Realm alchemist to refine a pill. Even if you prepared enough materials and remuneration, if you didn't have the right connections, it was normal for you to wait a few years or more before it was your turn. Gong Yu smiled slightly, "I hope your friend doesn't need it urgently. He's still young, there's no need to rush." Yang Kai also smiled. "That's good." Gong Yu didn't say anything more and turned around to continue observing the poison barrier in front of him with a calm expression. Chapter 29:11. Yang Tai seemed to be very interested in the flowing time great emperor. At this time, he put aside Gong Yu and stayed by Yang Kai's side, trying to find out the identity of Yang Kai's friend. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't tell him the truth. With the topic cleverly changed, Yang Tai didn't want to appear too eager, so in the end, he could only leave the matter unsettled and walk away resentfully. The scene suddenly quieted down as the 7 people sat in meditation, waiting for the arrival of night. A wisp of divine scent suddenly extended towards Yang Kai, followed by Yang Kai hearing Huayulu's whisper, "Is there a problem?" Although she was a woman, as the palace master of 100 Flowers Palace, she was naturally not an innocent little girl. Yang Kai's previous performance had given her some clues, so she quietly asked. Yang Kai responded calmly, "After entering the ancient cave mansion, don't leave within 10 meters of me." Huayulu was slightly surprised, "Is there really a problem?" If there was no problem, Yang Kai wouldn't have warned her like this, but she couldn't see anything wrong no matter how hard she tried, so she couldn't help feeling suspicious. Yang Kai said, "You should have heard about the opening of the 4 Seasons realm many years ago, right?" Huayulu replied, "I've heard about it. I also heard that Brother Yang refined the extraordinary treasure pill there." The 4 Seasons realm was not a small sealed world. It was a palace left behind by the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. Every time it opened, only the most outstanding Tao Source realm cultivator in the southern territory could enter and experience it. Each time it opened, it would bring many benefits. Recently, the Four Seasons realm had become a hot topic. Firstly, it was because Yang Kai refined the extraordinary treasure pill, a heaven-defying spirit pill, which made Yang Kai's reputation soar. Secondly, it was because an ancient divine spirit had appeared in the Four Seasons realm, the vicious beast Xianxia. No one could ignore the birth of a holy spirit, not to mention that it was a ferocious beast that was famous for its savagery in ancient times. It was said that Xianxia was the mount of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. After the fall of the great emperors, Xianxia had been sleeping in the flowing time temple until the recent opening of the Four Seasons realm. In the following years, the experts of the southern territory were on tenterhooks. They were afraid that Xianxia would do something evil. However, to everyone's surprise, there was no news of Xianxia after that, and his whereabouts were unknown. As time passed, everyone's attention on Xianxia gradually decreased. Because Hua Yulu had experienced the power of Yang Kai several times, and this time she was going to explore the ancient cave mansion with him, she deliberately inquired about Yang Kai and learned some information about the Four Seasons realm. Thinking back. At that time, she was already in the Emperor realm, and Yang Kai had only just entered the Dao Source realm, but now Yang Kai was on equal footing with her, and she even had to rely on him for her safety. After some comparison, Hua Yulu's mood was inexplicably complicated. I once met a descendant of the Gong family in the Four Seasons realm, and we each obtained a flowing time Great Emperor fruit, Yang Kai replied. Hua Yulu was surprised, "You're so lucky." Yang Kai chuckled, "The world only knows that the flowing time Great Emperor fruit can prolong one's life, but they don't know that there are two kinds of flowing time Great Emperor fruits. One of them can indeed prolong one's life, but the other is poisonous. If eaten accidentally, it will cause the flowing time Great Emperor to age rapidly. The two kinds of flowing time Great Emperor fruits look the same on the surface, but the effects are completely opposite." There's such a thing? Hua Yulu was slightly surprised. Although she was in the Emperor realm, she really didn't understand much about pharmacology, but thinking about how Yang Kai could even refine the extraordinary treasure pill at that time, he must have extraordinary attainments in the alchemy Dao, so he naturally wasn't unfamiliar with the flowing time Great Emperor fruit. He said that he and the descendant of the Gong family each had a chronological fruit, and with his knowledge of pharmacology, he was able to obtain a chronological fruit. With his attainments in pharmacology, he would definitely choose the flowing time Great Emperor fruit that could prolong one's life. In other words, the descendant of the Gong family brought back the poisonous flowing time Great Emperor fruit. Perhaps someone in the Gong family was deeply harmed, but this was unlikely, because even if the people of the Gong family didn't know the power of the flowing time Great Emperor fruit, they would definitely find someone to refine it first. And the alchemy master must have some understanding of the flowing time Great Emperor fruit. If this was the case, the Gong family should know the information about the flowing time Great Emperor fruit like the back of their hand. But what Gong Yu said just now, thinking of this, Hua Yulu was shocked, and immediately understood where the problem was. Of course, this is just my suspicion. This Master Gong seems to have been cultivating in seclusion. Maybe he doesn't know what happened in the Gong family, but it's always right to be careful. Hua Yulu nodded in agreement and stopped talking to Yang Kai, so as not to be found out by others. After cutting off the communication with Hua Yulu, Yang Kai raised his eyes slightly and looked at another person. If his suspicion was right, then there was something wrong with this person, too. It was a moonless night, and the sky was full of stars, shining brightly. But in the southern swamp, this night scene couldn't be appreciated, because the poisonous miasma shrouding the ground covered everything. When it was midnight, everyone suddenly sensed something and opened their eyes at the same time. Shoo! Yang Tai put a finger to his lips, indicating that everyone should be calm. Then he concealed his aura and used the art of concealment. If one didn't look at him with the naked eye, no one would discover his existence. Apparently, Hua Yulu and Wu Kuangyi also knew what was going to happen, so they also concealed themselves like Yang Tai. The others followed suit and retracted their auras. Bubbles appeared in the puddles in the swamp, as if something was going to jump out from the bottom of the swamp. In everyone's perception, there was indeed the aura of life rising from the depths of the swamp. After a short while, a figure of a few feet long suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a strange creature that looked like a crocodile and a lizard. It had 8 claws, a long tail, and 2 big eyes on the top of its head, which were bulging like a toad's. When it crawled, its long tongue moved in and out of its mouth, as if a poisonous snake was looking for its prey. Not only that, but it also exuded an unpleasant smell, which made people want to vomit. This thing was extremely ugly. Even though the 2 women's cultivation was superb, they couldn't help but show a look of disgust. Yang Tai, on the other hand, was looking at it with great interest, as if it was a delicious delicacy. More and more monsters crawled out of the puddles in an endless stream. At first, there were only dozens or hundreds of them, but soon, they covered the sky and covered the earth. None of the people from the Emperor realm present recognized what this thing was. They should be a kind of monster beast, because there were traces of demonic chi on their bodies, but their strength wasn't very strong. At most, they were at the 5th or 6th order, and some of them might not even have condensed a monster core. Any one of them could easily exterminate a large number of such monster beasts. No one knew how they managed to survive in such a harsh environment. Although they had not encountered any danger along the way, they had sensed that there were many ferocious monster beasts hidden beneath the swamp. Their only advantage was their large number. These monsters crawled out of the swamp and headed towards the poisonous barrier in front of them. Rustling sounds could be heard as they climbed, causing goosebumps to rise on everyone's skin. Soon, some of the monsters at the front of the line arrived in front of the poison barrier. Under the close attention of Yang Kai and the others, these monsters stuck out their long tongues and licked them. A shocking scene occurred. The poison barrier, which could even kill a second-order Emperor Realm Master, was swallowed into the stomachs of these monsters. What's more, they were completely fine after swallowing it. They were actually feeding on the poisonous barrier, and the stronger the poison, the more delicious it was for them. A monster could only swallow a small amount of the poisonous barrier, and it would be quickly replenished by the surrounding poisonous barrier. But there were thousands of them, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. As the tongue swallowed, the poisonous barrier in front of them thinned at a visible rate. Even with the rapid replenishment of the surrounding poisonous barrier, it couldn't stop these monsters from swallowing it. More and more monsters moved towards the inside of the poisonous barrier, and wherever they passed, they gradually opened up a safe path for everyone to move forward. Several people who saw this for the first time showed a look of understanding. Only now did they understand what Yang Tai meant during the day. Of all things in the world, there was always a counter to another. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have thought that these 5th or 6th order monster beast could actually swallow the poisonous barrier that even the Emperor realm couldn't resist? And from what Yang Tai said before, these monster beasts didn't seem to move out every night. It seemed that they would only move at certain times, otherwise, Yang Tai wouldn't have said that everyone was just in time. It was a miracle that the ancient cave mansion could be found, and there were all kinds of coincidences. But if it weren't for that, the ancient cave mansion wouldn't have been left behind until now. If it was so easy to find, it would have been found by others long ago. Although the night was dark and there wasn't the slightest bit of light, everyone was strong, and the darkness couldn't hinder their observation. The poisonous barrier in front of them during the day gradually thinned in front of these densely packed monster beasts, and they gradually moved deeper into the swamp. But since Yang Tai didn't move, the others didn't dare to move either, and they all waited quietly. After waiting for about 2 hours, seeing that the sky was about to brighten, Yang Tai suddenly shouted, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to circulate his emperor's chi and fly forward, following the passage opened by the monster beast. Gong Yu and Shen Bingru, who were already prepared, immediately followed. Wu Kuangyi and Fang Zhuo were in a better position and were the second group to rush in, less than 100 feet away from Yang Tai. Kai Yang and Hua Yulu fell behind again. Kai Yang gave her a push, allowing her to walk in front. This action warmed Hua Yulu's heart and increased her sense of security. As soon as the 7 of them moved, they immediately alarmed the monster beast that was swallowing the poisonous barrier. They changed their previous quiet disguise and let out sharp cries that reached everyone's ears. It was like metal rubbing against metal, scratching people's hearts. Not only that, but some demonic beasts also leaped up from the ground, their tongues sticking out as they rolled towards the group. From the looks of it, they seemed to want to drag the group down. Chapter 29:12. The group of people from the Emperor realm didn't take the level 5 or level 6 monster beasts seriously. They killed a large number of them in an instant. The monster beast's body exploded one by one, turning into blood that flowed into the swamp. Not only did this not scare off their remaining companions, but it also stimulated their ferocity. More and more monster beast pounced from the ground. The sharp screeches didn't stop for a moment. At some point, these chaotic screeches suddenly became unified. Thousands of screeches converged into a sound wave, forming a visible shockwave that shrouded the 7 people. Yang Tai, who was the leader, shouted as if he was facing a great enemy, "Run!" Hua Yulu and Wu Kuangyi's expressions also became more serious. Just as the others were puzzled, a strange scene appeared. After the sharp screeches resonated, the auras of the monster beast from the swamp began to be closely connected. From level 5 or 6, they quickly climbed to level 7, level 8, or even higher. Yang Kai casually launched an attack and glanced down. He immediately saw a scene that made him click his tongue in amazement. He saw that the overwhelming monster beast was gradually fusing together. It was as if they were originally disassembled parts of a huge monster, and now they had some kind of opportunity to reassemble. A monster that was more than 100 feet long suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. This monster had 2 horns on its head, covered in scales, and 8 claws. It looked like a flood dragon, but not a flood dragon. Its appearance was extremely strange. At this moment, it was no longer level 5 or 6. It was emitting the aura of a level 10 monster beast. More and bigger monsters circled below and chased after them. Yang Kai felt the aura of several level 12 monster beasts. Level 11 and level 10 beasts were everywhere. Those level 5 or 6 monster beasts that the Emperor realm didn't take seriously. They had the strange ability to fuse with each other and grow stronger. Moreover, the speed of their melting was beyond imagination. To be able to survive in such an environment, these monster beasts really couldn't be taken lightly. With a rumble, these huge monsters swam on the ground and chased after them. They raised their heads high and opened their mouths to bite at the people in the sky. An unpleasant stench came out of their huge mouths. After missing their attack, they actually spat out colorful balls of light from their mouths. Yang Kai saw clearly that those balls of light were the poisonous miasma that they had swallowed before. Yang Kai could even face a level 12 monster beast calmly, but he couldn't ignore the powerful poisonous miasma. The faces of the other 6 also changed greatly as they summoned their artifacts to protect themselves. Compared to the Emperor realm, the flying great ink dragon armor, although it was an Emperor artifact, it was mainly used to cover after dragonization. Yang Kai's left with no choice, he could only circulate his Emperor Qi to form a protective barrier around himself. The poisonous miasma flew over, and most of them were scattered by the combined efforts of the group. A few of them hit the group's artifacts and disappeared, but the strength of the poisonous miasma still made their scalps numb. Several Emperor artifacts flickered after blocking the poisonous miasma. Obviously, their spirituality had been damaged. The Emperor Qi that Yang Kai maintained outside his body was also corroded. He had no choice but to continue urging his energy to maintain his protection. He looked quite pitiful. The group fled, not wanting to be entangled with these monsters. It seemed like a long time, but also like a moment. When the group rushed into a dry land, the poisonous miasma around them was swept away. The monster beast that had been chasing them suddenly stopped, as if there was something in front of them that made them afraid. They kept wandering around the edge of the poisonous miasma, staring at the group with their huge eyes. "It's good that we're here," Yang Tai said with a smile, obviously relieved. Pointing at the monster beast, he said, "Those things won't chase us." "I don't know why." The monster beast that gathered at the edge of the poisonous miasma only stayed alert for a while before collapsing and turning back into 5th or 6th order monsters. They then wandered back to where they came from and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone was looking at the place where they were. This was a dry land. It was extremely unusual for such a place to appear in the southern swamp, because the southern swamp was full of potholes. This land was like an isolated island in the vast sea. The island was not large, only about a few dozen miles in radius. It was surrounded by poisonous miasma that made even the Emperor realm a void. If the group had not entered through the path opened by the monster beast, they would not have had the chance to come here. Yang Tai's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "The ancient cave mansion is here." Although his expression was serious, there was a trace of unconcealable fanaticism in his eyes. Wu Kuangyi's expression was also slightly excited. "Last time, Brother Yang, Palace Master Hua, and I obtained some benefits from it, but we were blocked by a restriction array. This time, we have more people, and with the help of old Master Gong, it shouldn't be a problem to break the restriction array." Gong Yu smiled modestly, "This old man will do his best." "Thank you, old Master Gong." Wu Kuangyi cupped his fists and said, "I want to remind everyone that when we enter the ancient cave mansion, don't touch anything, and don't wander around. We will follow old Master Gong. There are still many remaining restrictions in the cave mansion. Although they have been there for a long time, they are still very powerful. If you accidentally touch them, it may cause unnecessary consequences." When he said this, he glanced at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally, as if he was deliberately saying it for him to hear. Yang Kai's absent-minded look made Wu Kuangyi's face a little ugly. Okay, we are not children, and we know what to do. Let's go." Yang Tai greeted everyone with a smile and led the team to the ancient cave mansion. The order of the team did not change. Yang Kai and Hua Yulu were still at the back. "Brother Yang, if there are any treasures, we will take them if we can. If we can't, we won't force you. Just treat it as an eye-opener." Hua Yulu secretly transmitted her voice to him. Yang Kai subconsciously replied, a little absent-minded. This made Hua Yulu worried. No one knew if there were any dangers behind the restriction array. If there were, Yang Kai's current state would not bode well for him. She wanted to remind him, but it was not appropriate for her to do so, so she could only secretly make up her mind to be careful. Yang Kai was indeed a little absent-minded. Since setting foot on this island, he had a very strange feeling, as if something was contacting him somewhere on this island, but when he tried to investigate it, he found nothing. He could not even find out where the connection came from. This made him puzzled. When Wu Kuangyi, Hua Yulu, and the others spoke to him, he was trying to figure out the situation, so he seemed a little absent-minded. The island was not big, so it only took a moment for everyone to arrive at a stone forest. There were more than a dozen stone pillars of different heights here. The surface of these stone pillars was mottled, and there were traces of erosion left by the flowing time Great Emperor. They seemed to be arranged in a disorderly manner, but if one looked carefully, they would find that there was a reason behind the arrangement of these stone pillars. After looking at them carefully for a while, these stone pillars were even moving slowly. Moreover, they were moving faster and faster, gradually becoming dazzling to the eyes. Anyone could see that there was a big problem with this stone forest. Perhaps in ancient times, this was an extremely hidden entrance. Even if an expert comparable to the Emperor realm passed by here, they would not be able to discover anything. However, the outermost restriction had been in disrepair for many years, so its effect had weakened greatly, revealing many traces. "Follow me." Yang Tai took the lead, and after calling out to everyone, he walked directly to the center of the stone forest. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he seemed to pass through an invisible wall, and after passing through the stone forest, he mysteriously disappeared. "Interesting, interesting." Gong Yu stroked his long beard and looked on with great interest. His eyes were bright, and it was obvious that he had discovered something, but he did not explain it in detail and just walked forward. A moment later, Gong Yu also disappeared. Fang Zhua and Wu Kuangyi were next. When it was Hua Yulu's turn, she turned back and said, "Brother Yang, you have to follow me." Yang Kai smiled at her, "I will follow you closely." Only then did Hua Yulu feel relieved and walk forward. Finally, it was Yang Kai's turn. When he crossed the invisible boundary, he clearly felt a feeling of crossing through the void. The restriction in the stone forest should have the effect of a transmission array. The first few people to enter were all here, and this place seemed to be a stone cave. The cave was only a few dozen feet in radius, and the air was dry and there was an unpleasant smell, but it was not too unbearable. There was some dim light coming from the walls of the cave. It was a special stone that was used to illuminate the cave. However, the flowing time Great Emperor had been here for too long, and most of these stones had lost their effectiveness. Those that were still functioning were like candles in the wind, and it looked like they could be extinguished at any time. There was nothing else in this stone cave, and it was unknown what this stone cave was used for in ancient times. This was not the place we entered last time. Yang Tai, who was leading the group, looked around for a while and scratched his head with an awkward expression. Wu Kuangyi and Hua Yulu also nodded. When the three of them entered the stone forest last time, they indeed did not enter this stone cave. Gong Yu smiled and said, "The stone forest is the restriction that controls the entrance, and we don't have the method to control it. Even if we enter by chance, we will only enter a random place. We are still inside the cave mansion, so let's walk around and look around. We will find the right way, and maybe we will find something you didn't find last time." Yang Tai's eyes lit up and he nodded, "Brother Gong is right. Let's go." While speaking, he walked out first, and the others followed closely behind. After walking out of the stone cave, there was a deep tunnel in front of them. Just like inside the stone cave, there were some strange stones on the walls for illumination. Although the light was not good, it was better than nothing. Chapter 29:13. A mirror-like artifact suddenly appeared in Yang Tai's hand. It was about the size of a human face, and its function was unknown. Yang Tai formed a series of seals and injected a few strands of Emperor Qi into the mirror. The next moment, the mirror shone brightly and a beam of light shot out from it. The area covered by the beam of light suddenly became clear. This beam of light seemed to have the effect of distinguishing between real and fake. It was obviously a detection artifact. The group of 7 continued forward, occasionally passing by some stone rooms, but they were all empty and did not find anything noteworthy. Moreover, there was not much danger in this ancient cave mansion, so everyone had been extremely safe along the way. However, Yang Tai still could not find the path they had taken last time. Half an hour later, Yang Tai, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped. Seeing him like this, the rest of the group also stopped. "What's wrong?" Wu Kuangyi asked. Yang Tai said, "There seems to be traces of a barrier. Let me take a closer look." As he spoke, he used the mirror in his hand to cover the area in front of them. Wherever the beam of light passed, a faint distortion would appear. It was a little different from normal, but it was not very clear. Yang Tai circulated his Emperor Qi and poured it into the mirror artifact, causing the beam of light to become even brighter. This time, everyone could see more clearly. There were indeed remnants of a barrier in front of them. The barrier, which was originally invisible to the naked eye, was now completely visible under the light of the mirror. They could see with the naked eye that there was a barrier of varying strength in front of them, which seemed to follow some kind of mysterious law and formed a barrier that blocked their path. This barrier was extremely complicated and ancient, obviously from a very long time ago. Wu Kuangyi immediately turned his head to look at Gong Yu. Since they had encountered an ancient barrier blocking their path, it was naturally up to the former patriarch of the Gong family to take action. He was the most knowledgeable about this kind of thing. To everyone's surprise, Gong Yu just smiled slightly and did not say anything. He did not show any signs of taking the initiative to attack. Wu Kuangyi was about to point it out when Yang Tai suddenly said, "This should be just a small barrier. There is no need for Brother Gong to make a move. We will break it together." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped towards the barrier. Everyone was startled and quickly circulated their Emperor Qi, secretly raising their guard. After all, no one knew exactly what this restriction was for. Rashly touching it was extremely likely to cause some dangerous consequences. Yang Tai's actions were undoubtedly somewhat rash. However, Gong Yu didn't say anything to stop him. Then, he felt a little more relieved. With a boom, a layer of light appeared in front of them. Then, several huge heads suddenly rushed out from the light. Those heads were not human heads, but the heads of strange monster beast. There were more than a dozen of them, and they were of unique species. No one could recognize which monster beast these heads belonged to. However, what caused everyone's expression to change greatly was that these heads actually had an extremely ferocious aura within them. As soon as the heads appeared, they opened their bloody mouths and bit at Yang Tai. It was so aggressive that it seemed to be able to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Yang Tai was shocked. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated the power of the ancient barrier. His Emperor Qi surged as he suddenly uttered a very awkward incantation. He raised his hand and pointed forward. A large golden character suddenly flew out from between his fingers. It was condensed from his Emperor Qi. It flashed and disappeared so quickly that no one could see what it was. Only Yang Kai's expression brightened, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Although the divine technique that Yang Tai displayed was like a flash in the pan, Yang Kai was able to see some clues. That large character was clearly an extremely ancient script. He had seen it before in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World when his soul was wandering in the Wizard Temple. Ancient humans condensed their power into this script, which had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. This was a script that was even more ancient than the existence of the wizard. The Wizard Temple had recorded it clearly. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that Hua Yulu had said that Yang Tai had learned a secret technique in this ancient cave mansion. However, she did not know what that secret technique was or what its power was. Now, it seemed that the secret technique that Yang Tai had learned was this. This was indeed an extremely powerful secret technique. Yang Tai's cultivation was only at the first-order Emperor realm, but the power of his finger was actually at the level of a second-order Emperor realm master. It seemed that in this life-and-death crisis, he could not think too much and could only use his most powerful attack to protect himself. It seemed that this cave mansion had existed for even longer than the world that Yang Kai had experienced in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World. No wonder there were ancient exotic treasures here. At the same time, the remaining people also made their moves. In an instant, the power of various Emperor secret techniques and artifacts fluctuated in this narrow corridor, causing the world energy to tremble. Then, a scene that surprised everyone appeared. The heads that flew out of the light barrier seemed to be aggressive, but in the end, they were all bark and no bite. As soon as they came into contact with Yang Tai's secret technique, they all collapsed. Many of the heads disintegrated as soon as they rushed out of the light barrier, not playing any role at all. With a series of rumbling sounds, everyone's attacks hit the light barrier in front of them. The light barrier only shook for a moment before bursting like a bubble. Heavy breathing could be heard in the corridor, and everyone inexplicably felt like they had just survived a disaster. Heh, this barrier really has been in disrepair for a long time. Yang Tai was the first to speak, his expression slightly embarrassed. Everyone clearly saw the situation just now. Indeed, the barrier had been in disrepair for a long time. After being activated, it could not continue and collapsed. Otherwise, the attacks of the heads that rushed out would have been enough to make everyone panic for a while, not to mention the fact that the light barrier had been broken in just one blow. Brother Gong should have seen through it long ago, right? Yang Tai looked at Gong Yu. You should have reminded me so that this Yang wouldn't have made a fool of himself. Although he was complaining, he didn't have much of a complaint. Gong Yu just smiled and didn't answer, appearing somewhat unfathomable. Wu Kuangyi frowned slightly, obviously annoyed that Yang Tai had acted on his own initiative and made everyone worried for no reason. However, it was just a false alarm, so he didn't say anything. With this encounter, everyone became more vigilant. Although the first barrier they encountered didn't display much power because it had been in disrepair for a long time, who could guarantee that the barriers here would be the same? Yang Tai, who was leading the group, didn't dare to act rashly. Step by step, they walked steadily. There were indeed some barriers on the way, but after everyone took turns to test them, they found that these barriers were the same as the first barrier they encountered. Because the flowing time Great Emperor had been in use for too long, they couldn't display much power. At most, they would only be a flash in the pan. Most of them didn't respond at all. Even so, everyone was still shocked. Because these barriers gave off a very strong feeling, no one could imagine how powerful they could be if they were intact, and how powerful the person who arranged these barriers was. 2 hours later, Yang Tai suddenly showed a joyful expression. Looking around, he said excitedly, "We found the way." Wu Kuangyi and Huayulu glanced at each other and smiled. They had finally found the path they had taken the last time, and as long as they followed it back, they wouldn't encounter any danger. Then, they arrived in front of the barrier that blocked their way. Everyone was very curious about what was hidden behind the spirit array. Although they had found the old path, Yang Tai still didn't relax his vigilance, and the light from the mirror in his hand continued to shine as he led the way. Another 2 hours passed. Everyone suddenly came to a huge stone cave that covered an area of several acres. Accustomed to walking in narrow corridors, everyone couldn't help but feel like there was a light at the end of the tunnel. The grotto was also empty. There were only a few sharp stone pillars scattered around, some standing upright and some hanging upside down. There were all kinds of strange things in the grotto, like a myriad of things in the world. A thick gate attracted everyone's attention. This door was several feet tall and was embedded in a certain part of the cave wall, seamlessly connecting with the cave wall. Everyone looked at the gate with burning eyes, as if there was some precious treasure hidden behind it. Yang Kai had seen this gate in the information picture given to him by Huayulu, but seeing it in the picture and seeing it in person were two different things. Seeing it with his own eyes, Yang Kai only felt that this gate gave off an extremely gloomy feeling, as if something bad was stirring behind it. The gate was red, as if it was poured with blood. Even after experiencing the endless flowing time Great Emperor, it still looked as fresh as new. Many extremely complicated patterns were engraved on the gate, giving off a mysterious aura. It was these patterns that formed an ancient spirit array that sealed the gate, preventing people from peeping into the world inside. A group of 7 people stood in front of the gate with different expressions. Yang Tai's expression had an indescribable fanaticism, and for some reason, he was so excited that his lips were trembling. Although Wu Kuangyi and Huayulu were excited, they were more curious about what benefits were hidden behind the gate. Feng Zhuo's expression was as indifferent as ever, while Gong Yu narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. Shen Bingru suddenly said, "Can't this barrier be broken?" Wu Kuangyi shook his head and said, "Last time, the 3 of us were unable to break it. If Lady Shen is interested, you can give it a try." Shen Bingru said softly, "No need." Although she was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, stronger than Hua Yulu and the others. She didn't want to waste her time on something that even the three of them couldn't do. "Brother Gong, I'll leave everything to you." Yang Tai suddenly turned his head with an indescribably dignified expression, as if he was entrusting Gong Yu with a matter of life and death. Gong Yu smiled and said, "I'll do my best. Everyone can take a rest while I study it carefully." "Good." Yang Tai nodded and turned around. "Everyone, take a rest. You may need our help later." Yang Kai smiled and said, "With old Patriarch Gong here, why should we add to the trouble?" Yang Tai said, "That's hard to say. Maybe there will be a time when we will be needed." "That's true." Yang Kai smiled and didn't say anything more. He signaled Hua Yulu with his eyes and the two walked to the side and sat down to rest. Chapter 29:14. Inside the grotto, Gong Yu was busy, standing in front of the blood-red gate, constantly gesturing something, his expression changing from time to time. Everyone else was meditating, but Yang Tai seemed to be a little restless, walking back and forth, turning his head from time to look at the blood-red gate, but he didn't dare to disturb them, so he seemed very anxious. Wu Kuangyi asked him to sit down, but Yang Tai declined with a smile. "Brother Yang, is there anything wrong?" Hua Yulu asked in a low voice. Yang Kai didn't open his eyes, and replied, "Wait and see." So far, he hadn't found anything suspicious, except for his suspicion of Gong Yu's identity, but that was only a suspicion, and he couldn't be sure, so he couldn't give Hua Yulu a definite answer. Whether this suspicion would become a reality or not, it would depend on Gong Yu's performance. While resting, he immersed his mind into the jade slip given to him by the South Gate Army, once again checking its contents, and memorizing some key points. Half a day later, Gong Yu suddenly took a few steps back, staring at the blood-red gate, and a smile appeared on his face, and he called out, "Everyone, please come here." Everyone heard this, and they all got up and walked over. Yang Tai couldn't wait to come in front of Gong Yu, and asked anxiously, "Brother Gong, do you have any idea?" Gong Yu smiled and stroked his beard, a little. Good, 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 good." Yang Tai was so excited that his face flushed. "But if we want to break the array, we will need your help." As soon as he said this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, and his eyes narrowed slightly, the suspicion in his heart growing stronger. Wu Kuangyi asked, "What does old Master Gong need us to do?" "We are not proficient in the array Dao, and only Brother Fong knows a little about it." Gong Yu smiled, "You don't need to be proficient, you just need to cooperate, but the premise is that you must trust this old man unconditionally." Everyone looked at each other. Yang Tai did not know to what extent the trust he was talking about was. He said, "Since we have invited Brother Gong to help us, we will naturally trust you." "That's good." Gong Yu smiled and said, "I will teach everyone a set of techniques. Once we are familiar with each other, we can join forces to set up the formation. Once this formation is set up, we can break this ancient restriction. Then what are you waiting for?" "I'll have to trouble Brother Gong to teach me," Yang Tai said anxiously. Gong Yu smiled and beckoned everyone forward. He took out a few blank jade slips and imprinted their contents with his divine sense before handing them out one by one. Yang Kai took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. After thoroughly understanding the contents of the jade slip, he sighed in his heart. Although he didn't know what the other people's jade slips contained, he thought that it should be different from his own. If they worked together to set up a formation, everyone had to be responsible for different things. At this time, a central hub was needed to coordinate everyone's strength and merge them into one. And this central hub would undoubtedly be Gong Yu. The central hub controlled the most exquisite part of the formation. As the central hub of the formation, once the formation was set up, he would be able to control the others to a certain extent. Although he wouldn't be able to control their lives, this kind of control wasn't something that the Emperor realm could easily accept. That was why he said that he wanted everyone to trust him unconditionally. If there was no trust, they wouldn't be able to work together to set up the formation. Yang Kai didn't look at the contents of the jade slip in detail because he had already seen it. The jade slip that the South Gate army gave him had records of this. That day, he had asked Bian Yuqing to bring the information about the ancient restriction formation back to the High Heaven Palace so that the South Gate army could carefully research a plan to break the formation. The South Gate army lived up to their reputation as formation emperors. In just over a month, they came up with 3 plans. One of them was to use the formation to break the formation, just like what Gong Yu was doing at the moment. However, if they really did that, they would fall into someone else's trap. This was because using the formation to break the formation was only the beginning. If they wanted to completely break the ancient restriction on the blood-colored gate, they would need another method, an extremely evil method. Yang Kai originally planned to use the plan that the South Gate army came up with to help Hua Yulu and the others break the formation. Then, he would explore to see if there was anything good inside. However, he didn't expect Gong Yu to appear halfway. With such a formation grandmaster in the team. Of course, there was no need for him to show his face. However, Gong Yu's actions made him suspicious. If he had only suspected Gong Yu's identity before, he could now conclude that there was something wrong with Gong Yu and Yang Tai. As for the other person, Yang Kai wasn't sure yet. He raised his head and glanced at Yang Tai. He saw that Yang Tai had a focused expression. He seemed to be checking the contents of the jade slip in his hand, but in fact, he was silently communicating with someone with his divine sense. Kai Yang's heart immediately understood. As if sensing his gaze, Gong Yu suddenly raised his head and looked at him with a smile. "Little brother Yang, do you have any other questions?" "Yes." Yang Kai's voice was surprisingly loud, echoing back and forth in the rock cave, interrupting everyone's attention, causing Wu Kuangyi and the others to furrow their brows and reveal displeased looks. Gong Yu said, "I wonder what little brother Yang doesn't understand. Perhaps this old master can explain a thing or two. There is only one question." Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes, narrowed his eyes, and slowly asked, "Who are you?" The smile on Gong Yu's face stiffened slightly, and the others from the Emperor realm who were alarmed by him also raised their heads in surprise. They didn't have time to check the contents of the jade slip, and their faces were full of astonishment. After being stunned for a moment, Hua Yulu immediately moved closer to Yang Kai, as if she was looking for a sense of security. The rock cave was silent for a long time, and only Yang Kai's aggressive eyes could be heard. They were like 2 knives that wanted to cut open Gong Yu's mind and expose the secrets hidden in it. "What do you mean?" The first one to ask was not Gong Yu, but Wu Kuangyi. He seemed to be more impatient, and if he had a question in his heart, he would ask it immediately. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable. "Literally." Yang Kai replied lightly. Wu Kuangyi frowned and was secretly annoyed by Yang Kai's attitude. However, Yang Kai's answer was not wrong, but he was a little surprised. "Little brother, what enmity do you have with me? Or is there a grudge between you and my Gong family?" Gong Yu asked, the indifferent smile returning to his face. "There is no enmity between us." Yang Kai shook his head. Gong Yu smiled and said, "If there is no enmity between us, then why does little brother question my identity again and again?" When Gong Yu had just arrived, Yang Kai had questioned him once. In the end, it was Fang Zhuo who verified Gong Yu's attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, which confirmed his identity as the former patriarch of the Gong family. Now, it was the second time, and even a clay figurine had a temper. As the former patriarch of the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family and a second-order Emperor Realm Master, Gong Yu did not get angry when he was questioned like this, which was enough to show his temperament. If it had been someone with a slightly more violent temper, they would have immediately attacked Yang Kai. This old master is this old master, the former patriarch of the Gong family, Gong Yu who stepped down 200 years ago. Gong Yu's voice suddenly became a little louder, and even his figure became a lot straighter. His words were powerful and resonating. "Brother Yang Kai, don't make trouble. This old master can guarantee with his life that there is no problem with Brother Gong's identity. Yang Tai jumped out to mediate the situation, but there seemed to be a wisp of worry hidden between his brows, and it was extremely obvious. He urged, "Now isn't the time to be entangled in this. Let's think of a way to break this ancient restriction first before we talk about anything else. If we can't solve the problem and work together, how can we break this spirit array?" Yang Kai turned his head and asked. "You?" A trace of anger appeared on Yang Tai's face as he clearly blamed Yang Kai. "Brother Yang is right," Shenbing Ru, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Yang Tai turned his head to look at her and said in surprise, "Madam Shen, you are also." Shenbing Ru was a helper he had invited, and the two of them had a close relationship in private. He had not expected that Shenbing Ru would stand on Yang Kai's side at this time, making him feel inexplicably distressed. Shenbing Ru smiled and said, "Brother Yang, please calm your anger. We have cultivated to this realm and have faced many obstacles along the way. Every time we encounter danger, we have to be extremely careful, as if we are treading on thin ice. If we weren't careful, I'm afraid we would have already returned to the earth like all living beings. So, I want to hear what little brother Yang means and what he wants to say." Her beautiful eyes looked towards Kai Yang, her pair of big bright eyes seemed to be able to speak. Kai Yang nodded his head in greeting. It wasn't that she trusted Yang Kai, but since there was a problem, she naturally wanted to hear it. In any case, it wouldn't take too much time. Wu Kuangyi hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. "What are you suspecting? Let us all hear it." Yang Kai said, "I've already said it." Gong Yu sighed, "Your suspicions are without any reason." Yang Tai looked at Hua Yulu with bitter hatred and said, "Palace Master Hua, is this the helper you found? If he didn't want to help, he didn't have to come. Why did he have to destroy the unity and stability between us? Now, the spirit array hasn't been broken yet, but we have an internal problem, all because of a single sentence of nonsense." Hua Yulu blushed slightly and said, "I believe. Brother Yang." Yang Tai's face darkened as he angrily said to Yang Kai, "Boy, if you don't want to participate in breaking the spirit array, you can leave now. You are also from the Emperor realm, so you should remember where you came from. Just return, this old master won't force you." Yang Kai smiled faintly, "If I leave, how will this spirit array be formed?" Yang Tai snorted, "As long as Brother Gong is here, so what if you're one less? Brother Gong can break the spirit array alone." Yang Kai turned to look at Gong Yu and said with a smile, "Then you should ask Patriarch Gong whether he can form the six-direction Supreme Spirit Array with 5 people assisting him." As soon as this statement came out, Gong Yi was slightly startled. Fang Zhua, who had not spoken yet, raised his eyes to look at Yang Kai with a look of astonishment on his face. Yang Tai's mouth was wide open as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze. The rest of the group immediately understood that Yang Kai wasn't wrong. Chapter 29:15. The spirit array Gong Yu was going to set up was called the Six-Direction Supreme Formation, but no one knew about it before Yang Kai told them about it. The jade slip Gong Yu gave them only contained the method to set up the spirit array and did not explain much. Everyone only needed to circulate their power according to the method and cooperate with others, so it did not seem too complicated. Everyone believed that the jade slip Yang Kai received should be the same. So the question was, how did he know the name of the Six-Direction Supreme Formation? Moreover, from what he said, it seemed that this spirit array required the assistance of 6 people to set up, and not a single one could be missing. Everyone turned to look at Gong Yu in unison, only to see him frowning and looking very surprised. Brother Yang is also proficient in spirit arrays? Fang Zhuo looked at Yang Kai with interest and felt that this guy was really hiding his strength. He had done some research on spirit arrays himself, otherwise, he would not have been invited by Wu Kuangyi. If not for Gong Yu, he would be the one with the deepest attainments in spirit arrays among everyone present, and they would have to rely on his ability to break this ancient spirit array. However, even he did not know anything about the Six Directions Supreme formation. This formation was obviously an extremely ancient and obscure formation. He did not expect Yang Jiao to be able to see through it with a single glance. This made him secretly admire Yang Jiao. However, to his surprise, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I don't know. I just happen to know about this Six Directions Supreme formation." He was only proficient in one spirit array, which was teleportation arrays. This was all thanks to Yang Yan's careful guidance and his mastery of the Tao of space, otherwise he would have been completely ignorant of the Tao of spirit arrays. Feng Zhuo did not say anything after hearing this, only thinking that Yang Kai was being modest. It was impossible for someone who knew about such an obscure spirit array to not know anything about spirit arrays. Am I right, family head Gong? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Gong Yu. Gong Yu's smile disappeared and he nodded in a deep voice. Yes, this old master is indeed going to set up the Six Directions Supreme formation. Although he had already guessed it. However, when they heard Gong Yu admit it himself, they were still shocked. But what does this have to do with this old man's identity? Gong Yu questioned. This old man is still this old man. Little brother, are you mistaken? Shen Bingru nodded, that's right. Brother Yang, what does this Six Directions formation have to do with the identity of the Gong family master? Although I don't know much about the Tao of formations, from the records in the Jade Slip, this Six Directions unique formation is extensive and profound. It's rare that old Master Gong could explain it so simply and clearly. For someone like me to be able to learn it so quickly, that's not something an ordinary person can do. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He thought for a while and said, well, let's just assume that the identity of the old master of the Gong family is not a problem. That's not the point. Then what's the main point? Wu Kuangyi asked. He was rather impatient, but Yang Kai's serious expression made him realize that the situation was not good. Since it was related to his own safety, he had to ask more questions. The Six Directions unique formation, Yang Kai said to the others, but his eyes were fixed on Gong Yu. Everyone has already read the contents in the Jade Slip, so you should have some understanding of the principle and structure of this formation. What I want to tell everyone is that this formation is called the Six Directions unique formation. After we work together to cast the formation, the six of us will turn into six extremes. As the core of the formation, the old master of the Gong family will dominate the core. The longer the formation is maintained, the stronger his control over the six of us will be. Once it reaches a certain limit, he will be able to do whatever he wants. No matter how strong we are, we won't be able to break free from his control. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. They all turned to look at Gong Yu. If what Yang Kai said was true, then Gong Yu's actions were thought-provoking. After the Six Directions unique formation was set up, it could actually control the core of the formation. This was simply unacceptable. Under everyone's gaze, Gong Yu said calmly, that's why this old man said before that I want everyone to trust me unconditionally. Only in this way can we combine all of our strength to break the formation. Yang Kai snorted, the Six Directions unique formation is not the method to break the formation, but another method. You want us to wait for a blood sacrifice, don't you? Blood sacrifice? Wu Kuangyi was shocked. Although he was only listening to Yang Kai's words, cold sweat still broke out on his back. Yang Kai said with a sinister smile, Brother Wu, I'm afraid you don't know that breaking this ancient formation is both easy and difficult. In fact, all you need to do is to release more blood. You didn't try this method when you came here last time, did you? Release blood? Wu Kuangyi's face turned pale, and he asked in shock, how much blood do we need to release? Who knows? Maybe it's enough to release all of our blood. Yang Kai shrugged, as if he was talking about something unrelated to him. Blood sacrifice was not the only way to break the formation, but it was the simplest method. Moreover, the blood of an ordinary cultivator was not enough. The stronger the cultivator, the better the effect. The blood of several cultivators from the Emperor realm was definitely enough. Wu Kuangyi turned his head to look at Gong Yu and asked in disbelief, "Old Patriarch Gong, is he right?" Fang Zhua and Shen Bingru also looked at him with inquiring eyes. As for Hua Yulu, she naturally stood on Yang Kai's side and believed him without a doubt. Among everyone present, only she knew Yang Kai's true identity. As an elder of the Azure Sun Temple, she believed that Yang Kai would not harm her. This had nothing to do with her understanding of Yang Kai, but the prestige of the Azure Sun Temple. It was also at this time that everyone understood why Yang Kai suspected Gong Yu's identity. If Gong Yu was really the former patriarch of the Gong family, there was no reason for him to be so cruel. The Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley was still a famous family, and it would not benefit the Gong family if it was destroyed. They secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, Yang Kai had some understanding of the Six Directions' unique formation. Otherwise, they would have been cheated. However, on second thought, how did Yang Kai know that the blood sacrifice could break the formation? He just said that he did not know anything about formations, but when he talked about the Six Directions' unique formation, his words were full of contradictions. It turns out that little brother Yang is also a kindred spirit. My apologies. Gong Yu looked at Yang Kai with a faint smile. There was a trace of surprise between his eyebrows, but there was no panic. Yang Kai saw this expression and felt that something was wrong. He felt that he had missed something. Patriarch Gong, is what he said true? Wu Kuangyi's eyes widened. Do you really want us to use the blood sacrifice to break the formation? Gong Yu smiled slightly. Yes, I do. As soon as he finished speaking, a cracking sound was heard from Gong Yu's body, as if something had broken. At the same time, Yang Kai's expression changed. He finally realized what he had missed. He quickly threw out the jade slip in his hand and was about to warn the others, but it was too late. With a few cracking sounds, the jade slips in everyone's hands exploded one after another, each turning into a stream of light that surrounded everyone. Everyone present was from the Emperor realm, so their reaction was very fast. The moment the jade slips exploded, they all made a counterattack. However, Gong Pei's actions were even faster than his opponents. He raised his hand and shot out two black lights. One turned into a black curtain and shrouded Wu Kuangyi and the others, while the other flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly retreated to avoid it. However, he found that the more he retreated, the closer the black light got to him. He was caught off guard by the black light, and his vision suddenly changed. When he came back to his senses, he heard the sound of waves. The waves rose and fell around him. There were no clouds in the sky, and the scorching sun was shining brightly. He had arrived above a vast sea. He couldn't distinguish between north and south, up and down, east and west. The sky was high and the sea was wide. Array plate. Yang Kai's face suddenly became gloomy. This place was an illusion, Yang Kai was certain of that, but to be able to arrange such a large-scale and realistic illusion array in an instant, even Gong Gui didn't have such ability, so the only explanation was an array plate. This kind of illusion was sealed in the array plate. When it was needed, it could be used directly. It was convenient and fast. The only disadvantage was that it couldn't be compared to an illusion that was set up with real effort, and its power was weaker. However, this illusion array plate set up by Gong Yu was of a very high level. It could trap Yang Kai for a while, especially since Yang Kai's divine soul hadn't recovered yet, so his strength was greatly reduced. However, he believed that as long as he had enough time, he should be able to find the flaw of this illusion array. The jade slips that recorded the information of the Six Directions Supreme Formation were obviously also array plates. Gong Yu was indeed an old fox. He obviously had a trick up his sleeve. Even if Yang Kai exposed his scheme, he still had the ability to subdue the others in an instant. Only Yang Kai woke up early and threw out the jade slips. However, he still couldn't avoid the fate of being trapped. Now, Huayulu and the others must have fallen into Gong Yu's array. As an array grandmaster and a second-order Emperor Realm Master, Gong Yu's array was definitely comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. In other words, even if Huayulu and the others joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Yang Kai had to hurry over to help them. However, he obviously didn't have the chance. Above the sea, a figure flashed and Yang Tai appeared. He stared coldly at Yang Kai, no longer looking as amiable as before. It was as if he had a grudge against Yang Kai for killing his father and stealing his wife. His eyes were filled with hatred. You really are an accomplice. Yang Kai looked at Yang Tai and coldly snorted. At the same time, he quietly searched for a flaw in this illusion array. Gong Yu was found by Yang Tai. Since Yang Kai suspected Gong Yu, Yang Tai was naturally one of his suspects. Now that he saw Yang Tai easily enter this illusion array, his previous suspicions immediately became reality. Accomplice? Yang Tai sneered, just think of me as an accomplice. Originally, I was most wary of that Feng Shui, but I didn't expect you to be the one who ruined everything. I underestimated you. Yang Kai's face was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water. After thinking for a while, he asked, is Gong Yu really the previous patriarch of the Gong family? Although he had suspected Gong Yu's identity twice before, after being trapped in this illusion array, he realized that his suspicions were wrong. Gong Yu was probably the real deal. Only someone from the Gong family could carry so many array plates with them and arrange such a profound illusion array. Chapter 29:16. Yang Kai hadn't expected that the former patriarch of the Gong family would be so vicious as to disregard the family's reputation for the sake of an ancient cave mansion. Of course Brother Gong is real. I don't know why you suspect him. Yang Tai looked at Yang Kai mockingly, as if mocking him for thinking himself clever. Yang Kai sighed, in any case, you and Gong Yu are in cahoots. I'm not wrong about that. Yang Kai had also made a mistake. He thought that Feng Shui was also in cahoots with them because Feng Shui had lost too quickly in the competition of spirit arrays. It was that comparison that allowed everyone to confirm Gong Yu's identity. Yang Kai thought that it was just an act, so even Feng Shui was suspicious. Only now did he know that Gong Yu was the real deal and had the strength to crush Feng Shui in spirit arrays. Are you looking for a flaw in this spirit array? Yang Tai was also a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and he was old and experienced, so it was impossible for him to not notice Yang Kai's intentions. However, he looked fearless and didn't rush to stop Yang Kai's actions. Instead, he smiled mockingly, then you'll have to look for it carefully. Brother Gong's spirit array doesn't have many flaws. Yang Kai turned his head abruptly and stared at him, whispering, so that's how it is. Yang Tai laughed, you figured it out? Yang Kai nodded, it's all thanks to your reminder. You are the flaw in this spirit array. The array core is in your body. Yang Tai readily admitted, yes, I entered this spirit array and controlled the array core. It's not difficult to break it. You just have to kill me. He smiled faintly, like a fox who had stolen a chicken, but, do you have the ability to do so? It wasn't that he looked down on Yang Kai. Although their cultivations were similar, he had seen Yang Kai's attack when everyone passed through the poison barrier. It was difficult for him to continue. His aura fluctuated, which confirmed everyone's guess that Yang Kai was injured. Furthermore, he was now the array core of this illusion array, having obtained control of it from Gong Yu. Inside this illusion array, he could display strength far beyond a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Even if Yang Kai could see where the eye of the array was, he didn't have the ability to break it. Why? Yang Kai frowned. What do you mean why? Yang Tai was not in a hurry to make a move. At this moment, he had the absolute advantage. He felt that it would not take much effort to take down Yang Kai, and he could do it at any time. No one knows what's hidden behind that blood-colored door. Maybe there's a treasure, or maybe it's a trap. No one can say for sure what's hidden behind that blood-colored door. You didn't hesitate to murder others for it. Why is that? Yang Tai laughed and shook his head. You don't understand anything. That's why I need to ask. Yang Tai frowned and muttered to himself, there's something very important inside. Very, very important. I have to get it. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. You know what's inside? How could you possibly know? There was an ancient barrier on the blood-colored door. Half a year ago, Yang Tai, Kuang Yi, Huayu Lu, and the others couldn't break the barrier, so they agreed to go out and find help. They would come back half a year later to try again. The barrier had not been broken, so no one knew what was hidden behind the blood-colored door. Killing 4 or 5 people from the Emperor realm for an uncertain result was something that no normal person would consider, but Yang Tai did it and even invited Gong Yu to help him. Yang Tai's muttering clearly showed that he was not completely ignorant of the situation behind the blood-colored door. This was what shocked Yang Kai the most, and what made Yang Kai feel even more uneasy. Yang Tai's current state was not quite right, as if he had gone mad. Where was the demeanor of someone from the Emperor realm? He quietly urged the power of his divine soul, and a golden light flashed in his left eye. The power of his divine soul rushed out of his mind, and he shouted in a low voice, "Tell me, what's inside?" Inside. Yang Tai blurted out, but just as he said a few words, his face suddenly changed. At the same time, Yang Kai groaned, and his face turned pale. His divine soul had not recovered yet. Yang Kai forcibly urged the power of his divine soul again. If Yang Tai had not resisted, it would not have been a big problem, but Yang Tai immediately counterattacked and injured Yang Kai again. How dare you mislead me? Yang Tai's face suddenly twisted, and he flew into a rage. He did not want to waste any more time with Yang Kai. He opened his arms, and the sea behind him surged up into the sky, converging into a lifelike water dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed toward Yang Kai. The dragon's roar reverberated in all directions, shaking the world. A huge dragon's body grew out of the sea, connecting the sky and the earth. It opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to swallow Yang Kai whole. Cold sweat slid down Yang Kai's forehead. Although he knew that all this was the power of the illusory array, he did not dare to take it head-on. He was not in a good state now, and any negligence could lead to irreparable misfortune. So in the face of such a terrifying attack, Yang Kai's first reaction was to dodge. His figure swayed, and he flashed several dozen meters away from where he was standing, but before he could stand firm, the sea under his feet began to swirl violently, and in the blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared, from which a water dragon rushed out. Yang Tai sneered, "Boy, give up, you are not this old master's match." Even without relying on the power of this spirit array, Yang Tai was confident that he could defeat Yang Kai, but it would take a little more effort. Now that he had entered the illusory array and was able to control its power, Yang Kai was even less likely to be his opponent. While controlling the 2 water dragons to chase after Yang Kai, Yang Tai's mouth did not remain idle. "Although I will need a blood sacrifice, I won't necessarily take your lives. You just need to help this old master open the ancient spirit array. If you cooperate now, this old master can spare your life, but if you are caught by this old master, humph." He did not say what the consequences would be, but the threat was obvious. How could Yang Kai believe him? Without saying a word, he dodged the attacks of the 2 water dragons. He was surrounded by danger several times and gradually approached Yang Tai. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yang Tai's persuasion did not get a response, so he was in a bad mood. With a raise of his hand, 2 more water dragons emerged from the sea and chased after Yang Kai. Yang Kai's situation became even worse. He was like a dilapidated thatched hut in a storm that could collapse at any time. But every time, he was able to avoid the water dragon's attacks at the most critical moment, which made Yang Tai roar in anger. Yang Tai had completely lost the demeanor of the Emperor realm. Since seeing the blood-red door, Yang Kai had noticed that something was wrong with him. He was more fanatical than usual, and his mood swings were greater than usual. It was just that he had hidden it before, so it was not obvious, but after entering this illusory array and fighting Yang Kai, it became extremely obvious. The 4 water dragons turned into 6, then 8, then 10. When the number of water dragons on the surface of the sea reached 15, Yang Tai's clothes began to flutter even though there was no wind, and the emperor chi around his body began to boil like boiling water. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Yang Kai's figure, like a volcano that could erupt at any moment, filled with immense anger. Yang Tai could not help but be angry. He thought that with his own ability and the power of the spirit array, he could defeat Yang Kai as easily as crushing a conch, but in fact, no matter how dangerous Yang Kai's situation seemed, he was always able to escape at the critical moment. The gap between his imagination and reality made Yang Tai unable to accept it, and his anger rose steadily. This anger reached its peak after he summoned the 15 water dragons. He carefully controlled the water dragons and chased after Yang Kai for a while, finally trapping him somewhere in the sea with no room to escape. With a roar, the huge water dragons shook their heads and swayed their tails as they rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Tai sneered, "Boy, you should be glad that you are still useful. This old master will not kill you now, but after this, I will let you taste something more painful than death." Yang Kai stood above the sea, watching the 15 water dragons crash towards him, as if he had accepted his fate and did not try to avoid them like before, but there was not much panic on his face either. Violent auras rushed from all directions, and before the attacks even arrived, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, the 15 water dragons seemed to have cramps. They wriggled a few times and then burst apart like bubbles. They turned into a shower and drifted down from the sky like pearls falling on a banana leaf, splashing and splashing on the surface of the sea with splashing sounds. Yang Tai was stunned, his expression twisted as he hissed, "What did you do?" He thought that Yang Kai had secretly used some kind of method to break his method of controlling the spirit array without him noticing, but under his perception, he was still the eye of the spirit array, which made him a little confused. Yang Kai grinned, "Although I am not very proficient in spirit arrays, I also know a truth: human strength is sometimes limited, especially for an old man like you." The furious Yang Tai's face became even uglier when he heard this. But Yang Kai's words also made him understand that the water dragons were not broken by Yang Kai's method, but because he had exceeded his own limit, causing the illusion to go out of control. Such a simple matter, he hadn't noticed it until Kai Yang reminded him. He wanted to control the spirit array again, so he decided to be careful this time. After fighting with Yang Kai for a long time, he had more or less figured out what he was capable of. This boy was just a little faster, but there was nothing else worth paying attention to. But Yang Kai no longer gave him a chance. He had been escaping and hiding all the time, waiting for this opportunity. How could Yang Kai not seize it? Yang Tai quickly formed a seal with both hands and an extremely mysterious aura surged out. When this aura swept past him, Yang Tai felt as if he could not even think properly. His thoughts seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everything in the world seemed to have come to a standstill. It was as if time had been disturbed. By the time he reacted again, Yang Kai's low whisper had reached his ears. "Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream." A palm print came down from the sky, and Yang Tai did not wake up until it came close. Before that, he did not even notice that Yang Kai had made a move, as if the memory of that moment had been erased. Chapter 29:17 With the power of this palm, Yang Tai was thrown into the sea, spitting out blood that dyed the blue water red. He paid a heavy price for his carelessness and underestimation of his enemy. The principle of time eroded his old body, and what little vitality he had left was quickly draining away like a deflated balloon. This made him extremely flustered, completely at a loss for what to do. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Yang Kai caught up with him, his body still agile in the sea. He arrived in front of Yang Tai in just a few steps and raised his hand to slap him. The sea water surged as if it was boiling. Although this palm was not the flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal and did not have such great power, it was still not something Yang Tai could take head-on. Yang Tai let out a strange cry as his entire body was smashed into pieces. Yang Kai did not show the slightest joy after his success, instead turning his head to look to the side. Under the sea, a huge catfish with a thick beard was swimming away quickly, escaping several miles in the blink of an eye. It was Yang Tai. At the most critical moment, he had mobilized the power of this illusion array, creating the illusion of being killed in front of Yang Kai, while his body turned into a catfish and escaped. Yang Tai himself definitely did not have this ability, but with the help of the illusion array, he could do as he pleased. 10 miles away, the catfish jumped out of the sea and reappeared the old man's figure. At this moment, Yang Tai was no longer as leisurely as before, but was in an extremely sorry state. A large patch of blood was visible on his chest as he bent over and coughed violently a few times, like a terminally ill patient who would soon die. The flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal was still eroding every inch of his flesh and bones, making him panic and unable to dispel it no matter how hard he tried. Yang Kai also jumped out of the water, panting lightly as he looked at Yang Tai from afar. Yang Tai was injured by him, but his condition was not good. Normally, he could easily kill a guy like Yang Tai, but in his current state, he would need to put in more effort to kill Yang Tai, especially when his opponent had the advantage of time and place. Damn you! You deserve to die. Yang Tai gritted his teeth and cursed, his eyes filled with resentment. Yang Kai raised his hand and sent several crescent blades at him. He followed closely behind the crescent blades and rushed forward. He wasn't too sure about the situation outside, but he knew that the longer he delayed, the worse the situation would become. Since Xia Sheng had entrusted Hua Yulu to him, he had to properly bring her back. Yang Kai could ignore the life and death of others, but he couldn't allow anything to happen to Hua Yulu. He had taken the initiative and was not willing to be beaten again. He wanted to take the initiative in his own hands. The moon blade whistled past. Yang Tai no longer cursed. He could feel the terrifying killing power contained in the moon blade. At the same time, his face changed, and his body melted like water. The moon blade slashed through his body, but it did not cause him any harm. At the same time, Yang Tai also began to activate the power of the array formation. The sea began to roar, raising 100 zhang tall wave. The huge wave transformed into a giant waterman. Yang Tai's facial features and 4 limbs could be faintly seen. The water giant walked on the waves. With every breath it took, it could stir up the tides of the sea, bringing terrifying attacks. Compared to it, Yang Kai, who was rushing forward, was like an ant in front of an elephant. In a flash, Yang Kai and the water giant met. He summoned the myriad sword, and the sword rays crisscrossed back and forth like waterfalls. The water giant's huge body was cut open, but no matter how Yang Kai attacked, those cracks could be repaired in a very short time. The water giant that Yang Tai had transformed into was roaring above the sea. In the illusion array, Yang Kai displayed the 5 elements water secret technique to its peak. Immediately, Yang Kai was a little overwhelmed. He wanted to transform into a dragon and even summon the mountains and rivers bell. But his injuries did not allow him to do so. Now, he could not even use half of his strength at his peak. Yang Tai gradually gained the upper hand, and this advantage slowly expanded. Yang Kai was completely suppressed. The giant water giant roared, "I will tear you to pieces." He seemed to have forgotten his original intention, which was to use Yang Kai's blood as a blood sacrifice. Now, Yang Tai wanted to kill Yang Kai. The transparent water giant's body suddenly emitted wisps of black qi. Feeling the appearance of the wisps of black qi, Yang Kai's body shook, and he cried out, "Demonic qi." He was dumbfounded for a moment. He actually saw demonic qi on Yang Tai's body. Although it was not pure and not very rich, it was undoubtedly demonic qi. Yang Kai could not be mistaken. He had just come out of the Thousand Illusions dream realm, and had only been dealing with the ancient demon race for 2 years. This aura was still fresh in his memory. How could Yang Tai have demonic qi on him? Yang Kai was puzzled. In ancient times, although the demon race had invaded this land several times, they were all beaten back. The passage between the two worlds should have been sealed, so it was impossible for ordinary people to see it. However, after thinking about it, he had also obtained demonic qi, but it was purer and more ancient than Yang Tai's. Yang Tai must have obtained something, so he could produce demonic qi. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yang Kai suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He gritted his teeth and said, "Is it that secret technique?" Huayulu said that half a year ago, the 3 people who participated in the exploration of the ancient cave mansion had all obtained some benefits. She had obtained a small flower drum, Wu Kuangyi's cultivation had greatly improved, and Yang Tai had learned a secret technique. Yang Kai was fortunate enough to see Yang Tai use this secret technique when they were on their way here. It was a power condensed from an extremely complex ancient character. Even though he had been in the ancient world for 2 years, he still didn't know what was so mysterious about it. He had only seen it in the sorcerer god's temple, and the records in the sorcerer god's temple weren't very clear. Now that he thought about it, the ancient text was not the text of this land. Perhaps it was the text of the demon race. The wizard temple had records of it, so that future generations would be wary of the existence of this type of text. Yang Tai unknowingly learned the true meaning of the text, and a trace of demonic nature was born in his body. This trace of demonic nature awakened when he was fighting with Yang Kai, and the demonic qi was born. All of this was just a guess, but Yang Kai could not find a better explanation. If this was the case, then Yang Tai's previous abnormalities made sense. He was the Emperor Realm's disciple, so he had a corresponding temperament. He should not have too many emotional changes, or even excessive fanaticism for something, but it was normal for the demonic spirit hidden in his body to cause trouble. Thinking about it, Yang Kai was shocked. He secretly thought that perhaps it was the demonic spirit produced by the demon race text that allowed Yang Tai to understand the secret behind the bloody door. If this was the case, then what was sealed behind the bloody door was definitely related to the demon race. Yang Tai, you have become the demon race. Yang Kai shouted. Yang Tai turned a deaf ear to him, and the water giant slammed its palm down, setting off monstrous waves, as if it wanted to shatter the whole world. Tell me, is there a demon race sealed behind the door? Yang Kai continued to shout, but this time he used the power of his divine sense to send his voice into Yang Tai's ears, so that he could not ignore it. Some of the ancient demon race were very difficult to kill, such as the giant black eye that Yang Kai encountered, which was sealed outside Maplewood City by the ancient Almighty. If what was sealed behind the bloody door was also a demon race, or a part of a demon race's body, then releasing it would definitely not be a good thing. Last time, Yang Kai was lucky enough to seal the ancient demonic qi in Dantian. This time, there would not be any miracles. This time, when Yang Tai heard Yang Kai's shout, the water giant's movements paused slightly, and then it immediately became angry. How do you know? How do you know? As if his secret had been exposed, Yang Tai became angry out of humiliation. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The water giant raised its hand again and slapped at Yang Kai fiercely. Yang Kai stood in place and did not dodge. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the aura on his body suddenly changed, becoming ancient and deep. He used the power of a wizard. After coming out of the thousand illusionary dream world, Yang Kai had always wanted to see if he could still use the witch's abilities. After all, he had cultivated for more than 2 years in that place, so he couldn't just let it go to waste. So on the way here, he did a few experiments. The results of the experiments made him happy. He could freely switch between his emperor's chi and wizard's power. The two powers did not conflict, but the wizard's power was smaller than his own power, and the wizard's power was a bit cumbersome to use, not as simple as the various secret techniques now. Yang Kai also noticed that although the wizard's power could be used, it was not as powerful as it was in the Thousand Illusions dream world. When he used 100% of his power, only 80% of it would be effective. Yang Kai felt that this was because of the laws of heaven and earth. In ancient times, the barbarians could only practice the wizard's power because the laws of heaven and earth were different from today. As time passed, the laws of heaven and earth also changed slightly, and the creatures of each era had their own characteristics. Yang Kai forced himself to use the ancient wizard's power in this era, so naturally, he would be suppressed. This was the general trend, and no one could change it. Yang Kai chanted a spell, and his hands quickly formed a seal. A lightning-like light burst out from his hands, and suddenly spread out in all directions. Demon suppression. At the same time, the light swept across the water giant's body. There was no damage, but the water giant seemed to have been seriously injured. Its fiercely slapping motion paused, and its momentum was completely gone. At the same time, the water giant let out a miserable cry. It was Yang Tai's cry. The traces of black gas that appeared on the water giant's body were like snowflakes under the sun, melting after the light swept through. After more than 2 years of war in the Thousand Illusions dream world, the barbarians had developed many wizards' power to counter the demon race. This demon suppression was born at that time. It did not have much destructive power, but it could suppress the power of the demon race. Yang Kai had mastered dozens of similar wizards' techniques, and they were all similar. After the demon suppression, Yang Kai chanted again, and another light shrouded in front of him. Yang Tai's cry became more and more miserable. Chapter 29:18. When Yang Kai cast his 7th witchcraft spell, the huge water giant exploded with a loud bang, and Yang Tai's screams came to an abrupt end. The roaring sea returned to its calm state in an instant. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he released his divine sense to search for Yang Tai. But he couldn't find him. In this illusion array, Yang Tai's aura had disappeared without a trace. After a while, Yang Kai noticed the existence of the array core here and suddenly realized that Yang Tai had escaped. He was no longer here. Just as Yang Kai had observed, at this moment, in the rock cave, beside a blue mist, a figure suddenly flashed. Yang Tai appeared in an extremely sorry state, and as soon as he appeared, he bent over and coughed violently, coughing up a large amount of blood. "Brother Yang, how did you?" Not far away, Gong Yu, who was controlling the 6-direction supreme array, was shocked when he saw this. In his absent-mindedness, he almost exposed a flaw in the array. At this time, the 6-direction supreme array had been arranged. Hua Yulu, Fangzhua, Wu Kuangyi, and Shenbing Ru were suspended mid-air with pale faces, arranged according to a special pattern, but they seemed to have lost the ability to resist. Each of them had a small wound on their body from which bright red blood was gurgling out. Under Gong Yu's guidance, the blood converged on the blood-colored gate. The blood-colored gate seemed to have transformed into a bottomless pit. No matter how much blood was sent to it, it would be swallowed up, leaving not a single drop behind. As the blood flowed in, the blood-colored gate gradually bloomed with a strange light. Gong Yu was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so his strength was not bad, and he had the help of the array. Hua Yulu and the others were no match for him. In the short time that Yang Kai and Yang Tai were entangled, they were all suppressed and had no power to fight back. Gong Yu thought that it would be easy for Yang Tai to defeat Yang Kai, but when Yang Tai appeared in a sorry state, he knew that he was wrong. Yang Kai could actually defeat Yang Tai in the illusion array. How did he have such great ability? How is it going? Yang Tai ignored Gong Yu's shock, and his attitude was no longer as amiable as before. His expression was dignified and impatient. At this moment, he was like a high and mighty king questioning his subordinates. Gong Yu frowned and said, "I have no problem on my side, but with 2 less people, the speed of breaking the formation will be very slow. It will take about 2 hours. When Hua Yulu and the others who were trapped heard this, their faces turned ashen. Using the method of blood sacrifice to break the formation was definitely not as easy as it seemed on the surface. Every time a drop of blood was extracted, they would feel a heart-wrenching pain, but it was suppressed by the formation. It just prevented them from shouting. When they heard that it would take another 2 hours, the 4 of them felt uneasy. If that was really the case, it would be better for them to die immediately so that they wouldn't have to suffer such torture again. 2 hours is too long. Yang Tai shouted in a low voice. He turned his head and looked at the light blue smoke with fear. Yang Kai was trapped inside. He didn't have the guts to go in and fight with him. To be honest, although Yang Kai's previous performance had surprised him, he wasn't too afraid. However, at the last moment, the secret techniques that Yang Kai used made him feel deeply shocked, as if he had met his natural enemy. He didn't even have the courage to face him. "Use my blood." Yang Tai took the initiative to move closer to Hua Yulu and the others. His figure flashed, and he stood in another formation position. Using his fingers as a knife, he slit his wrist, and blood immediately gushed out. It was as if he didn't need money. Just as Yang Tai said, after the blood sacrifice, everyone present would die. At that time, who would know that the Gong family's former patriarch had done something despicable? It wouldn't hurt the Gong family's reputation. Under Yang Tai's urging, Gong Yu changed his hand seals, and Yang Tai immediately groaned. Blood gushed out of the wound on his wrist like a fountain. In order to speed up the process of breaking the spirit array, Gong Yu also increased the demand for blood from the other 4 people. In an instant, Hua Yulu and the others showed expressions of unbearable pain. As the blood flowed in, the light of the blood-red door became brighter and brighter. Yang Tai, who had lost a lot of blood, didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he looked excited and stared at the blood-red door without blinking. At that moment, a soft pop suddenly came from the light blue smoke nearby, and Yang Kai's figure broke through the air. Without Yang Tai's support, Gong Yu couldn't divert his attention, so the illusion array created by the array plate couldn't withstand Yang Kai's fierce attack. After Yang Tai left, he broke the array in a very short time and escaped. With a sweep of his divine perception, Yang Kai immediately understood the situation at hand. Under Yang Tai's anxious and fearful gaze, he waved the myriad sword in his hand and drew a shocking sword ray, which slashed down fiercely at Gong Yu. Gong Yu was the main array plate. In order to break the 6 directions unique formation, the only effective way was to attack him. Gong Yu didn't panic, or it could be said that he had already expected this. After Yang Tai escaped from the illusion array, he had already anticipated this scene. Thus, he flicked his finger, and an array plate flew towards Yang Kai. As the previous master of the Gong family and a grandmaster of the array plate, Gong Yu didn't have many things on him, but he had a lot of array plates. Killing arrays, illusion arrays, trapping arrays, and so on. The space was narrow, and Yang Kai couldn't dodge at all. He, who had just escaped, was once again dragged into the array plate. Seeing this, Yang Tai cheered loudly and laughed loudly. Hua Yulu and the others, on the other hand, turned even paler. They had no other hope now. Being restrained by the 6 directions unique formation, they couldn't unleash their full strength. Even their freedom was under Gong Yu's control, so they couldn't rely on their own strength to break free. They could only place all their hopes on Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai was just a fleeting epiphyllum. They were greatly disappointed, and the little bit of hope that had surfaced in their hearts was instantly shattered. They only felt that they were doomed this time. How long can you trap him for? Yang Tai turned to ask Gong Yu. Gong Yu frowned and answered, 30 breaths. Yang Tai seemed a little dissatisfied, but he also knew that there was nothing he could do about it. If Gong Yi personally presided over it, he should be able to trap Yang Jiao for a longer period of time. However, Gong Yi couldn't find the time to do so. With an ownerless array formation, trapping Yang Jiao for 30 breaths of time was already the limit. After 10 breaths, the array plates suddenly shattered, and Yang Kai's figure appeared again. What? Gong Yu turned pale with fright, and his face turned blank. When he said that the array plate could trap Yang Kai for 30 breaths, he had already overestimated his opponent's strength as much as possible. However, in reality, the array plate only managed to trap Yang Kai for 10 breaths before it was broken. How strong is this Yang Kai? He's here again. Yang Tai shouted loudly, reminding Gong Yu to activate the array plate again. After suffering once, Yang Kai became even more careful. In a flash, he increased the distance between him and Gong Yu. Chapter 29:19. The quarrel between Yang Kai and Yang Tai buzzed in Gong Yu's ears like flies, which irritated him greatly. He raised his hand and took out several array plates and set up several layers of arrays to protect himself. In this way, no matter where Yang Kai attacked from, he would fall into the arrays. That's the way. Yang Tai laughed and shouted provocatively into the void, "Boy, this old master admits that you have some skills, but that's all there is to it. If you want to live, it's not too late to escape now, otherwise it will be too late." He was really afraid of Yang Kai's various secret skills, which he always felt were used to restrain him. Therefore, he hoped that Yang Kai would get out of here as soon as possible. As for whether the secret of this place would be exposed after Yang Kai escaped, it was not something he needed to consider. He just needed to open the door. There were 5 people left here, including him. It was enough for the blood sacrifice, but it would take a little longer. Hearing this, Gong Yu's face darkened. Although he and Yang Tai had set up the trap together, it was for the sake of the Gong family. Therefore, he had never thought of leaving anyone alive, including Yang Tai. How could he allow Yang Kai to escape alone? He thought for a moment and said, "Little brother, you said that the demon race was sealed behind the door. Do you have any evidence?" Yang Tai told me that the secret of the ultimate martial arts was there. Yang Kai's cold snort came from the void. "Do you really believe it? If you really believe it, then you are a fool." Gong Yu shouted in a low voice, "I peeped into the secret of that word. It told me that Yang Tai was not lying. That is the word of the demon race. You have been deceived." "What?" Gong Yu's face changed greatly and he cried out involuntarily, "The word of the demon race?" His mind was shaken, and a flaw appeared in the layers of arrays he had set up. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly appeared. No one could clearly see how he appeared. By the time he appeared, he was already standing 3 feet in front of Gong Yu. The panic on Gong Yu's face instantly disappeared, and a shrewd light flashed in his eyes. Everything that happened just now was obviously a disguise used to lure Yang Kai out. Yang Kai really showed up. He sneered and his mind moved. Activating the power of the array around him with all his might, he wanted to drag Yang Kai into the array. This time, he would not let his guard down. He secretly decided that even if he had to divert his attention, he had to deal with Yang Kai first. A small ancient bell appeared in Yang Kai's hand. As it spun, a huge shadow of a bell suddenly expanded. An ancient and desolate aura filled the air. Yang Kai trembled all over as if he was about to lose all his strength. However, his big hand that was dragging the small bell was as steady as a rock. Clang, a muffled sound rang out. Everyone felt as if their eardrums had been pierced, and they felt dizzy for a while. Before the layers of formations that Gong Yi had set up around him could be activated, they were shattered by the sound of the bell, and collapsed in an instant. Not only that, when Gong Yi was struck by the mountains and rivers bell that was so close to him, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. A large part of his chest caved in, and his back swelled up as he was sent flying like a ragged sack. He crashed into the wall of the cave and slid down. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so logically speaking, he shouldn't have been so vulnerable. However, he thought that victory was in his hands and was caught off guard. He took a direct hit from the mountains and rivers bell and was seriously injured. The sound of the bell raged in his flesh and meridians, making it difficult for him to breathe. Without his support, the six-direction Soul Dominator array was finally broken. Hua Yulu and the others, who had been floating in the air, fell down like dumplings. All of them were inexplicably shocked. They cried out in alarm. They were all from the Emperor realm, but at this moment, they were all dizzy from the fall. They were like babies who hadn't learned to walk yet, unable to get up after falling to the ground. They were in a sorry state. Although most of the power of the mountains and rivers bell was absorbed by Gongyu, it still had some effect on them. Coupled with the fact that they had been controlled by Gongyu, they had lost too much blood and were already at their limits. Right now, they probably couldn't even exert the strength of an ordinary person. The only one who fared better was Yang Tai. He entered the array later, so although he had lost a lot of blood, he was much better off than the others. After falling to the ground, he only staggered a little before regaining his footing. However, this sudden blow made him a little confused. Everything was going smoothly, but he didn't expect the situation to take a turn for the worse in the blink of an eye. He stood on the ground in a daze for a while before he finally reacted. He glared at Yang Kai with resentment and gritted his teeth. Why? Murderous intent surged like a tide, enveloping Yang Kai. Yang Kai also staggered. The blow of the mountains and rivers bell had forced him to use all his strength. At this moment, he was like a lamp without oil, and even the Emperor Qi in his body was somewhat sluggish. Seeing that Yang Tai's divine sense had locked onto him and was about to attack, Yang Kai hurriedly took a deep breath and squeezed the remaining strength from the dantian before chanting an incantation. Yang Tai was startled, and his anger seemed to have been doused with a basin of cold water, extinguishing in an instant. His expression became somewhat fearful, afraid of Yang Kai. Previously, he had suffered at the hands of Yang Kai in the illusion array and knew the power of this strange secret technique. It was as if Yang Kai was his natural enemy, so when he heard this cryptic incantation, he instinctively felt fear. He took a few steps back before he found a sense of security. Kai Yang also stopped speaking at the right time. He was now an arrow at the end of its flight and could no longer use his strength at will. Since Yang Tai did not move, he was too lazy to make the first move. The current situation gave him a headache. The 7 masters of the Emperor realm were each weaker than the last, and Yang Tai's situation was the best. If he really hardened his heart and killed him, Yang Kai would have no choice but to take Hua Yulu back to the sealed world bead and hide. As for the life or death of the others, he could not care less. Yang Tai, on the other hand, was extremely afraid of Yang Kai and did not dare to attack him again. The gradually dimming light on the side attracted Yang Tai's attention. He turned his head to look at the blood-colored door and let out a howl. No, this can't happen. Previously, under the blood sacrifice presided over by Gongyu, the blood-colored door had become brighter and brighter, and the ancient spirit array had shown signs of opening, but after it was destroyed by Yang Kai, the blood sacrifice was interrupted and the light gradually dimmed, stabilizing the ancient spirit array again. Yang Tai roared a few times and seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head and stared fiercely at one of the masters present, then stretched out his hand to grab him. Yang Tai, don't you dare! Wu Kuangyi roared and wanted to resist, but he did not have the strength to do so and was lifted up by Yang Tai like a chicken. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Tai stretched out his hand and slapped Wu Kuangyi several times, then threw him towards the blood-colored door. Wu Kuangyi let out a painful scream and then stopped abruptly. He crashed into the blood-colored door. Perhaps because of the impact, or perhaps because of the power of Yang Tai's slaps, Wu Kuangyi's entire body suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not even his bones were left, and thick blood and minced flesh were all pasted on the blood-colored door. The gradually dimming door glowed again with a glimmer of light. Everyone's expression turned cold when they saw this scene. Wu Kuangyi's death made the rest of the masters feel a sense of sadness. No one knew if Yang Tai's next target would be them. Not enough, far from enough. Yang Tai seemed to have gone mad. After killing Wu Kuangyi with his own hands, his face showed an extremely vexed expression. He kept muttering under his breath and his eyes swept over the rest of the people. At the same time, a faint black qi appeared on his body again. It was the demonic qi that Yang Kai was familiar with. Everyone who was caught in his gaze couldn't help but avert their gazes for fear of angering him. Only Yang Kai stared back coldly and sneered, "Give up, Yang Tai. Your plan won't work anymore. This barrier can't be opened anymore. You've already fallen into the devil's path, so your death isn't worth pitying." On the other side, Gong Yu, who had been injured by Yang Kai, looked at the demonic qi wrapped Yang Tai in a daze. He pointed his finger at him and said in a trembling voice, You. He finally realized that something was wrong. The traces of demonic qi on Yang Tai's body were very obvious, so how could Gong Yu not notice it? Only now did he somewhat believe what Yang Kai said before. Yang Tai had really become the demon race. If that was the case, then Yang Tai's promise was not worth a single cent. Thinking of this, Gong Yu's heart was like dead ashes. He took a huge risk to collude with Yang Tai, but in the end, it was just a scam. He did not know what Yang Tai was planning, but he knew that there was absolutely no secret of the ultimate martial arts behind that door. Give up? Yang Tai did not notice Gong Yu. He shouted hysterically, "My mission has not been completed. How can I give up?" Yang Kai keenly grasped something and frowned. "Mission? Is it your mission to open this barrier? Is it the thing behind the door who gave you the mission? Did it communicate with you?" Yang Tai stopped talking. He seemed to realize that he had said too much. He glanced at the crowd and sneered, "A bunch of trash. Even if I sacrifice all of you, it is still far from enough." In fact, if Yang Kai had not interrupted the blood sacrifice, it should have been enough. However, after being interrupted, everything was in vain. Yang Tai was completely crazy. He opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace the whole world. The demonic qi on his body was so strong for the first time, and it was so dark that it made people tremble in fear. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Open your dog eyes and look clearly, a new era is coming, and in the future, you will all be ants." He shouted some inexplicable words, then let out a crazy laugh, turned around, and rushed toward the blood-red door. Yang Kai's eyes twitched, and the others were also stunned. No one had expected that things would take such a dramatic turn. Yang Tai's posture seemed to be that he was going to use his own body as a blood sacrifice to break the ancient barrier. No one stopped him. First, Yang Tai had ulterior motives. He had caused everyone to be in such a difficult situation, so he deserved to die. Second, Wu Kuangyi was killed by him just now, but it was useless to use him as a blood sacrifice. Even if he used it now, it would not have any effect. So, everyone looked on coldly. Chapter 29-20. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Tai slammed into the blood door. He had used all of his strength and didn't put any protection on himself, so it was easy to predict what would happen to him. With a loud bang, Yang Tai exploded into a cloud of blood mist just like Wu Kuangyi had done before. However, unlike Wu Kuangyi, his blood and flesh didn't scatter on the blood door. Instead, as if they had some kind of life, they slowly squirmed in the air and gradually gathered together and reformed. Everyone, who had just been relieved of a heavy burden, was once again on tenterhooks. They didn't know what this change meant, but everyone's heart was filled with an extremely bad feeling. Yang Kai's intuition was very good. He could feel a trace of demonic aura from Yang Tai's blood mist. It was an aura that made him extremely uncomfortable, as if he had once again entered the ancient world and once again faced the masters of the demon territory. In the blink of an eye, the cloud of blood mist took shape. This is... Gong Yu's eyes widened and whispered. Demon rune. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, the uneasiness in his heart suddenly swelling to the extreme. The blood mist that had taken shape was none other than the demon rune that had appeared when Yang Tai had displayed the divine technique. Under the push of a mysterious force, the blood-red demon rune slammed into the blood door. No one knew what kind of effect the blood sacrifice rune, which was composed of the essence of Yang Tai's flesh and blood, would have on the blood door, but since Yang Tai had done so, he must have had some confidence. The light was so bright that it was almost impossible for people to open their eyes. Just as everyone lost sight of the blood door. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds rang out. Everyone was taken aback. After realizing what this sound was, everyone's face turned pale. The blood door had been opened. The blood sacrifice that had lasted for such a long time was interrupted by Yang Kai, but under Yang Tai's desperate struggle, it was the last straw that broke the camel's back. No matter what was inside, it would appear in the next moment. At this moment, Yang Kai pushed his eyesight to the extreme and finally saw a clue. The bloody door was indeed opened. However, only a small crack appeared, and the door was not fully opened. The many restrictions and patterns on the door seemed to still be working, producing a power that was opposite to the demonic characters, preventing the door from opening. At this moment, Yang Kai vaguely saw something fly out from the gap of the door. The light dissipated, and the door closed again. When the dust settled, it was as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. Everyone was still in a state of shock. They looked at each other. However, someone soon noticed something unusual. What is that? Shun Bingru's voice trembled as she pointed at the floating object in front of the door. Everyone looked in the direction of her finger and couldn't help but shiver. Unbeknownst to them, a black light the size of a green bean was floating in front of the door. It was too small, and it didn't emit any special aura, so no one noticed it at first. What's more, the lighting here was not very good. Shun Bingru had only discovered it by chance. The black light was like a dead object, silently floating there without any abnormalities. When Yang Kai's divine sense swept over it, his expression changed greatly, and he shouted, "Demonic sense, everyone, guard your minds, don't be corroded by it. If it corrodes your minds, you will become the demon race." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed drastically. Yang Kai had just saved them from the gates of hell, so how could he not? So even though they didn't understand, they instinctively sealed their knowledge seas and guarded their minds. Brother Yang, demonic sense, is it the demonic sense we know? Fang Zhua asked. The demonic sense he was referring to referred to the various distracting thoughts a cultivator would have on their path of cultivation. There were various thoughts that could affect their cultivation, such as greed, lust, jealousy, hatred. They were all demonic senses and could sometimes cause a cultivator to become the demon race. Yang Kai shook his head and stared at the black light as if he was facing a great enemy. He couldn't help but recall his experiences in the thousand illusionary dream realm. He then said, "There is a great world called the demon territory, and the creatures there call themselves the demon race. In ancient times, they tried to invade the star boundary several times, but the ancient sages repelled them and killed many of the demon race's masters. However, the demon race's characteristics are very strange, and their vitality is very tenacious. Some things are very difficult to destroy, and even the ancient sages were unable to completely destroy them, so they could only seal them away. I don't know what is sealed behind this blood-red door, but this demonic sense escaped from behind the door, and this demonic sense is the remnant soul of the demon race's masters. The thing he saw running out from behind the door was this black light. When they heard this, they became suspicious. This was the first time they had heard of the demon territory. For better or worse, they were the Emperor realm, and their cultivations were very high. Although they didn't dare say they knew all the secrets of the world, there were very few things they didn't know. However, this was the first time they had heard of the demon territory. They did know about the demon race, but they had only seen bits and pieces of it in some ancient records and didn't know much about it. Brother Yang, what you mean is that there is a demon race sealed behind the door? Fang Zhua asked with a frown. From the looks of it, I'm afraid that is the case. Shenbing Ru said, this ancient cave has been here for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Even if there really were masters of the demon race sealed here, they shouldn't have survived until now, right? Yang Kai said, that's why only the demonic will appeared. The demon race sealed inside are probably all dead, but their remnant souls are still here. It's just a remnant soul, there's no need to be so. Shenbing Ru squeezed out a smile, faintly feeling that Yang Kai was making a mountain out of a molehill. Regardless of whether the demon race was sealed behind the bloody door or not, it had been so long. Even if a remnant soul appeared, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. What do you know? Yang Kai shouted angrily. Shenbing Ru shut her mouth in embarrassment. Her cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's. If Yang Kai hadn't saved her life earlier, she probably would have retorted right now. Even so, Yang Kai's rebuttal made her expression turn ugly. Yang Kai's tone softened. The demonic will still exists. We can't let our guard down at any time, or else, Just as he was speaking, the black light that had been motionless all this time suddenly flew up and rushed straight towards Yang Kai. It was unknown whether it was intentional or just a coincidence. The small remnant of the demonic will made people feel extremely uncomfortable, as if it had chosen Yang Kai. At the same time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a burning sensation in his right eye. He immediately understood that it wasn't a coincidence that the demonic will chose him. It was driven by instinct. His right eye had fused with the black eye of the troll and had the aura of the ancient demons. The demonic will was a remnant soul of the demon race, so it was natural that it would be attracted to him. He coldly snorted, and the wizard's incantation sounded from his mouth. He raised his hand and pointed forward. A circle of light exploded and swept across the black light that was rushing towards him. The black light that was the size of a green bean was immediately swept back like a fallen leaf in a strong wind. Yang Kai was now an arrow at the end of its flight, so the power he could exert was not great. However, this wisp of demonic will had been sealed for too long. It was just a remnant soul and was not very powerful. It immediately paled in comparison to the wizard's incantation. As if it had sensed that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with, the black light took the opportunity to drift to the side. Its target was Gong Yu. Gong Yu was quite dispirited at this moment. He had been deceived by Yang Kai and had joined forces with him to kill many venerable sovereigns in the southern territory. Now that Yang Kai had sacrificed himself and released a demonic will from behind the door, it proved that Yang Kai was not lying. There was no ultimate mystery of martial arts behind the blood-red door. There was only Yang Tai's conspiracy. Yang Tai wanted to release all the demonic will sealed behind the door, which was why he had borrowed his attainments in the way of arrays. He was the former patriarch of the Gong family. Everything he did was closely related to the Gong family of Heavenly River Valley. After today, the Gong family's reputation would be completely ruined. After realizing this, Gong Yu was disheartened. Although he had heard the conversation about the demonic will between Yang Kai and the others, he did not have much of a reaction. It was only at this moment that the demonic will floated towards him that Gong Yu made a move. He raised his hand slightly and sent a solid palm strike towards the demonic will. Although he was an array grandmaster, he was still a second-order Emperor Realm Master. The power of this palm was not enough to change the color of the sky, but it was still extremely powerful. At the very least, it was several times stronger than the sorcery technique Yang Kai had just used. He felt that it was enough to sweep away the demonic will and even destroy it. However, something unexpected happened. The palm strike passed through the demonic will and had no effect on it. The bean-sized demonic will passed through the palm strike as if it was nothing. "Be careful," Yang Kai whispered. Although Gong Yu was partly responsible for the current situation, he did not want Gong Yu to be eroded by the demonic will after what happened in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World. That was why he warned him. Gong Gui also pulled himself together and used all his means. Although he had been injured by the mountains and river's bell, his strength was still extraordinary even if he went all out. In an instant, he had laid down several layers of impregnable defenses in front of him. The black light passed through these defenses and drilled directly into his head. Everyone was stunned. Gong Yu's eyes widened in an instant. He let out a roar from his throat, as if he had been greatly tortured. Yang Kai was also a little dumbfounded. He could not understand how such a thing could happen. He had seen Gong Yu's defenses. Logically speaking, they should have been enough to resist the erosion of the demonic will. But in fact, those defenses did not seem to have any effect. This shouldn't be. Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, Gong Yu suddenly let out a low roar. A violent aura escaped from his body, and his hair and beard went wild. The roar shook the stone cave and caused the stones to rustle. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They nervously paid attention to Gong Yu's condition. At this moment, no one had the strength to resist. If Gong Yu went berserk, everyone would suffer. Shen Bingru said in a trembling voice, "Brother Yang, he's being eroded by the demonic will. He's going to become the demon race." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. Chapter 29-21. In the Thousand Illusions Dream World, Yang Kai had seen too many similar things. In the battlefield where the two races were fighting, even if the devil race was killed, only a strand of devil consciousness was left. It could still turn the barbarian race into a devil race cultivator and turn against the barbarian race. The chi and remnant soul of the devil race possessed an extremely strong corrosive power. "What do we do now?" Fang Zhuo also asked. Before Yang Kai could speak, the roaring Gong Yu suddenly quieted down. He suddenly raised his head, revealing a pair of dark eyes without any white in them. He looked terrifying. "Gong! Old Patriarch Gong!" Shen Bingru shouted in a trembling voice, hoping to confirm the identity of the person in front of her. Gong Yu turned a deaf ear to her and just tilted his head to look at Yang Kai with a confused and curious look, as if he had just woken up from a dream and was still a little confused about the situation he was in. Yang Kai held his breath and was secretly on guard. Gong Yu didn't make a move against him. He just let out a strange sound from his throat, then walked out unsteadily. Shen Bingru, Fang Zhuo, Hua Yulu, and the others hurriedly moved aside. They didn't have the strength to fight now, so they didn't dare to block his path. Gong Yu had obviously been corroded by the demon spirit, because his behavior was very different from before. It was as if a new soul had entered his body, and he couldn't fully control it. Even his walking posture was not normal. In the silence, only the ear-piercing sound of Gong Yu's footsteps could be heard as he walked further and further away. When the footsteps could no longer be heard, Huayulu and the others breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had just survived a disaster. After witnessing the transformation of Gongyu with their own eyes, they no longer doubted Yang Kai's previous statement about the demon spirit. Has old patriarch Gong been possessed? Feng Shuo looked at Yang Kai and asked. If that was the case, then things would be troublesome. After all, Gongyu was the former patriarch of the Gong family. Moreover, he was a second-order emperor realm master. If such a person ran out, he might bring great harm to the southern territory. I don't know, but it might be more serious than possession. Yang Kai's expression was grim. The only thing he could be sure of was that Gongyu had become the demon race. However, there was one thing he couldn't understand. Even if Gongyu was uneasy, he shouldn't have been so easily corrupted by the demon will. How could he not resist? However, he could not find a reasonable explanation for what he had seen with his own eyes. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai was shocked and shouted, "Demon rune." What? Huayulu turned to look at him. Those are demon runes. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he turned to the others. How many of them did you see? Huayulu said, the secret technique that Yang Tai used before. I didn't see it clearly. Yang Kai looked at the three of them and said in a low voice, no matter how much you see, it's best to forget that thing. Yang Tai becoming the demon race and Gongyu being corrupted could be related to it. What do you mean? Feng Shuo asked curiously. When Yang Tai used that secret technique, he had specially observed it. That was why he saw more than Huayulu. Since Yang Kai said it so seriously, he didn't dare to lower his guard. Shen Bingru also looked over curiously. Yang Kai said, Yang Tai didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with the demon will before, but when he came here, he had already become the demon race. It's very likely that he became the demon race because of the ancient demon runes he learned. In order to convince Gongyu, Yang Tai used that rune's power on him. Gongyu might have studied it a bit. So, some demon nature should have been born in his body. That's why he was willing to risk universal condemnation and work with Yang Tai to harm us. Yes, that must be the case. Otherwise, as the previous patriarch of the Gong family, how could Gongyu make such a foolish choice? He was already affected by the demon nature hidden in his body and couldn't maintain his nature. The reason why the demon will was able to corrupt him so easily wasn't because Gongyu's defense was ineffective, but because the demon nature in his body was attracting the demon will, causing it to unconsciously give up resisting. These words. Yang Kai was half speculating and half explaining. The more he spoke, the more he felt that his speculations were correct. The root of everything was that ancient demon rune. Half a year ago, Huayulu, Yang Tai, Wu Kuangyi, and Huayulu discovered this ancient cavern. The three of them each obtained different benefits. The ancient demon script that Yang Tai learned was simply a trap, a bait to lure him to open the restriction and release the demonic thoughts behind the door. Anyone who learned the ancient demon rune would have made the same choice as Yang Tai. It was because of the essence of the ancient demon rune that Yang Tai was able to establish an inexplicable connection with the demon will behind the door. That was why he knew what was behind the door and why he said that opening the restriction was his mission. Huayulu listened with a pale face and her tender body trembled. She felt that her luck was good enough. Last time, she had only obtained a small flower drum. If she had learned the essence of the ancient demon rune like Yang Tai, she was afraid that Yang Tai's experience would have been the same as hers. She was a woman who loved beauty, yet she had died so miserably. Not to mention her bones, even her body had been used as a secret technique to open the restriction. This was simply unacceptable to her. Shen Bingru also said uneasily, will I also be like Yang Tai, become the demon race? She also saw the ancient demon rune. Yang Kai shook his head and said, the essence of the ancient demon rune is not so easy to understand. Yang Tai may have received some help. It doesn't matter if you've just seen it, but I advise you to forget it completely. No one knows what's so magical about the ancient demon rune. Everyone nodded. After exchanging a glance, they sent their soul avatars into their knowledge seas, found memories of the ancient demon rune, and destroyed them. This way, they would forget what the ancient demon rune looked like and would only remember that it was there. Destroying such memories would cause some damage to their soul, but compared to the risk of becoming the demon race, this damage was acceptable. Yang Kai did not do this. While everyone was destroying their memories, he had been pondering. After everyone weakly opened their eyes, Yang Kai said, "There should be more than one demon rune behind this door. There may be more. We need to do two things now." The Elder of Star Soul Palace was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. How could it be easy to exchange blows with him? It was not until this time that the two understood why Yang Kai's aura was not strong, but his performance was amazing. It turned out that he was an Elder of Azure Sun Temple. I will inform the other great sects. I have a way to contact the temple. After the news is spread, they will naturally pass it on to the other sects. The three of them naturally had no objections. What about the second thing? Hua Yulu asked. The second thing? Let's talk about it after the matter here is dealt with. Before that, I will stay here to guard the spirit array in case Gong Yu comes back. Brother Yang is thoughtful, Fang Zhuo agreed. Chapter 29-22. Gong Yu had already become the demon race, and no one knew if he would come back to destroy the barrier. The spirit array on the blood-red door had been in the flowing time Great Emperor for a long time, and had been destroyed by Gong Yu once before. If it was destroyed again, it might really be broken, so Yang Kai had to stay here as a precaution. This kind of thing had to be done by Yang Kai, and only Yang Kai had the ability to do so. After a brief discussion, everyone hurriedly adjusted their breathing and recuperated. Although Hua Yulu and the others were not injured, the blood sacrifice in the Six Directions unique array had consumed a lot of their strength. If they wanted to leave here and go to Heavenly River Valley, they had to recover for a while. Everyone was an Emperor Realm Master, so they always had some precious life-saving spirit pills on them. Now was not the time to be stingy, so they all took them out and took them. Half a day later, Hua Yulu and the others barely recovered 60% to 70% of their strength. They did not dare to delay, and after bidding farewell to Yang Kai, they all returned the way they came, ready to leave this ancient cave mansion together. Not long after, only Yang Kai was left in the grotto. The surroundings were so quiet that even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Only the sound of water dripping from the inverted stone pillars could be heard. Although this trip to the ancient cave mansion was more daunting than dangerous, Yang Kai still felt a little scared every time he thought of the dangerous moments. 7 people arrived, but only 4 were intact in the end. Wu Kuangyi was blood sacrificed by Yang Tai, and Yang Tai died by self-explosion. Gong Yu was eroded by the demon sense, and the remaining 4 were exhausted. Now that he finally had some time to recover, Yang Kai naturally raced against time. After another day, he slowly opened his eyes and silently sensed his current state. When he felt that he was almost ready, he took out his Elder Jade Disc. This was what Wen Zishan gave him during the coronation ceremony. This Elder Jade Disc not only represented the identity of an Azure Sun Temple Elder, but also had many other benefits. Yang Kai slightly urged his Emperor Qi, and the Jade Disc floated in the air in front of him. Immediately, he changed his hand seals and constantly pointed at the Jade Disc. The Jade Disc buzzed, following Yang Kai's movements. Hidden messages were sent to the Azure Sun Temple through the Jade Disc. This method of communication wasn't perfect. It couldn't explain things that were too complicated, and it was limited by distance. It could only be used within the same territory. However, it was the only method of long-distance communication in the astral boundary. All the major sects had similar methods. After being busy for a while, Yang Kai put away the jade disc, believing that Azure Sun Temple had already received the news. It wouldn't be long before someone came to investigate. He continued to meditate and recover. For more than 10 days, everything was peaceful. Yang Kai's injuries were gradually getting better, and the wounds on his spirit were also slowly recovering. Given a little more time, he felt that he should be able to make a full recovery. He didn't let his guard down and kept a portion of his attention on the blood-red door. Not even the slightest movement could escape his observation. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating with his eyes closed when he suddenly had a very strange feeling. It was as if he had faintly comprehended the martial Tao. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. This enlightenment came inexplicably and without warning, but it was a rare opportunity for any cultivator, so he immediately immersed himself in it and chased after the deeper level of enlightenment. That inexplicable feeling became clearer and clearer. It was as if a plate of delicious food was placed in front of him, within easy reach, but there was an invisible barrier, and he could only smell the aroma. There was no real entrance. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Step by step, he steadily broke through the obstacle in front of him. He had a hunch that if he could really comprehend this level of enlightenment, he would definitely be able to break through to the second-order Emperor realm. He broke through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. Although it wasn't too long ago, and logically speaking, it was impossible for him to break through again, but his experiences these days were too rich. He had already accumulated the capital to break through to the second-order Emperor realm. All he lacked was an opportunity. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. Naturally, he had to grasp it well. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai didn't know how much time had passed. It seemed to be just a moment, but it also seemed to be a year and a half. At a certain moment, when he felt that the obstacle was suddenly cleared, a new world appeared in front of him. All kinds of wonderful feelings came from unknown corners and poured into his mind, suddenly giving him an illusion of omnipotence. And those feelings brought him a kind of wonderful feeling, making him involuntarily want to immerse himself in it and explore the mysteries of the peak of the martial Tao. At this moment, Yang Kai's environment was very strange. He felt as if he was standing in a star field, surrounded by stars. Each star represented an elusive concept and the mysteries of the martial Tao. They were the steps to the peak of the martial Tao. He could reach out, and as long as he could pluck these stars, he would be able to achieve greatness that would shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. Yang Kai slowly stretched out his hand and touched those stars. Suddenly, a flame burned in the star field. Yang Kai frowned and stared at the flame. Looking at it didn't matter, but he actually felt an extremely hot feeling, as if his body was being roasted above the flames. And this burning feeling became more and more intense, so intense that Yang Kai almost couldn't bear it. At that moment, a cool and refreshing feeling emerged, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over Yang Kai's head, causing him to feel extremely comfortable. The ups and downs of his state of mind made him suddenly alert, and he immediately withdrew his hand. The state of deep seclusion was broken, and Yang Kai became aware of the existence of his physical body. A light flashed in his mind, and he instantly understood what had happened to him. This was not an epiphany, but a trap from the demonic spirit behind the blood-red door. Everything in front of him was just an illusion. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. The stars trembled, bursting with light, and then converged towards a certain place, turning into a dazzling character that stood in the void. This character was completely different from the characters of today's star boundary. It was extremely complex, but it seemed to contain great mysteries. Demonic text. Yang Kai was shocked, not expecting that he would still fall for it despite being so careful. He turned his eyes away, not looking at it, but the light emitted by the character converged into one and, as if it had a consciousness, desperately drilled into Yang Kai's mind, trying to brand the true essence of the demonic text into Yang Kai's mind. At this critical moment, Yang Kai's state of mind calmed down like never before, and his body suddenly bloomed with a layer of seven-colored brilliance, like a rainbow-colored robe shrouding him. The light of the demonic text was blocked by the rainbow-colored robe. Yang Kai sneered and slowly withdrew from this illusion, his divine sense returning to his body. Unexpectedly, it went smoothly without any hindrance, or rather, the demonic spirit did not hinder his ability. In the pitch-black cave, a light was emitted. Yang Kai glanced at it and found that it was the blood-red door emitting light. However, when his divine sense returned, the light gradually converged and finally disappeared. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Yang Kai was terrified. His right eye was burning hot, but his mind was as cool as ice water. It was this alternating heat and cold that woke him up, allowing him to break away from the entanglement of the demonic text. Yang Kai did not know if that demonic text was the same one that Yang Tai had used, because he did not see it clearly. The rainbow-colored soul-warming lotus had turned into a protective barrier that blocked the true essence of the demonic text, not allowing it to penetrate his body. Now that he thought about it, the reason why Yang Tai was able to understand the true essence of an ancient demonic text and develop a demonic nature was probably the same as what he had just encountered. However, Yang Tai was not as lucky as him, and did not have a supreme treasure like the rainbow-colored soul-warming lotus, so he was able to understand the true essence of the demonic text. He thought that he had obtained an opportunity and grasped the mysteries of the martial Tao, but he did not know that it was just a bait, which eventually led to a series of tragedies. To be honest, this encounter was an eye-opener for Yang Kai. He had fought against the demon race in the Thousand Illusions dream world for 2 years, but he had never seen the demon race's ability to appear and disappear unpredictably. This was the first time he had encountered such a method. This was not an attack, but just to make people mistakenly think that they had obtained some benefits, but in the end, they walked down the wrong path step by step, and finally could not turn back. After this incident, Yang Kai also confirmed that the restriction on the Scarlet Door was indeed severely damaged, and had to be repaired and reinforced quickly. Otherwise, if someone else found this place, it was very likely that the restriction would be destroyed, and the demonic spirit behind the door would be released. In the following days, he was even more careful. No matter what he did, he must divide a part of his attention to pay attention to the changes of the Scarlet Door, and at the same time, guard against any traps set by the demonic spirit. However, after a failure, the demonic spirit behind the door seemed to have realized that Yang Kai was difficult to deal with, and did not have any more abnormalities. Yang Kai's injuries were getting better day by day, and he finally recovered to his original state. After a full month, the experts of the several major sects in the Southern Territory finally arrived. A reply came from the Elder Jade Disc, and Yang Kai quickly left the secluded mansion and went to the stone forest above ground to meet them. At this time, the island was surrounded by a poisonous barrier and was sealed off from all sides. It was not time for the monster beast that could merge and become stronger to hunt for food, but after receiving Yang Kai's reply, the masters of the several major sects still decided to force their way out and meet up with Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of method they used, but standing on the island, Yang Kai heard a rumbling sound, as if the sky and earth had been turned upside down. Immediately afterward, a ray of light shot out from the colorful poison fog and, like a dragon boat riding the wind, broke through the sea of clouds and landed on the island. Powerful auras spread out one after another, and when the light dissipated, a group of more than 20 people appeared. Yang Kai glanced around and found a few old acquaintances. Led by Star Soul Palace's Elder Xiao Yu Yang, Azure Sun Temple's Gao Shueting, Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Chen Wenhao, and Orthodoxy Temple's Feng Ming were all gathered here. Among the 4 of them, except for Xiao Yu Yang, who was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, the other 3 were all Second-Order Emperors. Chapter 29-23. Anyway, I have something to do today, so I'll be heading out in a bit. The first time Yang Kai saw these people was in Maplewood City. At that time, Gao Shueting and the others were still first-order cultivators, but they were still superior to him. Over the years, Gao Shueting was able to break through from the first-order Emperor realm to the second-order Emperor realm, so Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming were naturally not far behind. Both of them had worked hard to catch up and had also advanced in recent years. In addition, there was also a dignified middle-aged man wearing a jade-belted brocade robe. He had an extraordinary bearing and seemed to be the leader of this group. This person was a first-order Emperor realm master. Behind this middle-aged man stood a dozen or so cultivator, all of them wearing the same clothes. Most of their cultivations were between the Emperor realm and the Dao Source realm. Yang Kai only took a glance and vaguely understood where these people came from, because he saw a familiar face among these cultivator. Gong Wenshan. Yang Kai didn't have much of a friendship with him, only having dealt with him in the Four Seasons realm. Yang Kai remembered that this guy was quite bold, even daring to provoke Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Wuchang, and was chased by Wuchang for many days without suffering any injuries. Since Gong Wenshan was here, it was clear at a glance where this group of people came from. Heavenly River Valley's Gong family. The middle-aged First-Order Emperor Realm Master leading this group should be the current Gong family patriarch, Gong Zhen. He was the leading array master in the entire Southern Territory, and his fame was no less than that of the Southern Gate Army in the Northern Territory. In fact, he was even more famous. After all, Gong Zhen was the patriarch of his family, while the Southern Gate Army was just a lone force. Xiao Yuyang was holding a shuttle-shaped artifact in his hand. It glowed brilliantly. The quality was extraordinary, and it was likely that he used this artifact to bring everyone in. Yang Kai had experienced the power of the poison barrier before, so how could an artifact that could break through it be weak? Elder Xiao, Elder Chen, Elder Feng. Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted them one by one. He couldn't help but feel like the flowing time great emperor. Back then, when he stood in front of these experts, he still had to maintain a respectful attitude and address them as seniors. Now, he was able to stand on equal footing with these people. Lastly, he greeted Gao Shueting. The latter nodded at him gently. They were all family, so there was no need to be so polite. You're really causing trouble wherever you go, Xiao Yuyang smiled helplessly, feeling a headache coming upon seeing Yang Kai again. After all, Yang Kai had just left the Star Soul Palace not long ago. Even in Star Soul Palace, there was a problem with the five-colored treasure pagoda. Xiao Yuyang and the other elders suspected that it had something to do with Yang Kai, but the great emperors didn't say much, so they didn't pursue the matter. Fortunately, the problem with the five-colored treasure pagoda wasn't too serious. Then the matter would be left unsettled. I'm innocent. Yang Kai was expressionless. I was only asked to do so by someone else. Encountering this matter was also a coincidence. I'm not blaming you. Xiao Yuyang waved his hand, his expression turning serious. We've already heard about the general situation from Hua Yulu and the others. We also know that this time it has nothing to do with you. In fact, thanks to you, a disaster has been averted in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai said seriously, I am also a cultivator in the Southern Territory, so it is my duty to solve problems for the Southern Territory. Not long after, everyone arrived at the grotto below. Yang Kai waved his hand and cast a wizard spell, releasing a light to illuminate the grotto. He pointed ahead and said, This is the gate that seals the demonic spirit. Everyone's expression became serious as they looked forward. Yang Tai and Wu Kuangyi died in front of the gate, and their blood and flesh were not cleaned up. It was not that Yang Kai was lazy, but he deliberately left them behind. However, what everyone saw now was only dried-up pieces of flesh on the ground, without any trace of blood. All the blood had been absorbed by the gate. Also, I want to tell everyone that when I was meditating here, the demonic spirit behind the gate tried to brand the true essence of a demonic character into my mind. Fortunately, I was alert enough and withdrew in time, otherwise, I'm afraid I would have suffered the same fate as Yang Tai. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Gao Shueting hurriedly asked, "Are you sure you're okay?" A worried and nervous look appeared in her beautiful eyes, and her concern was obvious. "I'm very sure," Yang Kai responded with a serious expression. Xiao Yuyang's expression became serious as he said, "So, your previous speculation was correct. There is more than one demonic spirit behind this gate." "I'm afraid there are more." Yang Kai shrugged and said, "Whether there are or not, this place must be completely sealed. That's why we came." Xiao Yuyang turned to look at Gong Zhen and said, "We will have to trouble family master Gong with the following matters." Gong Zhen cupped his fists and said, "The Gong family is duty-bound." Saying so, he floated forward and stood in front of the gate, his divine sense surging as he began to investigate the situation of the barrier. Xiao Yuyang and the others were on high alert, ready for any sudden danger. After a while, Gong Zhen said, "The situation is good. Although the barrier has been here for a long time, the ancient gate must have expected this when it was set up, so there is a self-repairing spirit array. As long as we reinforce it carefully, there shouldn't be any major problems." Hearing his words, everyone relaxed. Gong Zhen continued, "I will need a few days to come up with a plan. During this time, I will have to trouble everyone to guard this place." Xiao Yuyang said, "Rest assured, family master Gong, I will keep watch here." Gong Zhen gently nodded and walked to the side to find a clean place to sit down cross-legged. He then took out many strange things from his space ring, as if he was preparing to deduce something. Xiao Yuyang turned to look at Yang Kai. Gong Yu was eroded by the demonic spirit and escaped after turning into the demon race. This is a big problem that needs to be solved thoroughly, otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Do you have any good ideas? Yang Kai grinned, "I can track his location." Xiao Yuyang's eyes lit up. It was the right choice to come to you first. It seems that you were prepared. Yang Kai said, "I hope he didn't find out." As early as when Gong Yu turned into the demon race and left, Yang Kai had already made plans and secretly left a hidden mark on him. At that time, Gong Yu's consciousness was in chaos and he couldn't notice it, so Yang Kai easily succeeded. At that time, Yang Kai told Hua Yulu and the others that he had two things to deal with. The second thing was to hunt down Gong Yu. However, the other three didn't have this ability, so Yang Kai didn't say anything and could only wait here for the arrival of a master. "I will guard this place. I will leave Gong Yu's matter to you." Xiao Yuyang glanced at the several second-order Emperor Realm Masters. Chen Wenhao said, "Rest assured, Elder Xiao. We will not let you down." The few of them came together to check the barrier on the blood-red gate and to hunt down Gong Yu. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, setting off waves of shock in everyone's hearts. They didn't have very high eyesight and couldn't recognize that the four masters in the sky were all from the Emperor realm. However, the almost suffocating pressure they felt made them understand that each of these four masters had the ability to kill them at will. On the mountain peak, in the houses, and on the forest path, 50 to 60 cultivators of varying cultivation trembled, their faces pale as they looked up in horror. They were like a group of ants standing in front of an elephant that had already raised its foot. All they could do was secretly pray that the foot would not step on them. Yang Kai's group of four had a panoramic view of the situation of these cultivators. As soon as the four of them appeared, they spread out and surrounded the entire mountain peak from all sides. Feng Ming declared loudly, "This king is Orthodoxy Temple's elder Feng Ming. I have joined forces with several fellow Daoists to pursue this demon. I have no malice towards you, so if you stand where you are and don't move, I can guarantee your safety." If you dare disobey, you will be responsible for your own life. With his status, reminding these cultivators who had not even reached the origin returning realm was already an act of kindness, so after he finished speaking, he no longer said anything. Hearing this, the cultivator naturally didn't dare to move. In fact, even if Feng Ming didn't say anything, they wouldn't have been able to move. In front of the emperor pressure, it was as if they had been imprisoned by an invisible shackle. They felt their bodies stiffen and even their thoughts stop, leaving only fear and shock in their hearts. The four great masters of the emperor realm looked at each other from a distance and summoned their respective emperor artifacts. Chen Wenhao entered the Tao with the sword, and his sword skills had reached perfection. With the sword in his hand, he gave off an awe-inspiring aura. The sword was named Water Stream and had been following Chen Wenhao for over 1,000 years. The man and the sword had long become one. Gao Shueting summoned her emperor artifact, the blazing sun mirror. The surface of the mirror was simple and unadorned. There wasn't anything special about it, but it was the emperor artifact that she had cultivated with her life. With the Thunder Goose spear in his hand, Feng Ming's seemingly old body suddenly grew taller. His whole body exuded a courageous aura that was even more aggressive than many of the younger generation. Yang Kai held the myriad sword. Compared to Chen Wenhao's water stream sword, the wide longsword couldn't even compare. However, Chen Wenhao still glanced at the myriad sword. As an emperor of the emperor realm who entered the Tao with the sword, he intuitively sensed the power of the myriad sword. The four great emperors stood in formation. Feng Ming shouted at the largest building on the mountain peak below, "Gongyu, show yourself. You have nowhere else to go." After arriving here, Yang Kai didn't need to remind him. He had already sensed an obvious energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation was closely connected to Yang Kai's aura. It was obviously caused by Yang Kai. It was the mark that Yang Kai left on Gongyu. With the mark here, Gongyu was naturally here too. After a shout, no one answered. Feng Ming shook his spear and sneered, "Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, I wanted to leave you with an intact corpse. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame this old master for not giving you face." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light flashed and his spear shot out like a dragon. There was no dazzling light. Feng Ming's spear was extremely simple. Feng Ming pointed his finger at the elderly man's forehead, obviously trying to pry into his memories from yesterday. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of danger and shouted, "Elder Feng, be careful." While Feng Ming was in a daze, the elderly man in front of him suddenly swelled up, and the energy in his body became chaotic and violent. The elderly man obviously didn't know what was going on, and he was at a loss for what to do, and his face was full of confusion. With a loud bang, the elderly man exploded. In the flesh and blood, a black ray of light rushed towards Feng Ming, who was very close to him. Although Feng Ming was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he was still caught off guard by such a sudden turn of events. He was just about to check the memories of the elderly man, but he didn't expect the elderly man to self-destruct right in front of him. What's more, an inexplicable object flew out from his body. The black light was not big, but Feng Ming's vision seemed to be completely filled. He could no longer see anything. At the same time, there was a faint murmur in his ears, which shook his mind and opened the defense of his sea of consciousness. Demon suppression. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. A beam of witchcraft flew towards Feng Ming and blocked his path. The beam of witchcraft collided with the beam of witchcraft and bounced off. It then turned around and charged towards Gao Shueting. The radiant sun mirror floated high behind Gao Shueting and emitted a dazzling light, just like a scorching sun. Gao Shueting's expression was solemn as she changed her hand seals. A beam of light shot out from the radiant sun mirror and directly covered the black light. The beam of light seemed to have a strong binding power. The black light was bound by it and struggled left and right. It couldn't break free for a while. Moreover, under the might of the radiant sun mirror, it showed signs of melting and emitted wisps of black qi. 3,000 sword Dao winding silk. Chen Wenhao pointed with his flowing water sword, and streaks of hair-thin sword light shot out and entered the light, turning into layers upon layers of shackles that wrapped around the struggling black light. Chen Wenhao and Gao Shueting finally subdued the black light with their combined strength. Is this the demonic will? Feng Ming wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He still had lingering fears. If Yang Kai had not reacted quickly and used a secret technique to block the attack for him, he would have been eroded by the demonic will. Feng Ming did not know if he could block the demonic will, but he had learned from Gong Yu's mistake. If the demonic will was really that powerful, he might not be able to break free from it. The four of them were here to hunt down Gong Yu, but they did not expect to be fooled by a little trick. They almost failed to achieve their goal, so Feng Ming's expression turned ghastly. This isn't a complete demonic will. Something seemed to appear in front of his vision, but it was too blurry and he couldn't see it clearly. Yang Kai urged the power of his spiritual sense more and more fiercely. He even took the half of the devil's will into his sea of knowledge and used his spiritual sense to wash it away all its disguises. Slowly, the thing in his vision became clear. It seemed to be a mountain peak, a lonely mountain peak. The scenery on the mountain was beautiful and pleasant, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth seemed to be extremely good. Yang Kai suddenly felt that this mountain peak was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But because everything in his vision was not very clear, he didn't dare to confirm where this place was for a while. This was what he saw through the omnipresent connection between the half of the devil's will. So as long as he could confirm the location of this mountain peak, he could determine the location of Gong Yu. He once again increased the power of his spiritual sense. This time, he saw more things. There was a figure on the mountain peak. The figure looked somewhat similar to Gong Yu. It was quietly standing somewhere on the mountain peak, motionless, as if it was dead. Yang Kai's current situation was very strange. It was as if he was in a thick water ball. He could vaguely see some outlines of things outside the water ball, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see clearly. This made him quite anxious. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to hear something. This sound was like an image, vague and intermittent, making Yang Kai unable to grasp it. The sound came again, and this time Yang Kai could hear it more clearly. It sounded like a dog barking continuously. Moving his vision, Yang Kai really saw something similar to a puppy. It was standing not far from the vague figure and barking with all its might. After barking for a while, the little thing actually rushed up and bit the figure. The figure was still motionless, as if it didn't feel anything. At this moment, the figure seemed to have noticed something. It suddenly raised its head and looked in the direction of Yang Kai. Its sharp eyes seemed to be able to break through layers of obstacles and collided with Yang Kai's vision across the endless void. It was at this moment that the blurry scenery changed, becoming much clearer all of a sudden. Yang Kai's whole body shook, and he suddenly opened his eyes, dumbfounded. "Are you okay?" Gao Shueting's palms were full of sweat. She hadn't been so nervous for many years after being promoted to the Emperor realm. However, at this moment, her voice was trembling, for fear that Yang Kai would be eroded by the demonic thoughts. Yang Kai shook his head, looking a little sluggish. "Did you find it?" Chen Wenhao asked in a deep voice. "Lingjian Peak." Yang Kai stared at Gao Shueting and replied softly. Gao Shueting was startled when she heard this. "What?" Lingjian Peak, Gong Yu is in Azure Sun Temple, on my Lingjian Peak. After Yang Kai said this, he felt that it was ridiculous. He always felt that what he saw just now was not real, but an illusion. However, he couldn't find any basis for it. Gong Yu is in Azure Sun Temple? Feng Ming also widened his eyes, obviously somewhat doubtful. That's what I saw. Yang Kai stood up and cast a spell to force out the half-demonic thoughts in his sea of consciousness. He reached out and pinched it. Since he had tracked down the whereabouts of Gong Yu, this half-demonic thoughts was no longer of any use. Why did he go to Azure Sun Temple? Feng Ming asked. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Gong Yu not only went to Azure Sun Temple, but also went to his Lingjian Peak. Lingjian Peak was the spirit peak that Yang Kai got after he became an elder of the temple. The entire spirit peak was located in a relatively remote location in the temple, but both the scenery and spiritual chi were extremely good, and it was protected by a formation. Yang Kai felt that the peak was familiar at first because of this. Although he didn't stay on Lingjian Peak for long, it was his territory after all. How could he not be familiar with it? Gong Yu was the former patriarch of the Gong family, and his attainments in the Tao of formation were very deep. The formation on Lingjian Peak could stop others, but not necessarily Gong Yu. If that was the case, Yang Kai still thought that everything he saw before was an illusion, and that it was Gong Yu's means to mislead them in the wrong direction. But the last barking made him confirm that Gong Yu really went to Azure Sun Temple and was really on his Lingjian Peak. Because there was indeed a small black beast that looked like a puppy on Lingjian Peak. Although the little beast was a bit strange, its strength was not strong. Yang Kai had only seen it twice, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Why did Gong Yu go to Azure Sun Temple? Is he looking for death? Chen Wenhao frowned. Gong Yu's strength was there. Even if he met the four of them, there was no possibility of survival. Logically speaking, he should hide, but he ran where there was danger, and suddenly ran to Azure Sun Temple. There were many masters in the temple. How could Gong Yu survive there? I can't contact them. Junior brother, try. Gao Shueting didn't speak. After learning that Gong Yu might have gone to Azure Sun Temple, she took out her Elder Jade Disc and tried to contact her fellow disciples in the temple. To her surprise, the Elder Jade Disc didn't work at this time. Hearing this, Yang Kai quickly took out his Elder Jade Disc and poured his divine sense into it. After waiting for a moment, he looked at Gao Shueting and slowly shook his head, no response. Although there was some distance from Azure Sun Temple, it was not to the extent that they couldn't contact each other. If any elder in the temple received the message, they would definitely give a reply. But in fact, the two of them tried one after another, but there was no news. Something happened to the temple. Gao Shueting's face changed. Let's go. Feng Ming shouted in a low voice, realizing the seriousness of the problem. Yang Kai immediately summoned his flowing cloud shuttle. The four of them entered one after another, and the flowing cloud shuttle turned into a flash of light and disappeared. After the four left, the disciples of the small sect who had been on tenterhooks gradually calmed down and fell to the ground one after another, their backs full of cold sweat. After waiting for a while and confirming that the four masters had really gone far and wouldn't come back, the remaining dozens of people began to fight for the position of sect master. For a time, the fight was very fierce. Inside the flowing cloud shuttle, Yang Kai and Gao Shueting both had ugly expressions. Chapter 29-27. But there's still Brother Chiu and the others. Yang Kai said. Gao Shueting said, Brother Chiu and the others are quite strong, but I'm worried that they don't know the secrets of the demon spirit and accidentally fell for it. We can't contact them right now, so we don't know what's going on in the temple. You said you saw Gong Yu on Spirit Sword Peak, so why was he there? I'm curious about that as well. Yang Kai shook his head. There were many spirit peaks in Azure Sun Temple, but Gong Yu just had to go to Spirit Sword Peak. Yang Kai even suspected that Gong Yu was deliberately taking revenge on him because he had been preventing the demon spirit from coming back to life in the ancient cave mansion. But that didn't seem right either. If it was just revenge, Gong Yu wouldn't take such a big risk. Senior sister, what did you mean when you said that the temple master was too busy to be distracted? Yang Kai asked. Gao Shueting pondered for a moment, as if she was considering something. After a while, she answered, since you're already a temple elder, there's nothing I can't tell you. Do you remember when I stopped you from using the Divine Ascension mirror last time? Of course I remember. What does that have to do with anything? Yang Kai didn't understand. The temple master is related to the Divine Ascension mirror, Gao Shueting explained casually. At that time, I told you that someone was using the Divine Ascension mirror, so it couldn't be disturbed. Do you know who that person was? This was also what Yang Kai found strange at that time. The Divine Ascension mirror was Azure Sun Temple's most precious treasure, and it was also the foundation of the temple. It was because of the Divine Ascension mirror that the souls of the masters in the temple were generally higher than normal. However, it wasn't easy to enter the Divine Ascension mirror to cultivate. Ordinary disciples needed to make a great contribution to receive a rare reward, and as an elder, every time they entered the Divine Ascension mirror, they had to pay 3,000 elder contribution points. No one was an exception. Elder contribution points were relatively rare, and 3,000 was not a small amount. Yang Kai was a newly appointed elder. Naturally, he didn't have such a thing. Gao Shueting didn't stop him because he didn't have enough elder contribution points, but because someone was using the Divine Ascension mirror at that time. At that time, Yang Kai was curious about who this person was, but he wasn't in a hurry, so he didn't ask further. He didn't expect Gao Shueting to bring this up at this time. Who? Yang Kai frowned and asked. He vaguely felt that this person should be an incredible person. This person is closely related to the Hall Master. He was the one who raised and taught the Hall Master. Gao Shueting glanced at Yang Kai faintly. She didn't mention that person's name directly. Yang Kai's body shook, and the image of a person immediately appeared in his mind. He suddenly realized, it's him. Gao Shueting looked at him curiously and said, "You're much calmer than I expected." Yang Kai vaguely realized something. He asked, "Did that master enter the Divine Ascension world to separate his soul?" Gao Shueting's tender body trembled as she looked at Yang Kai in shock. "How do you know about this?" Even she didn't know about this kind of secret. It was only because when Zishan had unintentionally nagged her a few times that she was able to guess. She didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to tell the truth so easily. No one could have such terrifying deductive abilities, unless Yang Kai knew something beforehand. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "That master became like that because of me." "Because of you?" Gao Shueting was even more confused now. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. She stared at Yang Kai like a diligent student seeking knowledge about territory that she hadn't explored before. Yang Kai gave a simple explanation of what happened in the Shattered Star Sea, then said, "It was a coincidence that I was able to encounter that incident, and it was even more fortunate that I didn't die. However, that master seemed to have formed a connection with another person's soul, so he had no choice but to share his soul. I didn't expect him to return to the temple." "That's right, the Divine Ascension Mirror is a world of souls, and Tianyan is there as well. Perhaps there really is a way to separate two people's souls. So that's how it is." Gao Shueting suddenly understood. Many things that she didn't understand became clear after Yang Kai's explanation. However, she never would have thought that this matter would be related to Yang Kai. Moreover, Yang Kai was fortunate enough to participate in the battle between two great emperors, even though the two great emperors weren't at their peak at the time. However, this kind of opportunity wasn't something that just anyone could encounter. The most important thing was that Kai Yang had played a certain role in this. If it wasn't for him, that master's soul would probably have been destroyed and he would have perished together with his enemy. Although the current situation wasn't very good, at least his life was saved. As long as he was alive, there was always a way to separate the two souls. It was precisely because that person's identity was too sensitive that Yang Kai couldn't use the divine ascension mirror. Gao Shueting continued, things didn't seem to be going well over there, so the temple master also went to help. Right now, the temple master's soul is inside the divine ascension mirror, so he doesn't know anything about the outside world. If Gong Yu really is doing something bad in the temple master won't be able to detect it. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded, understanding Gao Shueting's worries. He ended his divine sense transmission with Gao Shueting and opened his eyes. I'm going to use the space divine technique. If anyone feels uncomfortable, please don't resist. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming lightly nodded when they heard this and stared at Yang Kai curiously. Although they had long heard that Yang Kai was proficient in space principles, just like that person from Spirit Beast Island, they had never seen it with their own eyes. This kind of mysterious power wasn't something that could be easily seen, especially when it came from someone as skilled as Yang Kai. As such, they all watched with great interest and waited patiently. The power of space principles surged and enveloped the entire flowing cloud shuttle. This was Yang Kai's principles, and if he hadn't warned them before, Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming would definitely have resisted if they sensed it. However, with the warning from before, they all knew what Yang Kai was going to do, so they relaxed and didn't interfere with the flow of principles. The flowing cloud shuttle seemed to shake slightly, and for a moment, both Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming felt extremely uncomfortable. It was a feeling of desolation and fear, as if they had suddenly arrived in a world without sound or light, a world of nothingness. However, this feeling was extremely short-lived, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the flowing cloud shuttle had already appeared 1,000 kilometers away. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It was rumored that a cultivator proficient in space principles was best at escaping, and now it seemed that the rumor was true. They were all second-order Emperor Realm Masters, but they still couldn't teleport 1,000 kilometers in an instant. They might be able to do it with the help of some special artifacts, but they couldn't do it as easily as Yang Kai. With this divine technique, as long as the surrounding space wasn't sealed, who in this world could stop him? No wonder the great emperors of Flower Shadow Island couldn't do as they wished, even though they were far stronger than the one from Spirit Beast Island. A cultivator proficient in the Tao of space was as slippery as a loach. If they missed their target, it would be impossible to track them down. The flowing cloud shuttle vibrated continuously, and after each vibration, it would appear 1,000 kilometers away. The people inside the shuttle realized more and more how powerful space principles were. In the beginning, Yang Kai's breathing was steady and his face was calm, but as time passed, he gradually began to feel exhausted. Teleporting with 3 people from the Emperor realm and an Emperor artifact consumed a lot of his energy. However, the situation was urgent now, so he couldn't care too much. He just wanted to rush back to the temple. Half a day later, he stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth and motioned for Gao Shueting to take over the control of the flowing cloud shuttle, then he sat down to meditate. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming saw clearly that the spirit pills Yang Kai stuffed into his mouth were all Emperor pills, and each of them was very valuable, but he chewed and swallowed them as if they were jelly beans. Even though the two of them had always been in high positions, this scene made their faces twitch, and they cursed in their hearts. Looking at the flowing cloud shuttle they were in now, it was an Emperor artifact, and its value was immeasurable. Even they didn't have it. They couldn't understand how this brat, who was so young and had only cultivated for a few years, had earned such a huge fortune. Compared to him, they were no different from country bumpkins. How could they have the advantage of being second-order Emperor Realm Masters? The 3 of them took turns to control the flowing cloud shuttle, so it didn't consume much energy. They could maintain their peak state at any time to deal with any possible dangers. After Yang Kai recovered, he used the Space Divine technique again, greatly increasing his speed. After 3 days, the 4 of them finally arrived at the Azure Sun mountain range. After scanning the mountain range with their divine senses, they found nothing unusual, and it looked the same as usual. Among the scattered peaks, many disciples of the temple were performing their duties, and there were no traces of them being attacked. This made Yang Kai and Gao Shueting, who had rushed back in a hurry, breathe a sigh of relief. The flowing cloud shuttle stopped in front of the sect defending array, and the 4 of them walked out. Gao Shueting immediately noticed something wrong. There was an inexplicable barrier around the sect defending array. This barrier wasn't very strong, but it was very well hidden. If Gao Shueting didn't have a good understanding of the array, she wouldn't have noticed it. Chapter 29-28. Lingjian Peak was located in a remote location in the Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai deliberately chose it, but he didn't expect it to become a loophole that Gong Yu took advantage of. Halfway through, streams of light flew from all over the Azure Sun Temple and joined the team. Except for those who were out or in seclusion, the other elders of the Emperor Realm were all present. Qiu Ran, the deputy temple master of the temple, also came. After greeting Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming, he looked at Gao Shueting and asked, "What happened?" Observing their expressions, he vaguely realized that something big had happened. Otherwise, Gao Shueting wouldn't have rushed into the temple with 2 elders from other families. Moreover, as far as he knew, these people should be in the southern marsh. Last time, Yang Kai sent a message back and roughly explained what happened in the southern swamp, so Qiu Ran more or less knew the situation. Gong Yu is in Lingjian Peak. Gao Shueting replied. What? Qiu Ran was shocked. Gong Yu? Which Gong Yu? He couldn't believe it and wondered if Gao Shueting had made a mistake. It's the Gong Yu that junior brother Yang mentioned before, the old master of the Gong family in the Tianhe Valley. Why is Gong Yu in Lingjian Peak? Qiu Ran turned to look at Yu Kun. He was responsible for the protection of the sect and the maintenance of the array, so if Gong Yu came to the temple and entered Lingjian Peak, it must be his dereliction of duty. Yu Kun was in a cold sweat. I don't know. I have never received a suspicious report. Yang Kai said, Gong Yu is proficient in the array. If he really wants to sneak into any sect, there is always a way. The temple has been safe and sound, and the sect protection array has not been fully activated. There are loopholes in the protection, so it is normal for him to sneak in. Now what we need to figure out is why he came to the temple and why he is on my Lingjian Peak. That's right. Gong Yu's actions are extremely suspicious. Moreover, we don't know his current condition, so we must be careful. Chen Wenhao nodded in agreement. Qiu Ran also nodded slightly, stroking his long beard as he pondered. Yu Kun glanced at Yang Kai gratefully, while his heart was filled with Gong Yu. There's one thing I need to tell you. The demonic will is mysterious and hard to guard against. Therefore, you must guard your mind. You must not give the demonic will any chance to take advantage of you. Gao Shueting solemnly exhorted. Several Azure Sun Temple elders nodded and secretly urged their soul's secret techniques. He strengthened the defense of his sea of consciousness. After half a cup of tea's time, the group finally arrived at the Lingjian Peak. The Spirit Peak was no different from when Yang Kai left that day. Other than the fact that the Spirit Peak array was completely open, there was only one abnormality: a figure was sitting cross-legged on the empty space on the mountain peak, motionless. It was as if he was dead. Beside him, a small beast that was completely pitch black was crawling on the ground. It was happy and content, and its short tail was swaying from time to time. When the group of people came over, it only raised its eyes to look at them, and did not do anything else. Swish swish swish, nearly 10 people from the Emperor realm spread out, surrounding the entire Lingjian peak. Gong Yu slowly opened his eyes, turned his gaze, and fixed it on Yang Kai. Those dark eyes made people who saw this scene for the first time tremble. They felt that the eyes were like a bottomless pit that could swallow everything. They hurriedly circulated their power to resist. "You're here," Gong Yu said softly, as if he didn't have much strength and couldn't even speak louder. "Should this old man call you Gong Yu, or should I call you by another name?" Feng Ming sneered. Looking at Gong Yu's current state, he didn't know whether the other party had lost himself or whether he was possessed by the demonic will. He didn't even know if the demonic will could possess others. Although Gong Yu was a very good material, there was no way to study it now. "This old man is Gong Yu." "Gong Yu of the Gong family," Gong Yu replied. Feng Ming laughed. "You still have the face to mention the Gong family? After this, the Gong family's reputation will be ruined, and you will be the sinner of the Gong family." Gong Yu said, "Is it a crime to pursue power? If that's the case, then everyone here is a sinner." Feng Ming snorted. "There are 3,000 paths. The width is different, but you are walking in the wilderness. What kind of power are you pursuing?" Gong Yu said lightly, "One path leads to all paths. The path is a path, but the wilderness is not a path. Different paths lead to the same destination." "Nonsense." Feng Ming was so angry that his beard was in a mess. Gong Yu said proudly, "If there is no path in the wilderness, this old man will step on it. I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Gong Yu smiled lightly. "Of course I can't do it alone. However, there will be more people following me." Chen Wenhao sighed. "Brother Gong, you have really become the demon race." He had some friendship with Gong Yu. Before coming here, he had wondered if he could find an opportunity to help Gong Yu. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, he knew that it was impossible. Gong Yu hadn't been possessed, or rather, the demonic will didn't have the ability to possess him. However, Gong Yu had become the demon race. His thoughts were wild and crazy. The demonic will that had invaded his body had affected his mentality, making him different from before. Such a person was very dangerous. No one knew what he would do. Chen Wenhao silently gave up on helping him. "Become the demon race?" Gong Yu smiled. "I just found a suitable path." "That's not your own path," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Gong Yu looked at him. "Are you walking your own path? The path you are taking is also trodden by your predecessors. Who can prove that this path is correct? In my opinion, you are just picking up the wisdom of others." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Perhaps we are following the path of our predecessors, but we will work hard to reach our own heights. Old Master Gong, you are different. Your current path has deviated from the path. You will never reach the end. You will surrender to the demonic will and become its slave." It was unknown which sentence provoked Gong Yu. His face suddenly became gloomy, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "Ridiculous, this old man feels very good now. Who can enslave this old man?" Yang Kai pondered and decided not to entangle with him on this issue. He asked, "Why did old Master Gong take such a huge risk to come to Azure Sun Temple? Why did you come to Lingjian Peak? Is there anything here that attracts you?" Although they had seen the black puppy on their way here, no one had paid much attention to it. It was only now that everyone realized that the black puppy wasn't as harmless as it looked. Everyone was startled. Everyone, who had been on guard all this time, unleashed their respective divine abilities and blasted them towards the giant mouth. Chapter 29-29. Nearly 10 people from the Emperor realm attacked at the same time, and there was no lack of second-order Emperor realm masters among them. How spectacular was this scene! All kinds of secret techniques and divine technique bloomed, the power of Emperor artifacts was rampant, and the world energy was in chaos. Feng Ming also reacted in time. A burst of light burst out from the Thunder Goose spear and directly exploded in front of him. All the attacks poured into the giant mouth, but there was no reaction at all, as if they were stones sinking into the sea. The mouth closed and swallowed Feng Ming in one gulp. Hiss! The sound of gasps rang out as everyone felt their scalps go numb. They looked at the foot-long little beast in horror, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Yang Kai was also a little confused. He had seen the little black dog twice. The first time was after the elders of Azure Sun Temple collectively drank, and the second time was when he was arranging the space array. Except for the second time when the demonic chi in his dantian changed a little, there was nothing special about it. Now that he thought about it, he was wrong. This little black dog was very likely to have inherited the bloodline of some exotic beast. Otherwise, it would not have such a strange ability. A second-order Emperor Realm Master was swallowed by it in one gulp. Even if Feng Ming was suspected of underestimating the enemy, this ability was enough to amaze people. After swallowing Feng Ming, the giant mouth disappeared, and the little black dog returned to its original size, but it still showed an extremely violent and aggressive appearance. With Feng Ming as an example, how could the others dare to go forward? They all displayed their divine technique and blasted forward. The giant mouth reappeared and swallowed all the attacks from the Emperor realm. The giant mouth seemed to be connected to a bottomless pit. No matter how many things went in, it would be swallowed up completely. Gong Yu hid behind the little black dog. His hands were constantly changing seals as he controlled the little black dog to fight with the masters. He was not at a disadvantage at all despite fighting one against many. Yang Kai wanted to teleport over several times to capture the leader, but Gong Yu saw through it and stopped him. His spiritual will surged among the many people in the Emperor realm, and after a series of exchanges. No one knew what kind of strange beast's bloodline this little black dog had inherited, and they had never heard of such an ability to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Without any clue, no one dared to be greedy, lest they end up like Feng Ming. In ancient times, there were indeed many powerful beasts in the world. Many holy spirits were the best of the best among these beasts. Every holy spirit had the ability to move mountains, drain seas, and turn the world upside down. However, there had never been any records of something as unique as the little black dog. In the midst of the battle, a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he shouted in a low voice, "Magical beast?" Gong Yu, who had been sitting behind the black puppy and using it as a shield, smiled. "You are indeed different. You do know a lot of things. This beast has a trace of the bloodline of the Return to Ruins, although it is not pure. But it was still extremely impressive. If you want to kill this old man, then I'll kill you. We still have to get past it first." Return to Ruins? Everyone in the Emperor realm was shocked when they heard this name, because no one had heard of this name. Even Elder Chen Qian, who was familiar with the history books, was confused. But it was undeniable that this little black dog with a trace of the bloodline of the Return to Ruins was a bit powerful. Under the command of Gong Yu, a hole appeared in the void with one bite. The whole world seemed to be a delicious cake in front of it. Every bite left a mark that could not be healed for a long time. After a few times, Lingjian Peak was full of void holes. Looking at it, it was like a beautiful landscape painting that had been accidentally sprinkled with a lot of ink. There was nothing in those void holes, but they contained great killing power. Everyone had to be careful to avoid them. Only Yang Kai was like a fish in water, swimming freely in these void holes. He leaped and rushed in these void holes, looking for opportunities to bypass the Return to Ruins to sneak attack Gong Yu. He almost succeeded several times, but was caught by the Return to Ruins and had to temporarily retreat. We can't delay any longer. I'm afraid Brother Feng is in danger. Chen Wenhao shouted in a low voice, and said with a solemn expression, the moon waxes, and the water overflows. Everyone, please lend me a hand. When the words fell, the flowing water sword in his hand suddenly fluctuated with a dense light. Under the Emperor's power, his whole body seemed to have become an invincible sword, and his sword intent soared to the sky. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of miles swayed and gathered toward the flowing water sword. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and they each cast their spells. Gong Yu's brow frowned slightly, but his hands still did not stop moving. Nearly 10 people from the Emperor realm used their full strength, and the entire Azure Sun Temple seemed to have begun to shake. With Lingjian Peak as the center, a huge vortex seemed to have appeared here, sucking in all the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles. All kinds of fierce and surging divine technique were brewing. Boundless Sword Dao. Chen Wenhao was the first to make a move. When the flowing water sword slashed forward, it set off a wave of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. In that huge wave, hundreds of millions of sword lights were constantly swallowing, as if they could destroy everything in their way. Seal of life and death, life and death. 9 suns glorious brilliance. Yin and Yang, universe reversal. Flowing time great emperor, withering glory, shuttle like a dream. Many divine technique were released at the same time, causing the sky to shatter and the universe to turn upside down. With so many people from the Emperor realm joining forces to cast their spells, even a third-order Emperor realm master would be torn to pieces. Gong Yu's expression became extremely serious, and the seals in his hands changed even faster. A beastly roar shook all directions. Return to Ruin's body remained unchanged, but its mouth suddenly opened. It was bigger than ever before, as if it could swallow half of a mountain. There was darkness in that huge mouth, as if it was connected to another world. One after another, powerful attacks fell into its mouth, creating layers of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. Then, the attacks disappeared without a trace. Thousands of feet away, a figure flashed in the void. Yang Kai appeared with the others. Everyone had a look of lingering fear on their faces. Yang Kai's face was as pale as paper, and his whole body trembled violently. Without the cooperation of others, forcefully bringing others to use the space divine ability was extremely taxing on him. Especially this time, he had brought too many people, and all of them had extraordinary strength. In an instant, he was emptied out. At this moment, he had to use all his strength just to stand in place. Teleport. Gong Yu's eyes darkened. He tilted his head and looked into the distance. His face twitched slightly, and his eyes were full of resentment. He was obviously blaming Yang Kai for ruining his plan. If Yang Kai hadn't interfered just now, the sudden attack alone would have been enough to kill more than half of the people from the Emperor realm present. But it was because of Yang Kai's existence that everyone was able to escape safely. Chapter 29:30. Gao Shueting reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's arm to prevent him from falling. Yang Kai nodded and thanked her. He quickly breathed to calm the blood in his chest. Suddenly, he heard a whimper. Return to Ruins, which looked like a black puppy, whimpered as if it was enduring something extremely painful. It looked extremely miserable. Gong Yu had used some unknown method to control and activate the power in its bloodline. It had been fighting against the people of the Emperor realm for a long time. However, after reaching its limit, it seemed like it was no longer a threat. When it was caught in the divine technique, it was covered in cuts and bruises all over. It was so bloody that it was unbearable to look at. Gong Yu looked at it and seemed to have noticed something. He smiled and said, "Well, it's about time anyway." No one knew what he meant. However, just as he finished speaking, Return to Ruins suddenly retched a few times. Then, its mouth suddenly expanded and turned into a huge mouth. A cold light bloomed from the huge mouth. A man and a spear seemed to have escaped from the abyss. They spun and rushed out. Feng Ming was obviously stunned when he saw the light again. After he was swallowed, he was surrounded by endless darkness. There was no light and no sound. Fortunately, he was not hurt. It seemed like he was just swallowed into a strange world. There was a ray of light in that world. He tried his best to follow the light and finally escaped. Glancing around, Feng Ming made up his mind. He kicked Gui Su, who was standing beside him, retching non-stop. The little black dog was sent flying and disappeared without a trace. Then, his spear shot out like a dragon toward Gong Yi, who was sitting at the side. Gong Yu did not dodge in the face of death. He did not even try to resist. His breath had always been weak. He was able to fight against the people of the Emperor realm because of the strange ability of Return to Ruins. Now, Return to Ruins was useless. Even if he tried to resist, he would not be able to defeat Feng Ming, who was in a rage. He faced the call of death with an indifferent expression, as if he had already seen through life and death. With a chi sound, the thunder wild goose spear pierced into Gong Gui's chest, blasting a hole in his chest. Through that hole, vaguely, one could see the squirming organs inside. Gong Yu was still smiling. It's useless to kill me. Time will prove that I made the right choice. You are all wrong. Deliberately mystifying. Feng Ming snorted coldly and circulated his emperor's qi. A beastly roar came from the thunder wild goose spear. Then, Gong Yu's body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. A black light flew out. Feng Ming reacted quickly and pointed his spear at it. After breaking the black light, he heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to the others and asked, "Are you all okay?" Chen Wenhao's expression turned ugly as he shook his head. "It's all thanks to Elder Yang." "Brother Feng, how are you?" Feng Ming shook his head and said, "I'm fine, but I still need to check carefully. That thing is too strange." "What did Gong Yu mean by what he said just now?" Gao Shueting frowned. She had been thinking about Gong Yu's words, but she couldn't understand them. She just felt very upset, as if something bad was about to happen. No one knew what Gong Yu meant before he died. While everyone was pondering, a rumbling sound suddenly came from afar, and the mountains on the ground began to shake and shake. As if something had been broken, a black light suddenly rose from somewhere on Spirit Sword Peak and turned into a stream of light that spread in all directions. Demonic senses, why are there so many demonic senses? Gao Shueting looked up and her beautiful face turned pale. These black lights were obviously remnants of demonic senses, just like the ones that had eroded Gong Yu, but there were hundreds and thousands of them. It was as if a firework had exploded in the air and scattered in all directions. How could it be? Chen Wenhao was also a little dumbfounded. Xiao Ran and others saw demonic senses for the first time. Although they didn't know how powerful they were, they felt that these things were extremely dangerous, so they all looked solemn. Spirit Sword Peak is a place where demons are sealed. Yang Kai said with a light cough, looking extremely weak. The reason why Gong Yu came here was to break the seal and release other demonic senses. Gao Shueting was shocked when she heard this and turned to look at him. "Junior brother, do you mean that there is a place here like the Southern Swamp?" Yang Kai said, "There is no other explanation." Everyone's attention was attracted by the ancient cave in the Southern Swamp. No one expected that there was a place where demons were sealed in Spirit Sword Peak of Azure Sun Temple. Gong Yi had been corroded by the demonic will, so he obviously knew about this. That was why he had chosen to come here directly, using his knowledge of formations to break through the restrictions and release more demonic will. He didn't resist when he was dying. First, because he couldn't resist, and second, because there was no need to. Even if he died, his task had been completed. As he said before, there were still many people who would follow in his footsteps. Damn it! Gao Shueting clenched her teeth. Open the sect protecting array. We must stop these things as soon as possible. If they escape. Yang Kai said in a hurry, but halfway through his words, there was another change. There was another rumbling sound, followed by a burst of laughter. Yang Kai's words came to an abrupt end, and he looked in the direction of the source of the sound in amazement. He had already recognized who the voice belonged to. At first, the laughter was somewhat restrained, as if it was extremely unexpected, but as time went by, it became more and more unscrupulous and rampant. A stream of light came from afar, and the laughter was also quickly approaching. In the blink of an eye, an old man with white hair and a beard appeared in front of everyone. Not far away, an indescribable pressure suddenly fell from the sky, as if a mountain was pressing down on everyone's heart, making it difficult for many of the people in the Emperor realm to breathe. Yang Kai's condition was not good, and this time, blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. The old man stood in the air and stopped laughing. His eyes swept over the crowd slightly, and then fixed on Yang Kai, and said with a smile, "Oh? Boy, you are also here. It's really a small world." Kai Yang furrowed his brow, feeling that something wasn't quite right. The old man in front of him was no different from the one in his memories, but his temperament was completely different. The old man in his memories was wise and carefree, but the person in front of him was filled with an evil aura. Chen Wenhao frowned a few times and said hesitantly, "Could it be that your excellency is—" He didn't dare to continue, even a little afraid of this extremely powerful secret art from tens of thousands of years ago. Wukong proudly said, "Yes, this king is the heaven-devouring great emperor." The middle-aged woman raised her eyes and looked at him. The brat from back then has already become an elder. You all have grown up so quickly. You really are Granny Yu." Yang Kai was shocked. Granny has changed so much. He did not know Granny Yu's real name, only that she was the one who guarded the divine Ascension mirror. He remembered that when he came here with Xia Sheng and the others last time, Granny Yu had appeared in front of him in the form of an old woman. Her voice was hoarse and extremely unpleasant to the ears. Later, when he was training in the divine Ascension mirror, he was hunted down by Granny Yu's people. Granny Yu controlled a force called the Divine Ascension Country in the Divine Ascension Mirror world and had many powerful subordinates. Yang Kai had escaped death several times at that time. Later, when he left the Divine Ascension Mirror world, he heard that Granny Yu had been imprisoned by Wuxia Xianxia. After that, he had not heard any news about Granny Yu. Now, it seemed that Wuxia Xianxia had completely subdued her, and the heavy responsibility of guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror was still in her hands. This time, Wukong had clearly been the one who injured Granny Yu when he escaped. Gao Shueting's shout came from not far away. Everyone was shocked when they heard this and hurriedly rushed over. In an isolated stone room, Wuxia Xianxia's body was unscathed, but for some reason, he was sweating profusely, as if he had suffered some kind of attack. "Granny, the temple master isn't dead, but he seems to be trapped in the Divine Ascension Mirror and can't come out. Do you have any ideas?" Gao Shueting asked. Yang Kai supported Granny Yu and walked over. One of them was injured, while the other had consumed a lot of energy. Both of them did not look too good. Granny Yu first looked at Wuxia Xianxia's condition, then at the changes in the Divine Ascension Mirror. She sighed, "He's not trapped, he's just not coming out. Something must have happened to the Divine Ascension Mirror. What exactly happened outside?" There was no time to explain in detail, so Yang Kai simply used his divine sense to transmit all the information he knew into Granny Yu's mind. She fell silent for a moment and reviewed the information, her expression turning cold as she said, "Demon sealing grounds? Demonic sense breaking through?" It seems that the thing that rushed into the Divine Ascension mirror was a demonic sense. Gao Shueting was shocked. A demonic sense rushed in? Granny Yu nodded. Yes, it rushed into the Divine Ascension mirror, and then that master suddenly woke up. He injured me and left this place. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, that wasn't the secular master, but the heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors. Granny Yu's eyes narrowed when she heard this, and she whispered, so that's how it is. I was wondering why that master would attack me for no reason. Demonic sense can actually corrode the Divine Ascension mirror? Qiu Ran's expression was extremely heavy as he stared at the Divine Ascension mirror without blinking. In just a short while, the black light on the surface of the Divine Ascension mirror had increased, and this black light was clearly emitting the aura of a demonic sense. Yang Kai said, the Divine Ascension mirror is the world of the soul, so the demonic sense's invasion targets the soul. The Divine Ascension mirror is the nourishment for its growth. You're right. We have to think of a way to stop it. I wonder how the temple master is doing inside. I'll go in and take a look, Yang Kai volunteered. I'll go too. Gao Shueting hurriedly expressed her opinion. Although Wen Zishan's physical body was fine, Gao Shueting still couldn't relax until she saw his soul. Yang Kai nodded and said to the others, I'll have to trouble you brothers and senior sister to protect us. Chen Qian said, Junior brother Yang, you don't look too good. How about I go in with senior sister Gao? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I can resist the invasion of the demonic sense, so I'll be fine. Since he was so insistent, Chen Qian couldn't say anything else, so she could only remind him to be careful. Time was of the essence, so Yang Kai and Gao Shueting immediately found a stone room each and entered it, then sat down cross-legged to meditate. After the stone rooms were sealed, Granny Yu forced herself to cast a spell and opened a passage to the Divine Ascension mirror world. 2 rays of light shot out from the Divine Ascension mirror and poured into the sealed stone rooms. Yang Kai and Gao Shueting both shook at the same time, feeling as if their souls were being separated from their bodies. This wasn't the first time either of them had entered the Divine Ascension mirror world, so they didn't resist and allowed this force to pull their souls in a certain direction. Chapter 29-32. It was as if he had passed through an endless spacetime tunnel. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he was already in a brand new world. In front of him was an old man smiling at him. Beside the old man was a person sitting cross-legged in meditation. This person had a dignified appearance and was wearing a purple robe. Who else could it be but Wen Zishan? Senior Tian Yen. Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fists towards the old man. After so many years, Tian Yen still looked the same and hadn't changed at all. Speaking of which, Tian Yen was a master on the level of the great emperors. Furthermore, he didn't have a physical body and only existed as a soul in this Divine Ascension world. Naturally, he couldn't have changed much. You're here, Tian Yen stroked his beard as if he had expected Yang Kai's arrival. Yang Kai asked, why did we just happen to appear here? Did Senior help us? This place was a mountain peak that towered into the clouds. It was unknown where in the Divine Ascension mirror world it was located. It was obviously not a coincidence that they appeared here. They must have received help. Tian Yen shook his head, it wasn't me. He brought you here, Tian Yen pointed to the side as he spoke. Yang Kai glanced over and found that there was actually a boy not far away. This boy was chubby and cute, only about 7 or 8 years old, and was currently chasing after a dancing butterfly, clearly having a lot of fun. Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't know where this boy came from to have such great power. Gao Shueting also came here, but she focused on Wen Zishan and carefully examined him. She confirmed that Wen Zishan was fine. He only seemed to be slightly injured, so she relaxed. She turned to Tian Yen and asked curiously, "Junior brother, this senior is..." Although she had entered the Divine Ascension mirror world many times, she had never seen Tian Yen in person. She had only heard Wen Zishan mention that there seemed to be an existence comparable to the great emperors in the Divine Ascension world. Yang Kai said, "This is Senior Tian Yen." Gao Shueting hurriedly bowed. Tian Yen smiled, "Little girl, I remember that you were only 16 when you first came here, right?" Gao Shueting blushed slightly. He whispered, "Senior, you have a good memory." It was so long ago that she did not remember much about it. She did not expect Tian Yen to remember it so clearly. "Senior, what happened here?" Gao Shueting wasn't in the mood to spend too much time chatting. She just wanted to figure out what had happened here as soon as possible and why Wukong had snatched the bodies of the great emperors of the secular world and escaped. Tian Yen said, "Old friend Red Dust seemed to have encountered some trouble previously, so he came to this old man for help. This old man and he researched for many days and barely managed to think of a way to separate the two souls. If he succeeded, he would be able to imprison Brother Wu's soul in this world of spiritual ascension, and old friend Hong Chen would be able to regain his freedom." Although everything hadn't gone smoothly before, it was fine after some bumps and bruises, but just now, something had suddenly rushed in and affected the stability of the Divine Ascension world. Brother Wu took advantage of the situation to counterattack. He had injured old friend Hong Chen and young friend Wen. Then he escaped. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. "If that's the case, Senior Hong Chen is not dead?" Tian Yen looked at him with a smile. Although Brother Wu's divine technique is vast, it would be impossible for him to kill old friend Hong Chen. "Did he tell you that old friend Hong Chen is dead?" Yang Kai said, "That's what he said." No wonder he was willing to let us go despite his murderous intent. It was not out of kindness, but because Senior Hong Chen interfered. It was only now that Yang Kai realized why Wukong did not really kill them. "If Senior is willing, you can shape your body at any time," Tian Yen said. Tian Yen said, "Little friend Yang is indeed a man of integrity. This old master thanks you here." Yang Kai chuckled, "Senior is welcome. I obtained the flesh incarnation fruit by chance and didn't deliberately look for it." The boy frowned and interjected, "Are you leaving?" He looked up at Tian Yen with a somewhat irritated expression. Tian Yen was silent for a while before saying, "I still want to go outside and take a look." The boy sneered, Go, it's best if you die outside." As he spoke, he glared hatefully at Yang Kai, his face full of resentment. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, suddenly understanding that he would not have a chance to subdue the mirror soul. Chapter 29-33. Although the soul-devouring insect's devouring speed wasn't slow, it wasn't something that could be dealt with in a short period of time. Yang Kai and Tian Yen chatted for a while before sitting down to recover. Although he wasn't injured in today's battle, he had used up a lot of energy to teleport so many people from the Emperor realm, especially his soul. There was no better place to recover soul strength than the Divine Ascension mirror world. While meditating, Yang Kai could clearly feel the world energy being attracted to him and flowing into his soul, making up for his losses. It didn't take long for him to recover. After the mirror soul learned that Tian Yen was leaving, it seemed to be a little unhappy. It didn't even try to catch the butterfly and just sat to the side, kicking pebbles in boredom. Tian Yen, on the other hand, was constantly paying attention to the movements of the demon cloud. The three of them remained silent for a while. 3 days later, Yang Kai finally opened his eyes. They were no longer as dispirited as before and were now filled with vigor. Looking into the distance and sensing the state of the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai understood that it would take at least half a day to resolve the crisis in the divine Ascension mirror world. He rolled his eyes and went to the mirror soul's side to talk to it. The mirror soul acted as if it didn't hear him and ignored Yang Kai no matter what he said, causing Yang Kai to eat a nose full of cold air. Helpless, he could only give up and go to Tian Yen again to ask about cultivation. Although Tian Yen didn't have a physical body and only cultivated the power of his soul, he was still able to understand everything in the world. From his perspective, he was able to see things from a different perspective. Many things that Yang Kai didn't understand, Tian Yen was able to give him new ideas with just a few words. For a while, Yang Kai benefited greatly. After half a day, Yang Kai finally woke up from his daze and looked into the distance. He summoned his soul-devouring insects back and said, "Senior, I have to go first. The temple has undergone a great change, so there should be some matters outside that need to be dealt with. I'll come find you in a few days to discuss those matters in detail." "Alright, there's no rush," Tian Yen nodded lightly. Yang Kai glanced at Mirror Soul, but Mirror Soul just raised its hand. Yang Kai suddenly felt a huge repulsive force pressing down on him from all directions, pushing him out of this world without him being prepared. When his vision changed, Yang Kai had already returned to the forbidden area. He opened his eyes and pushed open the door of the stone room. Chen Xian, who heard the commotion outside, quickly greeted him. "Junior brother Yang, you're awake. What's the situation inside?" Chen Xian asked nervously. Yang Kai said, "Everything has been dealt with inside." "What about outside?" Chen Xian said, "Let's talk while we walk." Yang Kai naturally had no objections. The two of them chatted as they walked out. 3 days ago, a group of elders from Azure Sun Temple came to the restricted area where the Divine Ascension Mirror was stored, while Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming stayed behind at Spirit Sword Peak to investigate the situation. After searching for a while, he found a place where demons were sealed thousands of feet under the Lingjian Peak. There was an obvious trace of demonic aura. If it weren't for Gong Yu's attack this time, no one would have thought that there was such a place inside Azure Sun Temple. When Wenzi Shan established the sect here, he had carefully investigated the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, but he knew nothing about the hidden place where demons were sealed. Now, many of the barriers in the place had been destroyed. It was probably Gong Yu's doing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to release those demonic auras. Currently, the elders of the temple were all on Spirit Sword Peak. Firstly, they were checking to see if there were any fish that had escaped the net. Secondly, they wanted to completely seal that place. After all, it was a place where demons were sealed. Even if there were no more demonic auras inside, no one could be sure that there was no danger. In addition, the news that the demonic auras had recovered and escaped from Azure Sun Temple had already spread. Countless sects and masters in the Southern Territory were urgently tracking down the whereabouts of the demonic auras that had escaped, hoping to kill them all before they could cause more damage. But no matter who it was, they knew that this matter was a bit difficult to handle. The demonic auras were invisible. They were just a special form of energy. Perhaps they didn't have their own thoughts. They could only attach themselves to living creatures, erode their thoughts, and make them become the demon race. Therefore, this kind of tracking was extremely difficult. But no matter what, this matter couldn't be left alone. In the 3 days that Yang Kai was away, a lot of information shuttled back and forth between the major sects in the Southern Territory. The news of the demonic aura's recovery had become a hot topic, and the whole world knew about it. Not long after, the two arrived at Spirit Sword Peak together. The place where demons were sealed was not at the top of Spirit Sword Peak, but somewhere at the foot of the mountain. The door of a stone cave was wide open, and it was dark and bottomless. Bursts of gloomy and treacherous auras emerged from it, as if it led straight to the underworld. A group of people from the Emperor realm stood outside the cave, all of them staring at it with cold expressions. Wuxia Xianxia's expression was particularly dignified. Hundreds and thousands of demonic auras had escaped from the Azure Sun Temple. As the temple master, he naturally couldn't absolve himself from the blame, especially now that the great emperors of the secular world were in a bad situation. The smile that had always appeared on his face was no longer there at this moment. Gao Shueting and the others stood beside him. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming also didn't leave. They needed to know the exact news of the place where demons were sealed below so that they could pass it back to their respective sects. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, everyone silently saluted each other. "How is the situation?" Yang Kai stood beside Yukuan and asked in a low voice. Yukuan shook his head and said, "The demonic auras have probably all escaped. Now we are trying to find a way to break the remaining barriers and see what the place where demons are sealed looks like. Maybe we can find some clues from it." But what? Yukuan laughed dryly. "The temple's array masters need some time." Yang Kai roughly understood what Yukuan meant. The place where demons were sealed was full of ancient barriers and spirit arrays. He was just a little interested in its strange innate divine technique. After confirming that it was out of breath and no longer posed any threat, Yang Kai slowly walked over to it. Return to Ruins seemed to have noticed something and opened its eyes slightly to look at the figure standing in front of it. It whimpered twice, looking extremely weak. Yang Kai raised his palm and condensed his Emperor Qi. Return to Ruins slowly closed its eyes, as if it had accepted its fate, and a hot breath came out of its nostrils. Yang Kai slammed his palm down, but when it was only 3 inches away from Return to Ruins, he stopped and lifted it up, sighing, "Whether you live or die depends on your own fortune." Saying so, he threw Return to Ruins into the sealed world bead. No matter how powerful the divine technique of this strange beast in the demon territory was, as long as it was still inside the sealed world bead, it would be suppressed by Yang Kai, so Yang Kai was not worried that it would suddenly attack him after it recovered. Whether it could survive or not was another matter entirely. What's more, Yang Kai always felt that this wasn't its true nature. The first 2 times they met, the Endless Abyss didn't show any malice towards him. On the contrary, it was somewhat intimate with him. Especially the second time, the Endless Abyss was obviously looking for him. The demonic sense was broken, the secular world was trapped, the heaven-devouring great emperor escaped, and now the dragon race was coming. He didn't know why he was so unlucky this year. Trouble after trouble, it was a little tiring to deal with it. However, in the face of a pure dragon race, even when Zishan didn't dare to be careless, because there was only one place in the world where a dragon race existed. Behind the red dragon in front of him was a force that even the great emperors couldn't ignore. "Who hit me? Who hit me just now?" The red dragon didn't respond to Wuxia Xianxia's question. Instead, it opened its mouth and roared, as if it had been greatly humiliated. It was so angry that the deafening roar made the entire Azure Sun Temple tremble. Those from the Emperor realm who had accidentally attacked the red dragon turned pale and shrank into the crowd, lest they be recognized by the red dragon. You. The red dragon's gaze turned and paused on several people from the Emperor realm. "And you, don't hide. I saw it just now. All of you attacked." I didn't. "Master, you saw wrong." The person who spoke shrank even more, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Otherwise, when the elites of my Dragon Island come out, all the great emperors and great emperors will have to stand aside. Believe it or not, I will drown you all with my saliva." The more he said, the more ridiculous it became. The group of people from the Emperor realm secretly frowned. Lei Ting hurriedly interrupted him and said, "The dragon race hasn't appeared for a long time. This is also the first time we have seen it. That's why when you flew over, many of us didn't recognize you. We thought there was an enemy coming, so we acted rashly and created a misunderstanding. Yes, we were too impulsive just now. I hope this master doesn't mind. If the master had shown his true form earlier, we wouldn't have attacked you. It's a blessing of 3 lifetimes to see the true form of a dragon today." The group of people clamored and talked at the same time. Everyone could see that although this red dragon had a bad temper and was not easy to get along with, he seemed to be easily persuaded. Just a few words of pleasantries were enough to appease his anger. This was a common problem of people who were too arrogant. Since they were arrogant, they naturally didn't want to argue too much with people who were too inferior. For a moment, everyone was not stingy with their praise. Hearing this, the dragon felt comfortable and relaxed. The anger that was about to erupt like a volcano just now disappeared. He lightly snorted and said, forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'll let bygones be bygones. The next time I attack, open your eyes wide and watch carefully." Everyone let out a soft sigh. Wuxia Xianxia also dispersed the power he had gathered and cast a grateful look at Lei Hong. The temple had been attacked again and again, and he himself had been injured in the divine Ascension mirror world. At this moment, he was distraught. If Lei Hong hadn't dealt with it properly in time, he was afraid that another disaster would have arisen. Once the people from the Emperor realm here clashed with the Red Dragon, no matter who won, Azure Sun Temple would suffer. Lei Hong smiled slightly, indicating that he didn't need to worry. Wuxia Xianxia cupped his fists towards the sky and said, "Since you are from Dragon Island, may I ask which master of Dragon Island you are?" "This dragon is Zhu Lai." The Red Dragon shook his head and wagged his tail, his voice traveling 100 kilometers. "So it's Master Zhu Lai. And, may I ask why the master has come to Azure Sun Temple?" "I'm looking for someone." Zhu Lai flipped a few times and turned his dragon head to face everyone, his dragon eyes sweeping across the crowd. "Who's called Yang Kai?" Yang Kai was still watching the show when he suddenly heard this guy called Zhu Lai call out his name. He couldn't help but be startled. Over 100 pairs of eyes turned towards him in unison. Some of the people from the Emperor realm standing near Yang Kai hurriedly retreated and distanced themselves from him, as if standing next to him would bring bad luck. A mere First-Order Emperor realm master dared to speak to a dragon race expert like this. Wuxia Xianxia, Gao Shueting, and the others were also stunned, as if this was the first time they had met Yang Kai. No one had ever dared to speak to a dragon race expert like this. Those who did were probably already dead. Lei Hong kept winking at Yang Kai, indicating that he should restrain himself. After all, it was not easy for him to appease Zhu Lai's anger. Yang Kai's words could definitely incite it again. As the great elder of Star Soul Palace, he could compromise. Yang Kai was just an honored guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or status, Yang Kai was far inferior to him. What did it matter if he spoke softly? It was too late. Zhu Lai's anger was reignited, and it was several times more vigorous than before. He let out a sky-shaking laugh. "Lowly ant, how dare you provoke a dragon race expert? You really don't know your place." Before he could finish, Yang Kai had already appeared in front of him in a flash. His tiny figure was insignificant compared to Zhu Lai's 200-meter body. Chapter 29-36. A resounding dragon's roar rang out, and as the golden light shone brightly, a huge dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai and disappeared into his body. Yang Kai threw a punch at the dragon's nose. With a loud bang, Zhu Lai's head tilted to the side. The violent force made him feel a little dizzy, and he felt as if his nose had been broken. Huh! Yang Kai was a little surprised, because this blow did not have the effect he had expected. After interacting with Zhu Qing for some time, he knew that the suppression of bloodlines was extremely strong for the dragon race. The stronger one's bloodline had the absolute ability to suppress the weaker one, and this had nothing to do with one's own strength. The dragon race's bloodlines were divided into ranks. It was said that the great elder of the dragon race, Zhu Yan, was a 10th order azure dragon. No one below the 10th order dragon race was his match, no matter how strong they were. Another example was Zhu Qing, whose strength was comparable to a 3rd order emperor realm master. If Yang Kai really fought her alone, he might not be able to guarantee victory even if he used all his means. However, if he used the suppression of his bloodline, Zhu Qing would not be his match at all, and she would not be able to display her full strength. In Yang Kai's opinion, although this Zhu Lai's strength was not bad, the power of his bloodline could not be much stronger than Zhu Qing's. He could use the golden divine dragon source to suppress Zhu Qing, so naturally, he would have no problem dealing with Zhu Lai. But after this punch, he realized that he was wrong. The suppression of his bloodline did not appear as he expected. Instead, the sturdy dragon scales shook his fist until it was a bloody mess. Zhu Lai was completely enraged by this punch and roared, "Since this dragon dared to come find you, I naturally have a way to restrain you. Do you think you can suppress me?" As he roared, he spat out a stream of flames. Yang Kai was instantly set ablaze and quickly melted in the flames. The crowd below cried out in alarm. Zhu Lai was also a little stunned, his eyes glazed over. He was ordered to bring Yang Kai back to Dragon Island, not kill him. Facing Yang Kai's resistance and provocation, he could not suppress the anger in his heart. He originally wanted to teach him a lesson and make him behave, but who would have thought that his dragon breath would burn him to death? What should he do? If the great elder found out, he would definitely be punished. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly felt like a mountain was pressing down on his head. His head hurt so much that he couldn't help but roar. The figure that had been burned in front of him finally became clear. It was actually just an afterimage that was left behind because it was too fast. Zhu Lai was both excited and angry. He was excited that he didn't miss and kill his target. He was furious because he was fooled by this little bastard. He was completely enraged. As his body swayed, he avoided the attack on his head and clawed at Yang Kai. The huge dragon claw seemed to be able to seal off a large area of space. Energy gathered in the dragon claw, and its power was terrifying. When this energy was compressed to the extreme, it suddenly exploded violently. An unparalleled power rose from the dragon claw and bombarded Yang Kai. Yang Kai clapped his hands together, and a huge moon blade was formed. It cut through space and met the attack. There was a loud boom. Under the collision of the two forces, an extremely strong storm expanded, and countless cracks appeared in the void. Zhu Lai's huge body did not move, and Yang Kai was forced to retreat more than 100 feet before he could stabilize himself. After a round of confrontation, Yang Kai was at an absolute disadvantage. It seemed that he was not Zhu Lai's opponent at all. "What kind of treasure did you bring?" Yang Kai scanned Zhu Lai's body. He clearly saw that when he attacked, there was a flash of light on Zhu Lai's body. It was this flash of light that offset the bloodline suppression of his golden holy dragon's origin power. It allowed him to unleash his full strength. Zhu Lai snorted coldly. "Surrender obediently and follow me back to the Dragon Island. Nothing will happen. If you dare to resist, you'll have to bear the consequences. Can you force a cow to drink water?" Yang Kai laughed. He laughed coldly and said, I'd like to see to what extent this treasure of yours can protect you. As soon as he finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and growled. His handsome body suddenly swelled, and traces of pure dragon's might spread. A faint golden light overflowed from the pores of his body. His 2 hands had transformed into dragon claws, and there were 2 strange little bumps on his head. His exposed skin was covered in dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai turned into a monster about 20 to 30 feet tall. His appearance looked like a dragon race, but it was a little too much. It was like trying to draw a tiger but ended up looking like a dog instead. This is... Lei Hong's eyes widened as he looked at the sky in shock. Wen Zishan and the others were also stunned. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes were full of splendor. Hundreds of people in the Emperor realm were silent. Everyone was shocked beyond words. No one had ever seen such a secret technique that could make a person change so much. Zhu Lai was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Dragon transformation ability, dragon transformation ability. That damned girl taught you the dragon transformation ability. Unforgivable, unforgivable." As if Yang Kai had done something unforgivable, Zhu Lai's voice was extremely angry. Now you have no choice but to go to Dragon Island. The dragon transformation ability is not taught to outsiders. From now on, prepare to spend the rest of your life on Dragon Island. As Zhu Lai roared, he had already pounced forward. His 20 feet long body flashed in the sky and appeared in front of Yang Kai in an instant. He opened his mouth and spat out dragon's breath. Yang Kai secretly frowned. He countered Zhu Lai's attack as he resisted. He did not expect Zhu Lai to react so violently after he used the dragon transformation ability. From what he said, the dragon transformation ability was a secret technique on Dragon Island. However, Zhu Qing did not mention it when she taught him the secret technique. At that time, Zhu Qing was in a hurry to go to the frozen earth to find the remains of the previous dragon race. Before she left, she imparted the pure dragon transformation ability to Yang Kai as if on a whim. Only now did Yang Kai know that Zhu Qing was taking a huge risk by doing this. The secret of cultivating the dragon transformation ability was exposed. Dragon Island would definitely not let it go. As his body grew, the 2 small bumps on his forehead seemed to have become bigger, and an indescribable aura suddenly spread out. You! Zhu Lai, who was locked in battle with Yang Kai, turned pale with fright. If he was in his human form, his face would have been filled with fear. As he spoke, he hurriedly retreated, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Yang Kai was also stunned. Just now, when he was fighting with Zhu Lai, he was so focused on suppressing his opponent's dragon race bloodline that he had unknowingly broken through the shackles of the dragon transformation secret technique. This allowed the golden divine dragon source power in his body to be released more, resulting in the changes in his body. His tongue was hanging to the side as he panted heavily. His huge dragon eyes were filled with flames of anger. If it weren't for the bloodline suppression, he would have jumped up and swallowed Yang Kai into his stomach. Do you still want me to go to Dragon Island? Kai Yang was still riding on top of his head. As he spoke, he slapped him across the face, causing his hand to hurt. Whether you want to or not, you have to go, the dragon race won't. Before he could finish speaking, Kai Yang had already stood up and stomped on his head. Under the immense pressure, Zhu Lai's dragon head fell to the ground with a bang. He almost bit his own tongue, so he quickly shut his mouth and didn't speak. I'll ask you one more time, do you still want me to go to Dragon Island? Yang Kai looked down at him condescendingly. After suffering once, why would Zhu Lai care about him? You think I can't take care of you? Yang Kai sneered, and his eyes searched Zhu Lai's body. He had found something in the battle before, but he wasn't too sure. Now was the time to check it out. After a while, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at a dragon scale on Zhu Lai's neck. At first glance, that dragon scale didn't look too different from the other dragon scales, but if one looked closely, they would be able to tell that this dragon scale was different. Its color seemed to be a little deeper, and its aura was a little different as well. Yang Kai's dragon claws reached out and grabbed the washbasin-sized dragon scale. "What are you doing?" Zhu Lai was shocked. He turned around and roared. When he saw Yang Kai's action, he struggled with all his might. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he actually wanted to fly into the sky. Yang Kai ignored him, and only grabbed the dragon scale with both of his claws. With a roar, he used all the strength in his body to pull it out from Zhu Lai's body. With a light tearing sound, dragon blood splattered, and Zhu Lai's painful howl resounded through the 9 heavens. The giant dragon's body also shrunk rapidly at this moment. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a red-haired young man. Zhu Lai, who turned into a human, looked like he was only in his early 20s. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a handsome face. He had a good appearance. With this kind of appearance, no matter where he went, he would be pursued by countless girls. However, after being beaten up by Yang Kai, Zhu Lai looked more miserable at this moment. His fiery red hair was messy, as if he hadn't taken care of it for more than 10 years. His whole body was covered in bruises, his clothes were messy, and there was a small wound on his neck that was bleeding. After losing the dragon scale, he no longer had the strength to resist the suppression of the golden holy dragon's origin power in Yang Kai's body. He couldn't even maintain his dragon body. He jumped up from the ground and pounced crazily at the dragon scale in Yang Kai's hand, shouting, "Give it back to me." He suddenly regretted that he didn't leave just now and foolishly followed Wen Zishan here. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Yang Kai said, "I caught a dragon race. This guy is too arrogant and despotic, so I'll hand him over to you to take back to Star Soul Palace and let the great emperors deal with him. Kill him or scrape him, it's up to the great emperors, I have no objections." The corner of Lei Hong's mouth twitched and he refused to move forward, acting as if he didn't hear Yang Kai at all. He turned around and cupped his fists to Wen Zishan, "Temple Master 1, this matter is over, so this Lei will take his leave first. I'll need Wen Zishan's help in eliminating this demon. My Star Soul Palace will do its best to hunt him down. If there is any news, please inform me as soon as possible." Chapter 2938. Wen Zishan opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Lei Hong's figure flickered, and with a crackling sound, a bolt of lightning appeared where he was standing, wrapping around the members of Star Soul Palace as he turned into a rainbow and flew into the distance. "Lei Hong, come back here!" Zhu Lai suddenly shouted, his voice spreading in all directions, "How dare a cultivator in your southern territory treat the dragon race like this? My dragon island will never let this go." Lei Hong ran even faster, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He originally wanted to ask Yang Kai about the dragon transformation secret technique, but now he didn't have the time to think about it. He just wanted to get as far away from this place as possible. Yang Kai stared in the direction Lei Hong left and laughed for a while, but then he stopped laughing and turned his head, only to see Gao Shueting, Wen Zishan, and the others looking at him speechlessly. "What do we do now?" Gao Shueting asked. "I don't know." Yang Kai had an innocent expression, but with his half-dragon body at the moment, his expression looked particularly ferocious. "Why don't we let him go?" Chen Qian suggested in a low voice. She was still very afraid of Dragon Island's reputation, and seeing Zhu Lai beaten so miserably, she couldn't bear it. Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, let me go quickly if you know what's good for you, otherwise you will definitely not have a good ending. Yang Kai stomped his foot again and snorted, understand your situation before you speak, boy. I'm a member of the dragon race, how dare you treat me like this? Zhu Lai looked humiliated. So what if you're a member of the dragon race? Aren't you still crawling under my feet? Zhu Lai's face turned red, and he buried his face in the ground. It was as if he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He would never come out to see anyone again. I can't let him go, and I can't kill him. Wenzi Shan smiled bitterly, boy, you've really given me a big problem. A proud creature like the dragon race was humiliated like this by Yang Kai. If he really let him go, he would probably immediately send a message to Dragon Island, and soon a large number of dragons would come to kill him. Killing them was definitely out of the question. If he really killed Zhu Lai, then he would completely become enemies with Dragon Island. The wrath of Dragon Island, even the sects of the great emperors may not be able to withstand it, let alone Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, forget it. You don't have to worry about this. I'll take care of it myself. Gao Shueting asked, what do you plan to do? Yang Kai spread out his hands and said, if we can't kill or release them, then we can only imprison them. What else can we do? Zhu Lai was shocked when he heard this. He raised his head and shouted angrily, how dare you? Yang Kai sneered, open your dog eyes and see whether I dare or not. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and threw out a small ancient bell in front of him. It spun as it fell from the sky, and the small bell rapidly grew in size. Zhu Lai clearly sensed the danger as well. This small bell didn't look remarkable at all. It was simple and unadorned, but it gave him a feeling that it was impregnable. If he was really trapped by this thing, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape. He struggled hard but was met with a beating from Yang Kai, causing him to grimace in pain. The mountains and rivers bell fell and suppressed Zhu Lai. Yang Kai jumped out in a flash, and Zhu Lai's curses and fierce attacks immediately came from the bell. Yang Kai just stretched out his hand and made a hand seal. The commotion died down. After all, the mountains and rivers bell was an ancient treasure that could suppress all things. The phoenix true fire had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years and could not escape. The moon was still bright in the sky, and the stars were few. Lingjian Peak had somehow regained its tranquility, and the heavenly Tao's power that had been condensing and lingering inexplicably disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai's eyes darted around, looking at Tian Yen from time to time. He looked at Wenzi Shan, then looked up at the sky, looking a little confused. Congratulations, senior. Wenzi Shan suddenly spoke, cupping his fists and smiling in the direction of Tian Yen. Tian Yen also smiled, it's all thanks to both of your help. This old man thanks both of you. Wenzi Shan smiled, I just used brute force. Senior was able to create a physical body because Yang Kai found the life incarnation pill. Yang Kai said, Senior, did you succeed? He also heard some things from the conversation between the two. If Tian Yen did not succeed, he would not be so relaxed. Tian Yen smiled, it's done. That's great. Yang Kai was overjoyed. It was only now that he released his divine thought to scan Tian Yen's body. At first glance, he could not help but be stunned. This was because the current Tian Yen actually gave him an extremely weak feeling. This kind of weakness was not the kind of weakness that came from a lamp that had run out of oil, but a very natural kind of weakness, or it could be called weakness. Yang Kai did not feel any fluctuations of power from his body. Tian Yen was like an ordinary person who had never cultivated. "Senior, you are." Yang Kai looked at him in shock. Tian Yen smiled slightly. "The heavenly Tao is not easy to deceive. Even if I can hide it for a while, I can't hide it forever. I can only follow the heavenly Tao. At this moment, I should be equivalent to a newborn baby." Yang Kai opened his mouth wide. This situation was a little different from what he had expected. He originally thought that Tian Yen would still be a master at the level of the great emperors after his physical body was formed. Who knew that the final result would be like this? But thinking about it, how could there be such a good thing in this world? Tian Yen was indeed at the level of the great emperors in the astral ascension world, but that was only for the power of the soul. His physical body was formed by the flesh incarnation pill. Even if he swallowed an endless amount of world energy, it was impossible to reach the level of the great emperors in one go. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt relieved. He felt that his previous considerations were too naive. When Zishan said, "With Senior's foundation, even if you cultivate from the beginning, I'm afraid it won't take long for you to return to your peak." "I hope so." Tian Yen chuckled, "But before that, this old master needs to stay in the temple for a few days." When Zishan laughed, "As long as Senior doesn't mind my temple's simplicity, you can stay as long as you want. Do you need me to arrange a spirit peak for Senior?" "There's no need. This place is good. I see that little Yang is also a busy person." "This place is remote and quiet, suitable for me to rest and recuperate. Moreover, this is the place where this old master was born. Cultivating here is like a baby in its mother's womb. If it were somewhere else, it might be a little uncomfortable. If that's the case, then I'll do as Senior says. I'll have someone send some cultivation materials over tomorrow. If there's anything Senior needs, just let me know. Then send some ancient books over. Anything, the more the better." "Okay, then this one will take his leave first." When Zishan cupped his fist slightly, then glanced at Yang Kai for a moment before disappearing. Tian Yen turned his head to look at Yang Kai and smiled, "You seem a little disappointed." Yang Kai chuckled, "It's not that I'm disappointed, but it's a little different from what I expected." "Hey, slow down, I'll support you." As he spoke, he walked up and supported Tian Yen, who was about to stand up. Tian Yen was obviously not used to his own body. When he stood up, he staggered a few times. Fortunately, Yang Kai was beside him, otherwise, he would have fallen. As he said, at this moment, he was like a newborn baby who had to learn everything from the beginning. There was a palace on Spirit Sword Peak. Although it was not big, it was enough for 2 people to live in. Yang Kai and Tian Yen chatted as they walked into the palace. After a few steps, Tian Yen suddenly stopped. Yang Kai did not know what he was doing. When he turned his head, he saw that Tian Yen's expression was blank and his eyes were dull, as if he had lost consciousness. Yang Kai was shocked and thought that there was an accident. Just as he was about to investigate, Tian Yen's eyes moved again, and his consciousness returned to his body at this moment. The fusion of body and soul was not very successful. "My soul left my body just now," Tian Yen explained, shaking his head in annoyance and walking more carefully. "It won't be like this forever, right?" Yang Kai asked worriedly. "Of course not, it will be fine in a few days. It's just that I'm afraid it will be a little difficult these days." Along the way, they stopped 3 times. Each time, it was because Tian Yan's soul had accidentally left his body. Yang Kai put him in a room with great difficulty, feeling more and more that what Tian Yen said was right. Right now, he was just a newborn baby. The next day, when Zishan sent people to deliver a large number of jade slips with a wide variety of contents. All of them were sent to Tian Yan's room. Tian Yen had not come out of seclusion since yesterday, so Yang Kai did not disturb him. He just flew to the platform at the top of Spirit Sword Peak. With one hand, the mountains and rivers bell flew up. When the roar of a dragon came out, Zhu Lai, who was suppressed in it, suddenly turned into a 20-foot-long dragon. He opened his bloody mouth and bit at Yang Kai. Dragon transformation. Yang Kai stared at him contemptuously, urging the power of the golden divine dragon in his body to display the dragon transformation secret art. His body suddenly grew taller, and a burst of crackling sounds came from his body like beans being fried. A short horn grew on his forehead, and his whole body was covered in scales. The giant dragon that had just arrived in front of him couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as its 20-foot-long body burst like a bubble. Zhu Lai awkwardly appeared in his human form. He had just flown in front of Kai Yang and met Kai Yang's iron fist head-on. It looked like he had taken the initiative to welcome the beating. With a bang, Zhu Lai was sent flying and hit the mountainside of a mountain not far away, sinking more than a few feet. He felt dizzy for a while, and when his vision cleared, he looked up and found that Yang Kai was already standing in front of him. Yang Kai's 4-meter-tall half-dragon body was exuding a strong suppressive force that made him feel uncomfortable. It seems that you still haven't learned your lesson. Yang Kai sneered, stretched out a dragon claw, and pulled Zhu Lai out of the crack in the rock like a chicken. Zhu Lai struggled hard but to no avail. Such a scene had happened countless times in the past half a month. Every time Yang Kai opened the mountains and rivers bell, Zhu Lai would fiercely sneak attack him, but without that special dragon scale, he could not resist the suppression of Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret art. Even though his real strength was 2 levels higher than Yang Kai's, he was beaten until he could not fight back. Almost every time, it ended with Zhu Lai being beaten up. Chapter 2940. Bang! 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 Yang Kai beat Zhu Lai up in the air like a sandbag. Blood splattered everywhere as Zhu Lai was battered and exhausted. But no matter how badly he was beaten, Zhu Lai never had the thought of admitting defeat or begging for mercy. On the contrary, the harder Yang Kai beat him, the colder his eyes became. It was as if Yang Kai didn't beat him to death, he would definitely repay the pain 100 times over. The pride of the dragon race was evident. Even if Yang Kai transformed into his 4-meter-tall half-dragon form, he was no different from an ant in Zhu Lai's eyes. With another loud bang, Zhu Lai was knocked down from the air and landed heavily on the ground. Before he could bounce back up, Yang Kai had already stepped on his face. "Do you admit defeat?" Yang Kai looked down at him. "If you admit defeat, I'll let you go right now." "No." Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and shouted, "What's the point of relying on bloodline suppression? If you have the guts, let's fight in our human forms." Yang Kai chuckled, "What kind of bullshit theory is that? Don't you dragon race decide who's better and who's worse by bloodline? You're not part of the dragon race." Zhu Lai sneered. "That's not right. In your human form, you have the strength of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. I'm just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. If I fight in my human form, wouldn't I be at a huge disadvantage?" Yang Kai kept shaking his head. "Do I need the cultivation of a third-order Emperor Realm Master to deal with trash like you? This dragon will suppress his cultivation to the first-order Emperor Realm." Zhu Lai said with a look of disdain. "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "It seems that you're very confident. Let me be frank, what if you can't beat me?" "Can't beat you? That's impossible." Zhu Lai wanted to shake his head, but his head was firmly stepped on by Yang Kai's big foot. He couldn't even shake his head. He could only sneer contemptuously. Under the premise of the same level, no one is a match for the dragon race. "That's hard to say." Yang Kai sneered. "How about this? As you said, we'll both fight in our human forms, no bloodline suppression, but you'll have to suppress your cultivation to the first order. If you lose, we'll forget about everything that happened before. What if you lose? Do whatever you want with me. Are you serious? Zhu Lai's eyes lit up. For real? Alright, if you lose, I want you to return to the Dragon Island with me. Moreover, I want you to kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. This is a great humiliation for you humans, right? Yang Kai laughed out loud, not to mention 3, even 3,300 are up to you. As he spoke, Yang Kai took a few steps back and released the subdued Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai leaped up. Anger surged on his face, as if he was ready to pounce on Yang Kai for revenge at any time, but he suppressed the impulse in his heart and just said with a cold face, "If you're a man, don't let others look down on you. I hope you can keep your promise." Yang Kai snorted lightly, "You'll have to beat me first." As he finished speaking, he took the initiative to disperse the dragon transformation art. His 4-meter-tall body quickly shrank. He regained his original appearance. At this moment, Zhu Lai rushed over and spat out a mouthful of dragon flame. Although he didn't transform into a giant dragon and couldn't use most of the dragon race's secret techniques, he had no problem spitting out a few mouthfuls of dragon flame. He did keep his promise with Yang Kai and suppressed his cultivation to the First Order Emperor realm, so the power of this mouthful of dragon flame was weaker than when he transformed into a giant dragon. Even so, this kind of dragon flame was not something that just anyone could withstand. It contained an extremely scorching power. After the dragon flame, he threw a punch at Yang Kai with a look of excitement, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai being ravaged by him. He didn't put a trivial First Order Emperor Realm Master in his eyes. The reason why he was ravaged by Yang Kai these days was entirely because of the suppression of his bloodline. After Yang Kai used the dragon transformation art, Zhu Lai couldn't even use 70% of his strength, so how could he be his opponent? But the situation was different now. Both of them were in human form, so there was no bloodline suppression. He decided to beat Yang Kai up to vent his anger first, then bring him back to Dragon Island and hand him over to the Great Elder. Zhu Lai's fist arrived first, smashing directly into the dragon flame, and miraculously produced some unexpected changes. Zhu Lai's fist seemed to burn, and not only did it not reduce the power of the dragon flame, but it also increased its power. Rip! A sound was heard. A sword light flashed, and a wide long sword slashed at Zhu Lai's fist, producing an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. The dragon flame wrapped around Zhu Lai's fist was cut apart and became extremely weak, as if it could be extinguished at any time. What? Zhu Lai was taken aback, and his expression changed slightly. He had been ravaged by Yang Kai these days, so he had some understanding of this human strength. He knew that he was much stronger than an ordinary First Order Emperor Realm Master. He didn't expect his attack to do anything to his opponent, and it was just a test. But he didn't expect his opponent to be able to take it so easily. Looking up, Zhu Lai's expression changed again. Because he found that Yang Kai didn't seem to be struggling at all, and there was a faint smile on his face, as if he was mocking him. Zhu Lai was furious and shouted, "You're just pretending." His other fist blasted forward like a thunderbolt, and it looked like he was going to smash Yang Kai's face into pieces. Yang Kai spun his myriad sword and patted it lightly in front of him, hitting Zhu Lai's second fist. An irresistible force suddenly hit him, and Zhu Lai actually felt pain. This turn of events really made him feel a little incredulous. He was a member of the dragon race, and his physique was as strong as an emperor artifact. But this human's casual attack made him feel pain. How strong did he have to be to do this? Was he a member of the dragon race, or was he a member of the dragon race? While he was hesitating, Yang Kai had already chopped down with his myriad sword with a cold look on his face. A chill came from the top of his head, and Zhu Lai's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. With a sizzling sound, the myriad sword cut through Zhu Lai's body, and sparks flew everywhere. After Zhu Lai retreated 1,000 meters, he looked down and saw a long white scar from his abdomen to his crotch. It was extremely dazzling. You should be glad you're a member of the dragon race, or else you would already be dead. Zhu Qing is probably already dead, I can't pass on your message. Zhu Lai shook his head slowly. The smile on Yang Kai's face slowly disappeared. What do you mean by probably? Chapter 2941. Zhu Lai snorted coldly. It probably means that I'm not sure. Are you stupid? Yang Kai opened his mouth, but he was speechless. His mood suddenly became terrible. Zhu Lai looked at him and chuckled. You care about her very much. Do you want to know her news? Yang Kai sneered. I'm not familiar with her. Why should I care about her? Whether she's dead or alive has nothing to do with me. That's your Dragon Island's business. Don't talk nonsense here. Zhu Lai said, the last time she contacted Dragon Island was 2 months ago. It was because I was sure that she was in danger and most likely to die there that I came out of Dragon Island to find you. Why are you looking for me? Yang Kai asked with a sullen face. Zhu Lai said, her task was not completed. Naturally, someone needs to complete it for her. He shook his head and sighed. It just seems that I can't bring you back to Dragon Island. But remember, Dragon Island will not give up. You won't be so lucky next time. Yang Kai coldly snorted, go back and tell the dragon race that if anyone dares to disturb this young master again, I'll kill one if one comes, two if two come, I'll kill both. I just don't know how many dragons there are on your Dragon Island for me to kill. Zhu Lai's face sank. He gritted his teeth and said, shameless boasting. Farewell, I won't see you off. Yang Kai flicked his sleeves. He turned and entered Lingjian Peak. Zhu Lai stood in place and stared coldly for a long time. Then his figure shook and turned into a stream of light to fly away. No one intercepted him. Now that the temple was busy with the Demon Slayer order and the search for Wukong, most of the powerhouses in the sect had been dispatched. Naturally, no one would intercept a dragon race. Zhu Lai's speed was very fast. In a moment, he flew out of Azure Sun Temple and just left Azure Sun Mountain Range. Zhu Lai's figure suddenly came to a halt as he stared coldly at a figure in front of him. It was Kai Yang. Zhu Lai didn't know when he ran in front of him. At this moment, he was standing there with his hands behind his back. He was irritated and shouted angrily, what else do you want? Are you going back on your word? I'm not going to trouble you. If you dare to break your promise. Don't be nervous. Yang Kai interrupted him with a cold smile. I just want to ask how Dragon Island is going to deal with Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing is dead. What else can we do? Zhu Lai frowned. Yang Kai said, didn't you just say that you're not sure? How can you be so sure that she's dead? Zhu Lai said, even if she's not dead, she won't be able to live for long. She went to the frozen earth. You should know how dangerous that place is. Of course I know. If it wasn't dangerous, I wouldn't have known. A dragon race couldn't have fallen there. I just wanted to ask. Isn't your Dragon Island going to save her? Zhu Lai sneered and said, she is a rank 8 red dragon. If even she is trapped there, there are not many dragons on the island that can guarantee that they will be able to escape unscathed. Dragon Island will not risk the lives of other dragons just to save a fellow dragon that does not know the difference between life and death. Yang Kai said in a low voice, even if she is dead, you should go and collect her body. She is still one of your people. Zhu Lai sneered, she doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Why should others take the risk with her? If she dies, then so be it. No one will save her. Is this your idea or Dragon Island's idea? Yang Kai's face was gloomy. It's my idea. It's also Dragon Island's idea. Zhu Lai tilted his head and didn't look at Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai was silent for a long time before he said softly, I really want to beat you up. Zhu Lai sneered, haven't you had enough these days? The shame you gave me, this dragon will definitely return it 100 times in the future. Wait until you can beat me. Yang Kai glanced at him contemptuously, turned around and flew back to Azure Sun Temple. He was extremely fast. In a few breaths, he had returned to Lingjian Peak and went straight to the back of the mountain. Although Lingjian Peak had experienced the demonic will seal breaking, the back of the mountain had not suffered much damage, so the territory crossing space array that he had arranged here was still intact. It wasn't until he stood in front of the space array that Yang Kai suddenly returned to his senses. Just now, his mind was full of other things, and he didn't notice his own movements. When he reacted, he was already here. Following my heart. Yang Kai whispered softly, and said helplessly, it's really troublesome. Although he said so, the hesitation on his face disappeared without a trace and was replaced by a firm color. A sound of breaking air quickly came from afar. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a fiery red light flying over. It seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's location and went directly to the back of the mountain and landed not far from him. What are you doing? Kai Yang stared at Zhu Lai, who had just returned, looking like he wanted to fight with him. Zhu Lai asked, do you want to go to the frozen earth? To find Zhu Qing? It's none of your business. Yang Kai sneered. Zhu Lai's face was a little unnatural. He turned his head and said, if you want to go, count me in. Oh? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhu Lai with interest. He said lightly, give me a reason. Don't say that you have found your conscience. I won't believe such a naive reason. Zhu Lai touched his nose and said, Zhu Qing is my sister. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, but he soon felt relieved. Before, he vaguely felt that there was some blood relationship between Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing because the two had some similarities in appearance. However, he didn't get an answer after he asked once, so he didn't ask anymore. Now he knew that his previous guess was right. These two red dragons were really brother and sister. Is this reason enough? Zhu Lai looked at Yang Kai with a serious expression. It's enough, it's enough. Yang Kai nodded. He stepped onto the spatial array and said, come on up. Zhu Lai frowned. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai was going to do, he didn't feel any malice from him. He was bold and daring, so he jumped onto the array. Don't resist. At the same time that Yang Kai shouted, the laws of space fluctuated. The void seemed to collapse at this moment. If it weren't for Yang Kai's warning, Zhu Lai would definitely resist a little. He might even fall into the endless void because of this. There was a flash of light, and the two disappeared together. At the same time, in the High Heaven Palace of the Northern Territory. At the spatial array, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai appeared at the same time. The two disciples who had been guarding at the side saw them and quickly bowed. Greetings, Palace Master. Yang Kai nodded. No need, Yang Kai waved his hand and changed to a sound transmission. How are things going with the Thousand Illusions dream world? Hua Qingxi's expression turned serious, it's all been dealt with. Qi Yu and the others entered once and gained quite a bit from it. However, the scale of the Thousand Illusions dream world is too large, so it will take some time to figure out a pattern. I'm preparing to send some of the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples in the next batch to enter. Chapter 2942. More than half a month ago, when the Southern Gate army returned to the High Heaven Palace from the Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai gave him the 1,000 illusionary butterfly. Yang Kai attached great importance to the 1,000 illusionary butterfly because he had benefited a lot from the 1,000 illusionary dream world. The 1,000 illusionary dream world would definitely become the foundation of the High Heaven Palace. Compared to it, the Heavenly Sound Temple with the Heavenly Sound Treasure Box as the hub was much less useful. However, the 1,000 illusionary dream world was not unchanging. Every cultivator who entered it might encounter different illusions. The illusions were enough to pass off as real, but they were born from reality. It was hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. However, the benefits obtained from the illusions could improve the cultivator by a lot. Especially the 1,000 illusionary dream world's magical effect of extending time, which was very precious. Qi Yu and the others were Yang Kai's friends and relatives, so Hua Qingxi chose them as the first batch to enter the 1,000 illusionary dream world. Facts prove that each of them had gained something from the 1,000 illusionary dream world. The 1,000 illusionary dream world was a huge treasure. It was impossible to extract it all at once. It could only be explored step by step. After chatting with Hua Qingxi for a while, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai set off. The flowing cloud shuttle was extremely fast. One man and one dragon flew through the air. Zhu Lai was puzzled by Yang Kai's behavior. Zhu Qing is trapped in the frozen earth. Why do you want to go to the Fire Dragon Palace? Yang Kai looked at him while controlling the flowing cloud shuttle and asked, have you been to the frozen earth? Zhu Lai shook his head, since I was born, I have rarely left the Dragon Island. The dragon race is not allowed to appear outside often. I have only heard of the frozen earth. I have never been there. I haven't been there either. Yang Kai chuckled. He asked again, then do you know where to find your sister? Zhu Lai continued to shake his head, I don't know. I have been trying to contact her these days, but I haven't gotten a response. I'm afraid she is really. Yang Kai said, if she is alive, I want to see her. If she is dead, I want to see her corpse. Don't jump to conclusions before seeing her. That being said, but, no buts. Yang Kai glanced over at him sharply, you and I have never been to the frozen earth, let alone know where to find your sister. But there is one person who can help. Zhu Lai thought for a moment and asked, is that person in the mythical dragon palace? You are quite smart. Yang Kai grinned, if you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. Although going to Li Long Palace to find that person will take some time, it's better than blindly searching for him in the frozen earth. After a pause, Yang Kai continued, but that person's status is somewhat unusual, so I may need your help when the time comes. Zhu Lai. Yang Kai shook his head, it's not a matter of who is strong or weak, it's a matter of courage. I want that person to accompany me to the frozen earth, but he will not be willing. If I use force, I am afraid I will have to shed all pretense of cordiality with him. It will not be beneficial to finding your sister, but if you can come forward, things may be easier to deal with. Oh? Zhu Lai was curious. He didn't know what kind of person Kai Yang was talking about, but he didn't ask too much. In any case, he would know when they met. Fire Dragon Palace. It had been established for more than 10,000 years. In the Northern Territory, it was once one of the top 4 sects, along with Ice Heart Valley, Seeking Passion Sect, and High Sky Sect, because each of these 4 sects had a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. If there was still some left in the sect's storehouse, it would be fine. At worst, they could open the sect's storehouse and transfer source crystals to alleviate the crisis, but the problem was that the Fire Dragon Palace's storehouse was basically empty. The sect's many years of accumulation had already been given to the High Heaven Palace as repayment for the debt, and there wouldn't be any improvement in the next 50 years. Because of this, The elders gathered in the main hall were naturally more and more unwilling to take half a step back. All of them were arguing until their faces were red with anger, wanting to fight for the greatest benefits for their side. Li Jiao sat at the head of the table, listening to the noise with a gloomy expression. He didn't say a word, nor did he have any intention of stopping them. He only hated himself for going to the High Heaven Palace with Ji Ying. Even if he went, he actually made a bet with Yang Kai. Not only did he make a bet, but he also bet so much of his sect's business. He was obsessed. Li Jiao sighed and slowly closed his eyes. At some point, the noise below stopped, and an old man with white hair and beard cupped his fists and said, "Palace Master, the disciples' cultivation cannot be separated from pills. The operation of my alchemy room is the most important thing for the entire sect. I ask Sect Master to allocate 3 million high-rank source crystals as the alchemy room's expenses for this year." 3 million? Elder Su, aren't you being too greedy? The palace only has 10 million source crystals available every year, yet you want 3 million at once. What do you want us to do? Drink the northwest wind? Yeah, 3 million is too much. I think 500,000 is enough. Even without pills, we can still cultivate. It's just that our cultivation speed will be a bit slower. We'll just have to endure these 50 years. 50 years? After 50 years, the younger generation will be crippled. Without enough pills to support them, how will they be able to dig out their potential? There will definitely be a huge gap in the younger generation of my Fire Dragon Palace. When the time comes for the sect to weaken, who will be able to bear this responsibility? Brother Su, don't be so serious. It's only 50 years, which one of us hasn't cultivated for thousands of years? Did you already have plenty of pills when you were young? Didn't you still cultivate to the Emperor realm? That's why this old master is only at the first order. If I had enough pills when I was young, this old master would definitely not be at this level. After a short period of calm, a new round of quarreling broke out. Li Jiao finally couldn't bear it anymore and angrily slapped the chair he was sitting on, turning it into dust. The noisy hall suddenly quieted down as pairs of eyes focused on Li Jiao. Since the palace master was angry, they didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. Enough. Li Jiao's eyes swept over the crowd as he lightly gritted his teeth and said, "Every day, I hear you all make a ruckus here, but you still can't come up with a solution. You are all elders of my Fire Dragon Palace, the Emperor realm. If you all make such a ruckus here, where is your dignity?" Everyone was embarrassed by the scolding and lowered their heads. Elder Su from the pill room pondered for a moment before saying, "Palace Master, the source crystals need to be solved as soon as possible, otherwise, do you think I don't know?" Li Jiao glared at him angrily. This king was negligent that day and fell into the trap of that little thief, implicating everyone in my Fire Dragon Palace. Elder Su said, "Palace Master doesn't need to blame himself too much. Sect Master Me also didn't see any flaws that day. You can only blame that little brat from High Heaven Palace for being too cunning. As long as the Palace Master of my Fire Dragon Palace still exists, there will be a day when we can make a comeback." The group of elders nodded in agreement. Li Jiao said, "In short, things have already come to this. This king has a proposal that I hope the elders can do their best to cooperate with. If it can be carried out, my Fire Dragon Palace will definitely be able to overcome this crisis." Elder Su said, "What kind of brilliant plan does Palace Master have?" Li Jiao looked around and lightly coughed before saying, "Everyone here is from the Emperor realm and has been an elder of my Fire Dragon Palace for more than a year or two, so you all must have some savings on hand. This king means, everyone should first take out your savings and use it for public use. Even if the palace borrows it from you, after 50 years, we will return it to you with interest. We definitely won't let you suffer a loss. What do you all think?" No one responded. Wherever Li Jiao's gaze passed, everyone lowered their heads. Li Jiao coldly snorted, "You all don't have any savings. Could it be that everyone in my fire dragon palace is poor? Turning his head to Li Jiao, he angrily said, "Palace Master, someone is slandering this old man. I ask Palace Master to uphold justice for me." Li Jiao stood there with a numb expression, as if he did not hear Elder Su's words. Elder Su turned his head and sneered at the black-faced man, "My pill chamber's financial income and expenditure are all in the books. This old master will not argue with you here. Whether or not I secretly embezzled and filled my own pockets is up to Palace Master to decide. As for your artifact chamber, I don't know if it's clean. Old thing, how dare you bite back?" The black-faced man flew into a rage. "How dare you call me old thing? Bastard! So what if I call you old thing, old thing, old thing?" The two immediately quarreled fiercely. Some of the remaining elders wanted to help, while others wanted to keep the peace. The hall instantly fell into chaos, and if it weren't for Li Jiao still being here, a fight would have broken out already. Li Jiao coldly looked down, wishing he could sweep all these annoying people out of the hall and end this once and for all. However, he was still the palace master, and his decision was related to the survival of tens of thousands of disciples. Even if he was angry in his heart, he could only forcibly suppress it and think of a way to solve the current crisis first. With a creak, the door to the hall was pushed open and a disciple walked in. The noise came to an abrupt end as everyone turned to look at the disciple. This disciple obviously didn't expect such a wonderful thing to happen in the main hall. What he saw was that the high and mighty elders were all flushed with anger, and the palace master was standing at the very top with a sneer on his face. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "What's the matter?" Li Jiao asked impatiently. "Reporting to Palace Master, someone wants to see you." The disciple replied while trembling with fear. "I won't see him." Li Jiao's mood was in a mess, so he refused without thinking. The disciple felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly withdrew. However, Li Jiao opened his mouth again and said, "Who wants to see you?" The disciple thought for a moment and said, "That person calls himself Yang Kai." "What?" Li Jiao was shocked when he heard this, and the group of elders below were also stunned. Elder Su said, "Yang Kai? Could it be the High Heaven Palace's palace master? If it really is him, then it will be interesting." The eyes of the black-faced man who was quarreling with Elder Su just now flashed with a dangerous light. He raised his head and said, "Palace Master, why don't you let that Yang Kai come in? Isn't he the creditor of our Fire Dragon Palace? We can discuss the debt with him." "Yes, yes. This person came at the right time. Let him come in, Palace Master, what do you think?" Everyone turned their heads and saw Li Jiao's face as black as the bottom of a pot. Obviously, he didn't think their idea was a good one. Chapter 2944. The group of people from the Emperor realm stared at him dumbfoundedly. The dark-faced man obviously didn't expect his palace master to give such an answer, his mouth wide open and his expression sluggish. Li Jiao said, "I don't know when this piece of trash got in here, but he dared to pretend to be an elder of my Fire Dragon Palace. Master Yang, please don't lower yourself to his level." Yang Kai said coldly, "Since he's trash, he should be cleaned up." Li Jiao hurriedly said, "Palace Master Yang is right." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slammed it towards the dark-faced man, instantly stirring up a storm in the hall. When the huge palm fell, the dark-faced man obviously didn't react, but even if he did, with his first-order Emperor realm cultivation, it was impossible for him to be Li Jiao's opponent. With a scream, the dark-faced man was slammed to the ground, his bones broken, blood flowing from his mouth and nose as he fainted. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All the Fire Dragon Palace elders were dumbfounded. They never thought that their palace master would actually attack an elder of his own family. For a moment, their hearts and bodies turned cold. Li Jiao wasn't a temperamental person. Every elder of the Emperor realm present had followed him for at least 100 years and had contributed greatly to the Fire Dragon Palace. However, in order to please an outsider, Li Jiao actually attacked his own family. This kind of action inevitably made them feel disheartened. Even if the dark-faced man didn't die from this blow, he was seriously injured and would need at least 1 to 2 months to recover. Under everyone's gazes, Li Jiao raised his hand again and directly threw the dark-faced man out of the hall. He looked around coldly and sternly. Snorting lightly, he said, "If you don't have eyes at home, you'll only lose your face, but if you don't have eyes outside, you'll lose your life. I hope you all remember this." When these words of warning reached everyone's ears, they couldn't help but shiver, and their expressions changed. Li Jiao turned his head and looked at Yang Kai with a dry smile. "I wonder if Palace Master Yang is satisfied." Yang Kai chuckled, "Brother Li is handling his own family's matters. It doesn't matter if I'm satisfied or not." Only then did Li Jiao feel relieved. Exhaling lightly, he asked, "May I ask why Palace Master Yang is here?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Collect the money." Didn't Brother Li guess it? Why ask when you already know the answer? Li Jiao turned pale with fright as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "Palace Master Yang, please don't joke, please don't joke. Do I look like I'm joking?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Li Jiao wasn't sure why Yang Kai had come here. Logically speaking, the annual debt of 40 million high-rank source crystals really wasn't worth Yang Kai coming here personally, but his expression didn't seem to be joking. This made Li Jiao's heart beat like a drum. Owing such a huge sum of money to the other party, he always felt that he was inferior to the other party. He didn't even have the confidence to speak. If the High Heaven Palace didn't have such a huge background, the Fire Dragon Palace might have resisted a little. However, Li Jiao, who knew the background of the High Heaven Palace, couldn't even think of resisting. The other party had a relationship with Grandmaster Ji Ying. Not to mention, there were 3 monster kings. There was even a dragon race. How could the Fire Dragon Palace compare with such a lineup? If he really provoked the other party, the Seeking Passion sect's fate would be the Fire Dragon Palace's tomorrow. For a moment, Li Jiao smiled, not knowing what to do. According to him, the reason why the dragon blood flower appeared in the frozen earth was because a giant dragon had fallen there, and the dragon blood flower had absorbed the essence of that giant dragon's flesh and blood, allowing it to survive. Zhu Qing had previously inquired about the location of that place from Li Jiao and had gone to the frozen earth in order to bring back the dragon race's source left behind by the giant dragon. So, if there was anyone in this world who knew where Zhu Qing was in the frozen earth, then only Li Jiao would know. Letting him lead the way was the fastest way. That's good. Zhu Lai nodded when he heard this and walked towards Li Jiao. Li Jiao's heart tightened as he felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. He had been paying attention to this red-haired young man before and had sensed his strength, so he had tolerated Yang Kai's deliberately making things difficult for him. Now that there was a disagreement, Li Jiao naturally became even more vigilant. He asked in a deep voice, "How should I address sir?" Zhu Lai sneered, "Reptile is not qualified to know my name." "Reptile, reptile." Li Jiao flew into a rage. He was afraid of Yang Kai because there were countless masters behind Yang Kai that he could not afford to provoke, especially that female dragon. That was an existence he could not look up to. Although this red-haired young man was powerful, it was not to the extent that he feared him. He was still a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, and there were not many people in this world who could defeat him. I can't stand a despicable bloodline like yours. It should have been exterminated long ago. Zhu Lai's eyes were filled with disdain. This sentence completely angered Li Jiao. His impure bloodline was a thorn in his heart, and anyone who mentioned it would be unlucky. So with a roar, Li Jiao prepared to teach this red-haired young man a lesson. No matter how strong the other party was, as long as they were not great emperors, they would not be his opponent in this fire dragon palace. He had the advantage of time, place, and people, so he could display a strength far greater than his own. The roar came to an abrupt end, and the emperor qi surging in Li Jiao's body also calmed down. Standing on the high platform, Li Jiao looked down with trembling eyes, his whole body trembling as he almost fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Dragon race!" Below, behind Zhu Lai, who was walking towards him step by step, a giant red dragon phantom suddenly appeared, hovering above his head, its huge dragon eyes staring emotionlessly at Li Jiao. Being stared at by this pair of eyes, Li Jiao felt all the strength in his body disappear, his blood almost solidifying, and his emperor qi not circulating properly. Now, even if a Dao Source Realm cultivator appeared, they would be able to easily kill him on the spot. A resounding dragon roar rang out at this time, deafening everyone, causing the entire hall to tremble. The faces of the many elders of the Li Dragon Palace turned ashen as they panicked for a while. All of them stared at the gigantic dragon figure behind Zhu Lai in a daze, and couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority and insignificance in their hearts. It was only at this moment that they realized how wise and powerful their palace lord was. When Li Jiao had knocked out the large dark-faced man and tossed him out, they had felt that their palace master was a bit heartless, and their hearts had turned cold. But now, they understood that it wasn't that Li Jiao was a coward, but that he had foresight. Not to mention the strength of the High Heaven Palace's palace master, just this dragon race was enough to wipe out everyone present. If there was any conflict at that time, only the Fire Dragon Palace would be unlucky. A dragon race, a real dragon race, a dragon race that had always only existed in legends and ancient books, had suddenly appeared in front of them, giving everyone an extremely unreal feeling. Only after witnessing it with their own eyes did they understand how weak the descriptions in ancient books were. The strength of the dragon race was not something that could be summarized in a few words. When the dragon race was angry, who could face it head-on? Clashing with the dragon race was tantamount to going against the entire dragon island. The Fire Dragon Palace did not have the courage or ability to do so. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Lai had already walked up to the high platform, reached out, and grabbed Li Jiao's neck, lifting him up. Despite his third-stage Emperor Realm cultivation, Li Jiao was like a baby in front of Zhu Lai, completely unable to resist. Although he struggled, he still couldn't break free from his shackles, his face quickly turning red and his breathing labored. Chapter 2945. Save. Save me. Li Jiao couldn't break free from Zhu Lai's restraint, he only felt that his neck was about to be crushed. The cold murderous intent in Zhu Lai's eyes made him even more terrified. He could only tilt his head and ask Yang Kai for help. Since the two of them came together, then Yang Kai's words must have some weight. Yang Kai shrugged and said, "Brother Li, I'm sorry, I can't help you with this matter." Li Jiao's throat made a gurgling sound, he was already unable to spit out a word. The group of Fire Dragon Palace elders were even more anxious, they couldn't do anything as they watched their own palace master being humiliated like this, they couldn't do anything, it was extremely awkward. "I forgot to tell you, this dragon race is Zhu Qing's younger brother, he also came from Dragon Island. Do you still remember Zhu Qing? She is the female dragon that went to that place. Speaking of this matter, Brother Li also has to bear a lot of responsibility." Yang Kai let out a long sigh. Zhu Qing went to that place and hasn't returned yet, she seems to have encountered some danger. Then, her younger brother came out from Dragon Island, wanting to save his sister. TSK, the affection between siblings is really touching. However, when he found out that this matter was caused by you, his impression of brotherly isn't too good. Li Jiao's eyeballs were about to roll out, leaving only white kernels. Ah, that's right. Yang Kai continued to pour oil on the fire. This brother seems to dislike those with impure bloodlines. He kills one when he sees one, two when he sees two. I did mention Brother Li's situation to him before. I don't know if he listened to me. In short, this is a matter between Dragon Island and your Fire Dragon Palace. It's really inconvenient for an outsider like me to interfere. Until now, Li Jiao finally understood what Yang Kai meant by crisis. This was indeed a huge crisis. He couldn't understand even if he racked his brain. The dragon race was rarely seen by ordinary people. Why would one appear in front of him every few days, and it was all related to this High Heaven Palace's palace master. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Dragon Island was behind Lingxiao Palace. In this situation, even if this dragon race really killed him, he had no one to reason with, let alone count on his subordinates to avenge him. He wanted to speak. However, no matter what, he couldn't spit out a single word. Left with no choice, he could only raise one hand and raise 3 fingers, continuously shaking them. Brotherly, what do you mean? I don't understand your hand signals. Yang Kai was at a loss. Li Jiao continued to sway. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him. The 3 fingers turned into 2, and finally, it turned into 1. Only then did Kai Yang say, I understand a little. Since brotherly is so sincere, I think it's not impossible to discuss. He turned to Zhu Lai and said, let him go first. If you really kill him, don't expect to find your sister. Zhu Lai coldly snorted and threw Li Jiao out like a rag sack. There was a loud boom. Li Jiao fell heavily to the side and rolled a few times before stabilizing himself. He hurriedly got up and coughed violently. After stabilizing himself with great difficulty, he didn't even have the courage to look at Zhu Lai, avoiding his gaze. He was terrified to the extreme. If it had been any other third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator here, he wouldn't have behaved so miserably, but facing a pure Dragon Clan cultivator, he couldn't muster up any thoughts of resistance or resentment. He only felt that he was inferior in every way and deserved to be abused. Brotherly, there's no time to lose. We have to set off now, Yang Kai looked at Li Jiao and said. Li Jiao nodded weakly. Yang Kai smiled, don't look so wronged. I don't want your life, I just want you to lead the way. What's more, it's not like you didn't earn anything. This palace master can give you a year to repay the debt. Li Jiao's mouth twitched as he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known that Yang Kai would bring a dragon race over, he would have agreed to everything and wouldn't have haggled with him. Now, the original 3-year deadline had been reduced to 1 year, and it was he who asked for it. Li Jiao turned around and ordered the people of the Emperor Realm, I ask everyone to take care of the palace. This Li will be back soon. All the elders nodded and looked at Li Jiao sympathetically. They also knew about Li Jiao's situation and knew that he wasn't a coward. It was just that he had encountered a nemesis and couldn't do anything about it. Embarrassed to stay any longer, Li Jiao urged Yang Kai to hurry up and set off. Summoning the flowing cloud shuttle, the 3 entered and turned into a streak of light as they rushed north. Among the 4 great territories of the star boundary, every territory had its own dangerous and forbidden areas. The southern territory had the southern swamp, the eastern territory had the wild lands, the western territory had the western desert, and the northern territory had the frozen earth. These were only the most famous places, and there were countless other large and small dangerous areas. However, in terms of danger and mortality, if the northern territory's frozen earth was ranked second, then there was no other place that could be ranked first. The frozen earth was publicly recognized as the most dangerous place in the star boundary. Even the great emperors didn't dare to rashly enter a forbidden area. Other places, such as the southern swamp and the wild lands, had many hidden life forces. Although they were extremely dangerous, there were also many hidden opportunities. However, within the frozen earth, there was only death and ice, nothing else. No one knew what the frozen earth was like, because those who entered had all died. Li Jiao was able to escape from the frozen earth by luck. Firstly, his luck was good, and secondly, he didn't go too deep. The place he went back then was only the edge of the frozen earth. That was several hundred years ago. At that time, Li Jiao had just broken through to the third-layer Emperor realm and was in high spirits. He acted recklessly, thinking that the world was so big that he could go anywhere. On a whim, he went to the frozen earth. That trip was a narrow escape. After that trip, Li Jiao swore that he would never go to the frozen earth again. It was at that time that Li Jiao brought the dragon blood flower back to the fire dragon palace. He never thought that he would have to go there again after several hundred years. Even though it had been a long time ago, Li Jiao's memory of that experience was still fresh. Along the way, he had revealed a lot of information about the frozen earth to Yang Kai and Zhu Lai. Although it wasn't much, it was still useful. According to Li Jiao, the biggest characteristic of the frozen earth was its cold. That kind of cold wasn't just cold in the ordinary sense, but cold that could extinguish all life. It was a kind of cold that was indescribable and irresistible. That damned place seemed to have a natural restraining effect on all life. Any existence with vitality couldn't survive there for long. This information was quickly verified. The further north the flowing cloud shuttle flew, the colder the environment outside became. Everywhere they looked was a vast expanse of whiteness, making it impossible to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers constantly fluttered in the sky, and the entire world seemed to be frozen. Apart from white, no other color could be seen. Even though they were hiding inside the flowing cloud shuttle, the three of them could still feel the cold. Although it was weak, it was still extremely rare. Although the flowing cloud shuttle was a flight-type artifact, it was still an emperor artifact. Moreover, it came from Hou and had many defensive functions. Even such an emperor artifact couldn't resist the erosion of the cold, so one could only imagine how harsh the environment outside was. Li Jiao's expression became uglier and uglier. If it weren't for Zhu Lai's deterrence, he would have already retreated. 10 days after setting off from the Fire Dragon Palace, the three of them barely reached the edge of the frozen earth. Li Jiao still remembered the location where he had found the dragon blood flower, so he had been leading the way. 2 days later, Li Jiao suddenly said excitedly, over there, do you see that 3 Fingers mountain? It's right there, that's where I found the dragon blood flower. Yang Kai glanced at Zhu Lai, who frowned slightly and slowly shook his head. He and Zhu Qing were siblings, and they were both red dragons, so they could more or less sense each other. If Zhu Qing was still there, he would definitely be able to detect her. However, at this moment, he couldn't feel any aura belonging to Zhu Qing. Regardless, Yang Kai still controlled the flowing cloud shuttle to fly towards the 3 Fingers mountain. There was a hollow between the mountain peaks, so the flowing cloud shuttle slowly descended and the three of them walked out. As soon as they left the protection of the flowing cloud shuttle, a chill that penetrated deep into their bones and souls rushed towards them from all directions. The three of them couldn't help but shiver and circulate their emperor chi to resist. This was only the edge of the frozen earth, but it was already so cold. An ordinary first-order Emperor Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to last long here, so it was hard to imagine what the situation inside the frozen earth was like. Zhu Lai's dragon breath seemed to have a restraining effect on this kind of cold. Seeing this, Li Jiao couldn't help but move closer to him, but Zhu Lai just looked at him coldly, so he couldn't help but laugh awkwardly and take 2 steps back. Yang Kai released his divine sense, covering an area of 100 kilometers. After a while, he retracted it and couldn't help but shiver. In that short period of time, he felt that his divine sense was almost frozen. If he hadn't retracted it, he was afraid that it would have been damaged. "Are you sure this is the place you pointed out to Zhu Qing that day?" Yang Kai turned to look at Li Jiao and asked. Li Jiao hurriedly said, "Yes, I remember this place. Unless there is another place in the frozen earth that is exactly the same as this place." The Three Fingers Mountain was a very good landmark. Although it had been a few hundred years, Li Jiao's memory wouldn't be wrong. As he spoke, he waved his hand and said, "I remember that the dragon blood flower was found in this direction." Yang Kai and Zhu Lai followed him. After a while, Li Jiao stopped at a certain place and looked up at the direction of the Three Fingers Mountain. After silently calculating for a long time, he nodded and said, "It's here. It's definitely here." Zhu Lai also said, "I can feel a very weak dragon breath." As he spoke, he raised his hand and flames spurted out from his palm, turning into a lifelike fire dragon that crashed into the snow on the ground. The hot flames melted the snow, and soon, a gully more than 100 meters deep appeared on the ground, revealing the soil buried under the snow. The soil was frozen hard, even harder than steel. However, there was a very obvious mark on the soil, which seemed to be a huge claw print. Li Jiao said excitedly, "See, I was right. This is the place where the giant dragon fell." The huge claw print was obviously left behind by the giant dragon's claw. Even after several hundred years, it was still well preserved under the cover of the snow. At a certain moment, Zhu Lai's eyes lit up. At the same time, Yang Kai and Li Jiao also felt a slight change. The ground, which was soaked in blood, was squirming. It seemed like something was about to break out of the ground. Under the gazes of the three people, a dark red dot bloomed from the ground and quickly rose. Its branches and leaves spread out, and in just a moment, there was an extra-foot-tall plant on the ground. The plant was bright red, as if it was soaked in blood. At first glance, this thing looked like a blood coral. Zhu Lai sucked up the foot-tall blood coral and held it in his hand. A dense red light gathered on the crown of the tree and floated in a certain direction as if it had a mind of its own, like a red ribbon hanging on the crown of the tree. Strangely, the direction in which this red ribbon floated was completely different from the direction in which the wind was blowing. Zhu Lai pointed in the direction the red ribbon was pointing and said, "Zhu Qing is over there, still alive." Although he didn't know how he came to this conclusion, there was no doubt that it was related to the dragon race secret technique he had used. Yang Kai didn't say anything else and summoned the flowing cloud shuttle, shouting, "Let's go." Li Jiao stood in place and looked at Yang Kai fawningly, "Palace Master Yang, this Li has already brought you to your destination. The rest of the journey." "Hey, a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists, this Li is still." Before he could finish speaking, Zhu Lai picked him up and threw him into the flowing cloud shuttle, leaving him with a bitter and resentful expression. He didn't know why this dragon race master was still unwilling to let him go. He had already completed his mission and brought Yang Kai and Zhu Lai to their destination. What happened next should have nothing to do with him. He should be able to leave this damned place and return to the Fire Dragon Palace, but things just didn't go as he wished. As a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator, he hadn't tasted this kind of powerlessness for many years. He secretly made up his mind that if he could return alive from this trip, he would never have anything to do with the dragon race in the future. This was simply going too far. The flowing cloud shuttle tore through the air, but its speed was getting slower and slower. After using the secret technique, Zhu Lai had become very weak. Yang Kai held the blood coral in his hand and used the red light to guide him in the direction of Zhu Qing. Less than 2,000 miles into the frozen earth, the drift cloud shuttle, which was flying in the air, suddenly shook violently. Then, it plummeted down. Yang Kai was slightly startled, thinking that it had been attacked, but he soon understood what had happened. Kicking Li Jiao away, he woke up Zhu Lai, who was meditating and recovering. Immediately after, he put away the flowing cloud shuttle and stood in the air. A biting cold wind blew, enveloping everyone in it, as if it could freeze one's soul. In such a dangerous environment, even a master who cultivated the ice attribute principle wouldn't be able to stay for long. Li Jiao trembled as he flew over, a gloomy expression on his face as he asked, "What's wrong?" Just now, hiding in the flowing cloud shuttle had provided him with a layer of protection, but now that he was directly in contact with the frozen ground, he could clearly feel his vitality slowly draining away. Although it wouldn't be a big problem for the time being, staying in this place for too long would shorten his lifespan. "It's nothing, we'll probably have to walk the rest of the way on our own." Yang Kai glanced at Zhu Lai as he spoke. A flight-type Emperor artifact like the flowing cloud shuttle was actually frozen to the point of being unable to operate normally in this place. No one would believe such a thing if they hadn't experienced it themselves. Zhu Lai's expression didn't change, but Li Jiao's face paled. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Gentlemen, this Li has a presumptuous request." Zhu Lai stared at him, his expression even colder than the cold of the frozen ground. Li Jiao's words suddenly changed, "This Li can bring up the rear." "Very well," Yang Kai smiled lightly, holding the dragon blood coral in one hand as he took the lead and flew forward. Zhu Lai stretched out his hand, grabbed Li Jiao, and threw him forward, having him follow closely behind Yang Kai while he walked at the back. Flying in the frozen ground was definitely not a pleasant thing, but Yang Kai soon discovered an interesting phenomenon. The higher he flew, the greater the consumption and the more terrifying the life-extinguishing cold became. After noticing this, he immediately flew down and stayed close to the ground, so the resistance he felt was much less. However, as a result, his speed was much slower, but it was also much safer. After an entire day, the three of them had only traveled a few hundred kilometers. This was simply inconceivable for a group of people from the Emperor realm. After a day, the three of them were shivering all over, their hair and faces covered in ice. No matter how much they circulated their Emperor Qi, they couldn't resist the cold that invaded their bodies. Li Jiao wanted to leave several times, but every time he met Zhu Lai's eyes, the courage he had tried so hard to accumulate suddenly collapsed. He couldn't say a word and could only desperately keep up with Yang Kai's pace. He couldn't understand. Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he last so long? Logically speaking, a first-order Emperor Realm Master like him should have frozen to death here long ago, but among the three of them, he seemed to be in the best condition. In this regard, even Zhu Lai, who was a dragon race master, couldn't compare. Another day later, Yang Kai, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and listened. He vaguely sensed something. Li Jiao, who was following behind him, almost bumped into him. Seeing Yang Kai's dignified look, he couldn't help but ask nervously, "What's wrong, Palace Master Yang?" Yang Kai looked past Li Jiao and said to Zhu Lai, "Something is coming." Zhu Lai nodded slightly. He had also sensed that something was coming. The surrounding air and chill were emitting an abnormal fluctuation. "What is it? What is it?" Li Jiao asked with a pale face. The frozen earth was lifeless, so what could be here? Seeing that Yang Kai and Zhu Lai both seemed to be serious, he couldn't help but feel worried. It should be that thing. Yang Kai looked up into the distance and narrowed his eyes. Li Jiao followed his gaze and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He saw that on the horizon, a black mass had appeared at some unknown time. It was like a giant curtain that covered the entire sky and was quickly moving towards them. Cold wave. Li Jiao seemed to have thought of something and quickly retreated as he cried out in alarm. On the line between life and death, he finally suppressed his fear of Zhu Lai and ran back the way he came without looking back. He only wanted to get as far away from the cold wave as possible. Yang Kai and Zhu Lai chased closely behind him. The fear of death offset all unfavorable factors. This time, Li Jiao took the lead and ran faster than anyone else. "What is a cold wave?" Yang Kai asked as he ran. "Heaven's wrath." Li Jiao replied with a ferocious expression. He hated his parents for not giving birth to him with 2 more legs, running so slowly. The heaven's wrath unique to the frozen earth. Chapter 2947. Li Jiao had escaped from the frozen earth in the past, so he naturally paid more attention to it. However, there was too little information about the frozen earth in this world. Even if he wanted to collect it, he couldn't find much useful information. He knew that there was a kind of heavenly might in the frozen earth called the cold wave, and that no one could survive it. However, he didn't know how the cold wave was formed, how to avoid it, or what it looked like. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he immediately confirmed that it was the cold wave. The 3 of them weren't fast, so they couldn't escape the cold wave even if they tried their best. Seeing that the distance was getting closer and closer, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai's expressions turned ugly. No one could remain calm in the face of a life-and-death crisis. Yang Kai tried to use space principles, but found it extremely difficult. The chill in the frozen earth seemed to be able to freeze space, so he had to give up on the idea of teleporting. The cold wave was getting closer and closer to the 3 of them. The bone-chilling cold was like a sledgehammer hitting their backs, making them shiver uncontrollably. Li Jiao's face suddenly turned ferocious. "If this Li is killed by you this time, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." The grievances and anger he had accumulated over the past few days finally exploded at this moment. He was about to die, so how could he have so many scruples? He opened his mouth and said, "Yang Kai, aren't you very powerful? Even the Monster King's divine spirit is under your control. Think of something now." Seeing that Yang Kai didn't say anything, he said angrily, "You can only rely on the tiger's might. Do you really think this Li is afraid of you? If it weren't for Grandmaster Ji Ying's face, this Li would have already brought people to flatten your High Heaven Palace. I would have wiped out your entire High Heaven Palace. I would have made you wish you were dead. A trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master dares to be so arrogant in front of this Li. You don't know what you're talking about." He cursed angrily, but it seemed that he still hadn't had enough. He turned to Zhu Lai and said, "Dragon race? So what if the dragon race is so great? Can you look down on me because of the dragon race? This king's bloodline is impure, so what? This king was born from his mother and raised by his father. This king cultivated to the Third-Order Emperor realm with his own efforts. If you don't have the bloodline of the dragon race, I'm afraid you won't even be as good as me." Who knew who he was trying to impress by putting on an arrogant look all day long? If you have the ability, don't use your bloodline to suppress this seat. This Li will definitely let you know this seat's power. Fuck. Why did this Li get involved in this mess with you? You two Jinx, I already knew that coming to the frozen earth with you wouldn't end well. You should have left earlier. It's all your fault. This Li has already brought you to this place. Why are you still holding on to this Li and not letting go? Do you really think I'm a pushover? Just you wait. If I can survive this ordeal, I'll definitely bring my men and kill my way to the High Heaven Palace. Kill my way to Dragon Island and kill all of you." He chattered incessantly, as if he had lost his mind and became a little hysterical. Unfortunately, no matter how he vented his anger, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai did not seem to care about him. The 2 of them exchanged glances. Zhu Lai said, "Hurry up and use whatever trump cards you have. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid it will really be too late." Yang Kai curled his lips. "You have many dragon race secret techniques, yet you're counting on me? I'm only in the first order, what trump cards could I possibly have? Zhu Lai took a deep look at him and sighed, fine, since you want to hide your strength, I won't force you. Let me do it. Li Jiao's cursing came to an abrupt end, as if his mouth was pinched by an invisible hand. He looked at Yang Kai, then at Zhu Lai. With a smile on his face, he asked cautiously, Master, do you have a way to get out of this crisis? Zhu Lai said coldly, you can try. Li Jiao immediately said, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile as he ran. Li Jiao's snow-white face couldn't help but blush as he said awkwardly, Master, you must take me with you. Just now. I don't know what happened, but I was blinded. That was definitely not my true thoughts. Master, please don't take it to heart. He couldn't wait to slap himself. He spoke too quickly and didn't expect to cause such a big trouble. He didn't know if this dragon race would be willing to take care of him. Fortunately, his worries were superfluous. When a dragon's roar sounded, a giant red dragon figure appeared above Zhu Lai's head. The giant dragon circled and wrapped the three of them in an instant. The biting cold seemed to be isolated, giving people a sense of security for no reason. Zhu Lai let out a low shout, and some signs of dragon transformation appeared on the surface of his body. He then turned around and rushed in the direction of the cold wave. Li Jiao was scared out of his wits. He screamed, but he didn't dare to break away from the protection of the red dragon. He could only watch as he got closer and closer to the cold wave. Yang Kai was also slightly surprised, but he soon understood Zhu Lai's plan. With the current speed of the three of them, it was impossible to escape the cold wave's pursuit. Rather than being caught, it was better to do the opposite. Perhaps they could rely on the three of them to make a breakthrough. This wasn't a good idea, but it was worth a try. Perhaps it could really get them out of this crisis. In the whistling cold wind, the cold wave was getting closer and closer to them. Li Jiao was so shocked that his face was pale. Otherwise, with his powerful mental strength, he would have fainted already. After a dozen breaths, the three of them finally collided with the cold wave and were directly enveloped by the darkness. Zhu Lai's expression changed greatly as he suddenly realized that something was wrong. This cold wave was a little different from what he had expected. It didn't seem to be a natural disaster formed by the gathering of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This cold wave felt more like an indescribable existence to him. All of his preparations were unable to be used and were directly swallowed up. Yang Kai even cried out involuntarily, the law of space? He never thought that the cold wave that existed in this frozen earth would contain extremely rich power of the law of space. The moment he was enveloped by the cold wave, the surrounding space became chaotic, giving him a feeling of being teleported. Furthermore, this feeling was even more intense than being teleported across territory. It was as if his entire body was being torn apart, turning into countless fine powder that surged into the passage and the void. Almost instinctively, Yang Kai also urged his law of space. The next moment, he felt dizzy and could no longer sense the existence of Zhu Lai and Li Jiao. No one knew where the two of them had gone. Yang Kai only felt as if he was falling and could not see the bottom. The feeling of dizziness became more and more serious, and only when he urged his law of space did he feel better. After an unknown amount of time, the feeling of dizziness suddenly disappeared. He fell heavily on a piece of land, bounced up, and rolled a few times before finally stabilizing. All the bones in his body felt as if they had been shattered. An unprecedented nausea welled up in his heart, causing him to retch a few times. The surroundings were quiet. It was still covered in white snow, but there was no trace of Li Jiao or Zhu Lai. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai's expression gradually became solemn. Although the surrounding scenery didn't seem much different from before, it was no longer as cold as before. He keenly felt that this place was different, as if it was another world, a world that didn't belong to the same plane as the frozen earth. He tried to sense the law of heaven and earth in the surroundings, and a moment later, his guess was confirmed. This was indeed another world. Although the law of heaven and earth here was complete, it seemed to be very chaotic. It was very different from the law of the star boundary. In other words, he was not in the star boundary now. Recalling what he had encountered before, he gradually had a guess, but he was not too sure. The only thing he was certain of was that the reason he had come to this place was greatly related to the cold wave. Perhaps the cold wave was the entrance to this world, and its world-destroying power was just a disguise. Suddenly, a red light appeared in the corner of his eyes. Yang Kai turned his head and saw the dragon blood coral in his hand blossoming with a light 100 times more intense than before. The dense light on the coral crown had condensed into a thick red ribbon at this moment, drifting in a certain direction, guiding Yang Kai. Zhu Qing. Yang Kai raised his brow, immediately understanding why the dragon blood coral had such a change. This was something that Zhu Lai had created using his own dragon blood and the dragon race's secret technique. Its main purpose was to find Zhu Qing's whereabouts. Previously, when he was searching in the frozen earth, it had indeed guided him. However, it was far less fierce and obvious than the guidance this time. Zhu Qing was nearby. She might not be far from him. When the cold wave arrived, it swept across a wide area. He was brought into this world by the cold wave, so if Zhu Qing was also swallowed by the cold wave, she should also appear in this world. That was why the dragon blood coral was acting so strangely. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly pulled himself together, picked up the dragon blood coral, and dashed in the direction it was guiding him. In the vast snowy mountains, Yang Kai walked alone. An hour later, Yang Kai indeed found a familiar figure less than 300 kilometers away from where he had just appeared. Blood-red hair like fire, a petite body lying on the snowy ground, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Yang Kai hurriedly ran over and helped the figure up, brushing away the hair that brushed against her face. As expected, he saw Zhu Qing's face. He sighed slightly. Although he did not know where he was now, he finally had some good news. He had found Zhu Qing. As for Zhu Lai and Li Jiao, Yang Kai estimated that they should not be in any danger. Although the cold wave looked terrifying, it did not seem to be harmful. The reason he had separated from them was because he had instinctively used his space principles when he was enveloped by the cold wave. The evil thoughts in Yang Kai's body were about to explode, and he needed to desperately suppress them to stabilize his mind. He turned his eyes away, not looking at Zhu Qing's eyes, and not feeling the numbness in his palm, for fear of another accident. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly felt Zhu Qing let go of his hand. He opened his eyes and immediately saw Zhu Qing looking at him with a red face. She said in surprise, "You're okay?" He could see that Zhu Qing should be awake and should have regained her consciousness, because the information revealed in her eyes was a little different from before. The answer to his question was a dragon race secret technique. Zhu Qing opened her mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. This blood was Zhu Qing's own blood. It was dark red, like a burning flame. The dragon blood dissolved in mid-air, turning into a strangely shaped seal, and suddenly hit Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's face was blank, and he fell straight to the ground. This dragon race secret technique seemed to have a very strong binding power, making Yang Kai unable to even move his fingers. He was shocked and instinctively wanted to urge the power of the golden divine dragon source. Although the dragon race secret technique Zhu Qing used was powerful, Yang Kai felt that he should be able to break it by relying on the suppression of the golden divine dragon source. Just now, Yang Kai was caught off guard. He did not expect that she would attack him, so he fell for it. However, he did not act immediately because a delicate fragrance suddenly hit him in the face. Zhu Qing was kneeling between his legs, her hands on his chest, looking down at him condescendingly. Her fiery red hair spread like the most exquisite silk on her smooth back, covering her slender buttocks, but it also added to her seductive charm. Her breathing was extremely rapid, as if she was about to die, unable to breathe, and her towering and plump chest was constantly rising and falling, creating a breathtaking arc. The delicate fragrance that made one's heart flutter became stronger and stronger, as if every pore on her body was emitting this fragrance, filling the entire world. Her long eyelashes were trembling, and she was obviously very nervous, but her eyes were like a stirred pool of water, showing her extreme restlessness and struggle. "You! What are you doing?" As soon as Yang Kai spoke, he felt that he had asked a stupid question. He recognized this look, it was a look of extreme hunger. In the past, Shan Qing Luo would often reveal such a look. His blood seemed to have been ignited, beginning to boil in his meridians, flesh, and blood, making him feel as if his body was on fire. The evil thoughts that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly found an outlet, drowning his reason. The two small hands on his chest suddenly exerted force, directly tearing his clothes apart. Yang Kai took a deep breath and opened his mouth, but no words came out. His clothes quickly became messy, and the clothes wrapped around the two of them quickly turned into pieces, fluttering in the air. Zhu Qing's throat constantly made strange sounds, and her hot and tender body rode on Yang Kai's body, twisting restlessly. She knew what she wanted, but she had never had such an experience, so it took her a long time to gradually master the method. Her white body sank slightly, her teeth biting her red lips as her brow furrowed. Yang Kai closed his eyes, spread his hands, and grasped the grass around him, whispering, "It's my first time, be gentle." Zhu Qing's body suddenly sank, and an abnormal blush appeared on her snow-white skin. She raised her head as if she was suffocating, her beautiful hair falling like a waterfall. She did not respond for a long time, and only after a long time did she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yang Kai also roared, feeling as if he had fallen into magma, an unimaginable heat enveloping him from all directions, as if it was trying to melt him. He had never experienced such a feeling before, giving him an indescribable sense of excitement. In the mysterious small world, the sky was the quilt, the earth was the bed, the hair was disheveled, and their 10 fingers were intertwined. They were not allowed to live a life of luxury, nor were they allowed to accompany each other in the afterlife. Although the cultivation of this man and woman wasn't bad, they were only around the Dao source realm, so Yang Kai didn't care too much about them. It was just that it was rare to meet living people here, so naturally, he wanted to quickly inquire about them. The man and woman looked at each other, and the man cupped his fists in return, frowning as he asked, "Does that little beast belong to you too?" He was a Dao Source realm cultivator, but facing Yang Kai, the Emperor realm, his expression didn't change at all. Instead, he even questioned him, which made Yang Kai a little surprised. This kind of thing was rare in the star boundary, unless the other party's identity had a great origin. It could be seen that this man and woman didn't seem to have a great origin, just an ordinary cultivator. As a newcomer, Yang Kai could only do as the Romans do, so he smiled and nodded. Yes, Wang's intelligence hasn't been fully developed yet, so he is naughty and mischievous by nature. If he has offended you, please forgive him. The man shook his head, and his divine sense went past Yang Kai to carefully examine the black puppy. After a while, he said, maybe I was wrong, he didn't offend us, just a misunderstanding. What's your name? Yang Kai. In this foreign land, there was no need to hide his name. At this moment, the woman who had been standing beside the man suddenly whispered a few words to her husband. The man was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yang Kai in surprise. You two came from the outside? If it weren't for his wife's reminder, he might not have noticed it, because the two in front of him were dressed slightly differently from him. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. We did come from the outside. The man nodded. We haven't had an outsider come to our place for a long time. It seems that your luck isn't very good. I was just about to ask, what is this place? Yang Kai asked solemnly. The man said, this place is called the Reincarnation World. The Reincarnation World? Yang Kai frowned, and when he was about to ask more, the man said, if you want to live, come with me quickly, we don't have enough time. What time? Yang Kai was stunned. The man didn't intend to answer him. After saying that, he turned around and flew in a certain direction. It seemed that he was really in a hurry. It was the first time Yang Kai had met a Dao Source realm cultivator with such a temper. Not only did he speak with such assurance in front of the Emperor realm, but he also acted like he was superior. However, this was still a clue, so he couldn't just give it up like this. After exchanging a glance with Zhu Qing, he immediately followed. The two of them were strong, so they naturally weren't afraid of a little Dao Source realm cultivator. His figure flickered as he chased after Kai Yang. The little black dog nimbly bit onto Kai Yang's clothes and stubbornly stuck to him, not wanting to be shaken off. Even when the wind blew into its mouth, it still refused to let go. In the end, Zhu Qing pitied it and reached out to scoop it up. The group of four quickly arrived in front of a mountain wall. At first glance, this mountain wall looked inconspicuous, but if one looked carefully, they would see traces left behind by a secret technique. The leader of the group took out a mirror and projected a beam of mystic light onto the mountain wall. Immediately, a cave large enough for two people to pass through appeared. The four of them entered one by one and entered a dry passage. Only then did the man and woman let out a sigh of relief, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Yang Kai asked curiously, why are we in such a hurry? The man led the way in front and explained, because in a while, the world principles will change. At that time, all the demons will come out, and the outside will become very dangerous. No one will be able to survive in such an environment. The world principles will change? Yang Kai was shocked, wondering if he had heard wrong. Only then did the woman's stiff body relax, and she looked at her husband with grievance. Turning his head, Steward Liao's face immediately turned cold. He looked at Yang Kai and said, since you're from the outside, I'll explain the rules here to you. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and said, please enlighten me. Steward Liao said, after a while, the laws of heaven and earth will change. In the entire reincarnation world, there's no safe place other than the human sovereign city. Therefore, if you want to live, you must go to the human sovereign city. Do you understand? Understood, let's go to the human sovereign city. Yang Kai looked as if he had learned a lesson. Steward Liao continued, and if you want to go to the human sovereign city, you must use the seal of human sovereign on you. Only those who have the seal of human sovereign can teleport to the human sovereign city through the array. Therefore, there's only one rule here. In this vast world, I'm the most powerful. Yang Kai replied with an, "Oh," and cupped his fists. I've learned a lot. Steward Liao waved his sleeves and said in a low voice with his hands behind his back, "Let me ask you, do you want to live or die?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "If we can live, of course we want to live." Steward Liao nodded and said, "You're promising. Come over, let me cast the seal of human sovereign on you." Yang Kai stepped forward, but Steward Liao waved his hand with a look of disdain and said, "The woman will go first, stand aside." Yang Kai frowned and didn't insist. He stepped aside and said, "Steward Liao, please be careful. My wife has a bad temper." Steward Liao snorted coldly and said, "If you want to live, then be sensible." As he spoke, he started chanting again. His fingers were like swords, pointing in the air in front of Zhu Qing. It looked like he was drawing something in the air. At the beginning, he was quite obedient, but after a while, the range of his hand movements increased. When his fingers swept across, they directly swept toward Zhu Qing's chest. At this moment, his expression became extremely excited, obviously anticipating something. Zhu Qing suddenly looked up and stared at him coldly. Steward Liao was shocked, but his hand movements didn't stop at all. He looked like he wanted to take advantage of her. Woof! Ah! A dog's bark and a scream sounded almost at the same time. The little black dog in Zhu Qing's arms suddenly opened its mouth and bit Steward Liao's big hand. Its mouth wasn't very big, but it swallowed Steward Liao's entire hand. Its sharp teeth were firmly stuck on his wrist, and blood instantly flowed out. Steward Liao was in pain and couldn't stop howling. However, the little black dog refused to let go and looked like it was going to bite his hand off. Its head kept shaking and it even let out a low growl as if it was trying to show off its power. Let go of me. Little bastard, you're courting death. Steward Liao cursed angrily. Its mouth suddenly split open and became incomparably huge. It actually swallowed Manager Liao into its stomach in one gulp. In the end, it even stretched out its large tongue to lick its mouth, looking as if it hadn't had enough. It was the first time Zhu Qing saw the black puppy use such a divine technique. She couldn't help but be stunned. She just wanted the black puppy to use more strength. She didn't expect it to swallow someone directly. What kind of divine technique was this? When the man and woman saw it, their expressions changed. They said in horror, "Demonic beast. It's really a demonic beast." They chased after the black puppy because they felt that it had the aura of a demonic beast. In the end, they confirmed that it was just their imagination. But now, it seemed that it wasn't an illusion. It was just that the black puppy hid its demonic chi too deeply. When it mutated just now, there was a very obvious demonic chi surging out, so they recognized it immediately. Perhaps only the master of the human sovereign city can understand. Human sovereign city. Yang Kai heard the man mention these two words several times. He couldn't help but think, is that the master of the human sovereign city? The man said solemnly, that's the master of the human race. He protects the human sovereign city and protects all humans. His words were full of respect, as if he held the human sovereign city in high esteem. Yang Kai smiled and continued to study the formation. The changes in the laws of heaven and earth became more and more obvious. A large amount of demonic chi and some other strange things appeared in the void around them. Although the couple used their power to form a layer of protection on the surface of their bodies, it wouldn't last long. However, it looked like it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Once the protection was broken, it would immediately be eroded by the demonic chi and turn into a demonic creature. Zhu Qing was a member of the dragon race, so she didn't feel much. However, she still needed to use her dragon yuan to dispel the erosion of the demonic chi. Only the little black dog's eyes lit up. Its nose twitched, and it kept sniffing around excitedly. It had the bloodline of the return to ruins. It was the descendant of the mutated beasts in the territory of demons. When the demonic chi surged, it naturally felt a sense of familiarity and joy. "All right, come over here." Yang Kai suddenly stood up and called out. Zhu Qing walked over with the little black dog in her arms and stood beside him. The couple hesitated. The man said, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to take you to the city of human sovereign city." The man was shocked. "You don't have the seal of human sovereign. How are you going to go to the city of human sovereign city?" Yang Kai sneered. "Who told you that you can't go to the city of human sovereign city without the seal of human sovereign city? If you continue to dawdle, it'll be too late. Do you want to live or die?" The man was still hesitating, but the woman pulled him back. The man finally made up his mind and said, "All right, I'll trust you this time." Yang Kai grinned. "I hope you can keep the matter with Steward Liao a secret." The man smiled bitterly. "It won't do us any good to say it. Moreover, the city of human sovereign city has its ways of finding out the truth. In fact, I think it's best if you don't go to the city of human sovereign city. If you really do go in, it won't matter how strong you are." "That's hard to say." When Yang Kai finished speaking, his expression suddenly became solemn. The law of space began to fluctuate. The four of them were standing in a space array that was connected to the city of human sovereign city. Under normal circumstances, someone like Steward Liao would brand the person who was teleporting with the seal of human sovereign. Then, he would activate the space array and teleport them. However, these complicated steps were only layers of disguise. They were the means the city of human sovereign city used to control the human race. In front of Yang Kai, who was proficient in the law of space, this disguise was easily stripped away. He directly used his mind and the law of space to open the other end of the space array, so there was no need for the seal of human sovereign. With a flash of light, the man and woman both stared with wide eyes, unable to believe that the space array was really operating. For a moment, they were unable to contain their joy, feeling as if they had just escaped death. The changes in the laws of heaven and earth around them were extremely obvious. The world's world energy had turned into demonic chi. In such an environment, it was indeed unsuitable for the human race to survive. Even if they were strong enough to temporarily resist the erosion of the demonic chi, if they lived in such an environment for a long time, there would be a moment when their strength would be exhausted. At that time, they would be eroded by the demonic chi, lose their reason, and become a demon. A moment later, the light in the cave receded and the four people on the space array disappeared. The clamor suddenly came from all directions, making them feel a little uncomfortable. Yang Kai looked around and found that they had arrived in a prosperous city. Below their feet was a huge space array, and on the space array, there were people who had just appeared walking down. Their cultivations varied, and their expressions varied. Some were overjoyed, some were gloomy, and some were seriously injured, gasping for air. These people were clearly like Yang Kai and the others. In order to avoid the changes in the laws of heaven and earth, they had just rushed back from the outside. Yang Kai saw many existences from the Emperor realm among them. The four of them stood on top of the space array and were not too conspicuous. The entire city seemed to be very prosperous. People were jostling shoulder to shoulder, and there was an endless stream of people. There were many shops all around, selling all kinds of specialties from this world. Sounds of shouting rang out one after another, giving people the feeling that they had accidentally intruded into the secular world. It was the first time Zhu Qing had come to such a lively place, so she couldn't help but be a little surprised and look around. Neatly dressed guards were walking down the street. Their footsteps were orderly, and they were dressed in the same uniform. At a glance, it was obvious that they were the guards of the human sovereign city. However, these guards didn't have high cultivations. The leader was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and the rest were all Dao Source Realm cultivators. However, many cultivator on the street, no matter how strong or weak their cultivations were, avoided them like snakes or scorpions, as if they were very afraid of them. Yang Kai clearly saw a second-order Emperor Realm Master make way for them. This world didn't seem to be divided by cultivation. The man and woman from before were clearly weaker than him, but they didn't show the slightest bit of respect for the strong. As for Manager Liao, it was even more obvious. His cultivation was lower than anyone else's, but he could order the man and woman around and make them cower in fear. Some people flew by in the sky. There weren't many of them, and their cultivations were uneven. Farewell, both of you. Take care. The man seemed to be in a hurry to separate from Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, so as not to be implicated by them, so he immediately said goodbye as soon as he came back to his senses. Yang Kai sensed his thoughts and nodded casually. The woman suddenly said, "I'll give you two a piece of advice. Don't provoke those with a leaf symbol embroidered on their chests. The more leaves there are, the more noble their identity is. This isn't your original world, and it's not a place where the strong preys on the weak." Also, Manager Liao's death probably won't be hidden for long. You'd better leave the human sovereign city when the world principles change next time. Many thanks, Yang Kai smiled slightly. When the woman wanted to say something else, the man had already pulled her into the crowd and soon disappeared. It's really an interesting world. Yang Kai looked around with great interest. The entire human sovereign city seemed to be shrouded by a layer of inexplicable restrictions. That restriction was absolutely magnificent because inside the human sovereign city, one couldn't feel the changes of the world principles in the outside world at all. The world principles here were almost the same as those in the astral boundary. Looking up, one could see the chaos in the sky, as if there were countless vortexes that could swallow one's vision. After staring for a long time, one would feel dizzy. Is Zhu Lai here? Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing and asked. Zhu Qing said, "We need to find a place to use the secret technique to be sure. I hope he's here too." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't worry, he's quite strong. Even if he's outside, he'll be fine for a while." Zhu Qing nodded slightly and subconsciously stroked the little black dog in her arms. Bow Wow was very satisfied, squinting his eyes and looking comfortable. No one knew whether Manager Liao, who was swallowed into his stomach, was dead or alive. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body was as steady as Mount Tai, but a violent force spread from his body to his feet, shattering the stone floor. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, glanced at the brawny man, and said lazily, "Master, what is the meaning of this?" The brawny man showed a surprised expression and grinned, "No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you have some skill. Unfortunately, you have met me." As he spoke, the strength in his hands suddenly became more violent. Blue veins bulged on his thick neck, as if he was using all his strength to push Yang Kai to the ground. Yang Kai glanced at the others and saw that the remaining guards were looking at him coldly. They seemed to think that he had committed some taboo and had to be punished. The third prince, on the other hand, had a cold look on his face and didn't care much about him. However, when he saw Zhu Qing, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes, but that was it, and he didn't pay any more attention to him. His gaze crossed the crowd and half of the human sovereign city and stared at a certain spot with a fiery light shining in his eyes. He was still standing here, probably waiting for his subordinates to teach Yang Kai a lesson, so that the residents of the human sovereign city would know the price of offending him and learn to respect their superiors. The brawny man was still putting pressure on Yang Kai. At first, he had a look of confidence on his face because he also noticed that Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. In the case of the same cultivation, he wasn't afraid of any opponent, let alone this inexplicable brat in front of him. But as time passed and his Emperor Qi surged, his face gradually became ugly, because no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't shake this brat in front of him at all. It was as if this brat had taken root in the ground, and there wasn't even a trace of him moving. After a while, the brawny man's face turned red and his tower-like body began to tremble. Obviously, he was a little weak, but he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off, so he could only hold on. He had greatly underestimated his opponent. Yang Kai's face darkened slightly as he looked past the brawny man and stared at the third prince. It's a virtue to know when to stop. The third prince turned a deaf ear to him, his eyes still fixed on a certain spot in the human sovereign city, as if his whole mind was immersed in it and he could no longer perceive anything. Yang Kai snorted and raised his hand to slap the brawny man. He had already secretly warned this third prince, but since the other party didn't take it seriously, there was no need for him to care about other people's face. As for the consequences of slapping someone's face, who cares, he'll just have to enjoy himself first. Everything had happened too quickly, and the brawny man hadn't thought that Kai Yang would actually fight back. By the time the palm had reached him, it was already too late for him to defend himself. How could Zhu Qing tolerate this? Yang Kai gave her a look, telling her to calm down. He laughed. "Sir, you're really interesting. I'm a human. How can you compare me to a dog?" The goatee said, "Sometimes a human is not as good as a dog. A human has its disadvantages, but a dog has its advantages." Yang Kai sneered. "Then which family's dog is it? The third prince's family?" The goatee's face turned cold, but he did not flare up. He nodded. "You're right." Yang Kai said, "I've heard people say that a dog that bites doesn't bark, and a dog that barks is trash. It seems like you're a good dog." Zhu Qing snorted. "Don't compare him to Bow Wow. Bow Wow is much better than him." She seized every opportunity to vent the anger in her heart. Reaching out, she hugged the black puppy and gently combed its fur. The goatee said, "It's not up to me to decide if I'm a good dog. It's up to the third prince. If he thinks you're a good dog, then you're a good dog. If he thinks you're not, then no matter how strong you are, you're still a dead dog." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Sir, are you here to beat the dog and eat its meat, or do you have other plans?" The goatee pushed the teacup in front of Yang Kai and motioned for him to fill it. He said calmly, "Dog meat doesn't taste good. The third prince isn't interested." Yang Kai said, "Oh, so you're here to recruit a hunting dog. Whether it's a hunting dog or a domestic animal depends on your performance." The goatee picked up the teacup again and took a sip. "It's rare to see strong people from the outside. The third prince thinks you're not bad, so he's willing to give you this opportunity. Whether you can seize this opportunity or not depends on your performance." Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. "I'm sorry. Sir, you're ambitious. It's your freedom to be someone else's domestic dog. I don't think the same as you. My wife and I don't want to do anything. We just want to raise a dog. We're not interested in being a dog. The goatee put down the teacup. His expression didn't change. He seemed to have expected this. He nodded and said, I've heard some things about the outside world. Maybe you used to be a tyrant and can call the wind and summon the rain. But this is the human sovereign city. It has its own rules. An outsider like you will always have to suffer some losses before you understand the rules of the human sovereign city. As he spoke, he stood up and casually threw down a wooden token. He said, This is the third prince's token. If you can escape this calamity, then you have the qualifications to become the third prince's hunting dogs. If you don't, then it means that you're nothing more than this. When he finished speaking, he floated away. At the same time, a dozen figures rushed in from all directions, surrounding the tea house. Seeing this, the other customers in the tea house turned pale with fright and hurriedly fled. The owner of the tea house looked at this sudden scene with an expression of wanting to cry, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Because he recognized the identity of these people. Yang Kai rubbed his head and said with a headache, What do you mean by giving a date a club? Zhu Qing looked around coldly and said, They don't seem to be the same people. Yang Kai suddenly said, If there's the third prince, then there must be the first prince and second prince, right? I don't know which group they are from. It seems that they're not as united as before. The two of them didn't try to hide their voices, so the cultivators gathered around the tea house could hear them clearly, but all of them remained indifferent. No one stood up to explain anything to Yang Kai, as if they were waiting for someone to appear. They were indeed waiting for someone. Not long after, there was another sound on the street. Then, a huge palanquin came from the other end of the street. The people carrying the palanquin were all Dao Source Realm cultivators. They didn't move at all and the palanquin flew steadily. What's so good about this woman's cold face? How can she be as considerate as us sisters who serve you wholeheartedly? First Prince, don't pay attention to her. I don't know where this country bumpkin came from. Let's go back to the palace. My sister and I recently came up with a good idea that will definitely satisfy the first prince. The first imperial prince swallowed the fine wine and felt as if his entire body was as light as a feather. His two large hands forcefully pinched the soft and tender bodies of the two women beside him, causing them to let out a soft moan. He chuckled and said, The two of you are indeed good, but she is not bad either. This imperial prince will take her in and let her be your sister. No, we already have enough sisters. First Prince, you can't accept any more. That's right. I can't even count all those sisters. First Prince, you just promised this servant a few days ago that you won't fool around anymore. How can you go back on your word in just a few days? This person won't listen. The first prince laughed dryly and said, Yes. This prince did say those words before, but at that time, this beauty didn't exist. I will accept one more, and one more. I definitely won't accept any more in the future. First Prince is lying. This person doesn't believe you. Don't, First Prince. There's nothing special about this woman. Oh, she has a head of red hair. If First Prince likes it, us sisters can also dye our red hair red and wave it in front of you every day so that you can see as much as you want. How is that the same? Fushu shook his head and said, You don't know. Although this beauty doesn't look special, I heard that she came from the outside world. This prince has seen countless women, but this is the first time I've met one from the outside world. Naturally, I can't let her go so easily. She came from the outside world? What's so strange about that? Women are all the same. First Prince, that's enough. Shut up. Fushu's tone suddenly became cold. The two women who were acting coquettishly suddenly fell silent. They understood their status and position in the First Prince's eyes. They were just playthings. It didn't matter if they acted coquettishly from time to time because he doted on them. However, if they insisted on stopping the First Prince from seeking pleasure, they would immediately fall out of favor. There were countless beauties in the First Prince's residence. It wasn't necessary for the two of them to serve him. Thus, when they felt that the First Prince's tone was not right, the two women didn't dare to disobey. One of them immediately changed her tone and said, "Since First Prince likes her so much, then just accept her. It's just one more sister. As long as First Prince is happy, anything is fine." Sister is right. I think this woman's appearance is also not bad. She is barely qualified to serve First Prince. Fushu immediately smiled and kissed the two women on their cheeks. He laughed and said, "You two are the most reasonable.